nada hel jiso de ai de con ai tido le tiche le con la de con tozen be hai tido de ojon ro de so se con a de con a tro da de yinde nda de hanende con de yabijigen da de hanende con de con hospitation da de hanende con de Zeg because that they had none the corner. Ade want ade con da had he has age the con da he tido de ade he tra ya hot eto ya de con be ki ho yila be ki hun ti ul ya hi da de con pen khajna but wale ade con hat ti ho jon ro de so le con ki ade con a trotin con ben ne je ho jenas li do de ho jenas li ik
سيجا جهاز كنا كنا جنا خد بيلزني باكي سبيلا بتسكار بتسكار خبيحين سي even that je koi I just want to glow I don't know like even that je yeah kudo ya kadedi kudo agenda so is recognizing guests and visiting officials the car kudo we staff Agina Kari or Mona Nelson, Nikana in the street. A creature con because Kelly also back here. Although not a Kudo Office of Legislative Council, I don't need kind for a legal questions. Office Legislative Council, are you on the line? Office of Legislative Council. Okay, let's move on to the other legal arm of the Navajo Nation Department of Justice.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, everyone on the line. This is Mel Rodas from the Tax and Finance Unit of DOJ. Happy holidays.
Good morning, Mel. Thank you for being with us.
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty. Chair, do you want Delegate Begay or someone to help you facilitate the call? I see you're still struggling with your sore throat. How are you doing, Chair? Do you need help?
Good. Thank you. Take some myself on mute to cough a little bit here, but I do appreciate that. I had lost that. Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith?
Oh, Shananda, I'm here.
Can you help me out today? I just have a hard time talking this morning. It's just something's going on here, so if you can help me out with today's meeting.
Thank you, Chair Henyo. Shananda, I was going to ask to be excused in the area that's going to be no connection.
Okay, Shana. I think I can have some. Okay, Babiho, I can push through the meeting. Navajo Nation Department of Justice identified themselves. What about Office of Navajo, Office of the President, Vice President?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good morning. This is Leonard Sosi with OPVP. Thank you. Good morning.
Okay, Shana. Good morning, Shana. Thank you for being on the line with us. The Navajo Nation Office of the Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, Speaker Damon, staff.
Yate Ben Chair, this is Donovan. Good morning, committee.
Good morning, Donovan. Thank you for being on the call this morning. The Navajo Nation Executive Branch. No, hold on before that. Navajo Nation Department of Justice, the Judicial Branch, not Department of Justice, Judicial Branch. Madam Chief Justice Joanne Jane, his staff.
Good morning, Chair Henio, Budget and Finance Committee members. This is Karen Francis, Office of the Chief Justice.
Good morning. Thank you for being on the call with us this morning. The Navajo Nation Executive Branch programs and divisions, staff.
Good
Good
morning.
morning, Mr.
Go
Robert
ahead.
Willie from the Controller's Office.
Good morning, Mr. Willie. Good, thank you for being on the call with us. Nomination Office for the Controller. How about Nomination Office of Management and Budget? Nomination Office of Management and Budget. Okay, moving along, let's recognize nomination chapters. The chapter officials on the call with us this morning. Okay, moving along, let's okay, Delegate Odo So is on the line. 24th Nomination Council. Any
Yes. Good morning. I need some again Delegate Otto So I'm on the line. 20 the day of the business honestly. So na could not choice it leaning slido and this as a couple a bus is seen. Look at net as a shade out to not Ginny the smell. I mentioned yeah, thank you.
okay, Lieutenant Ado business Anita Nada is yeah, let's move along to the agenda. Proposed agendas before us. Peggy, if you'd read the agenda into the record for us, please.
Good morning, everybody. This is the proposed agenda for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, December 21, 2021, via teleconference. Presiding is Jamie Henio, Chairperson, Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chairperson, placed via telecommunications, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. 1, call the meeting to order. The roll call, the invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journal, November 2nd, 2021, November 16, 2021, November 22nd, 2021, December 7th, 2021. 5, receive reports. A, CARES Act funds update presented by Elizabeth Begay, Interim Controller, Office of the Controller. First bullet is the fund status. Second is the hardship assistance phase 2. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, legislation number 0241-21. B, legislation number 0244-21. C, legislation number 0256-21. D, legislation number 0251-21. E, legislation number 250-21. F, legislation number 0253-21. G, legislation number 0242-21. H, legislation number 0252-21. I, legislation number 0259. 8, close of this session. Written announcements. Adjournment. The next regular meeting is January 4th, 2022. Chair, members of the committee, there was a request to add a report to the agenda from the Economist for Division of Economic Development. Mrs. Murphy, she's on the call. Chair. That concludes the reading.
Very good, Shana. Thank you for that reading. Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion?
Motion by Vice Chair Smith. Chair, I can take the gavel for a while if you want me to. I'll be okay for a while here.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. This will allow me to run to the store and grab me some to soothe my coffee here. Thank you. You have the gavel.
Thank you.
Yellow hair. Second motion.
Honorable Yellow Hair motions. Second, John.
Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty seconds the motion. Any amendments, adjustments to the agenda? I'm not hearing any, so we'll go for the roll call vote. Shanella, go ahead and call for the roll call vote.
Ramona, are you still on the call?
I was muted, I'm sorry. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote on reviewing and adopting the agenda? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair?
I vote green.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Jamie Senyo, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Senyo? Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote? This is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green, thank you. Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Sure, I'll vote green.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member not voting, and Vice Chair not voting. Vice Chair?
Thank you for that roll call vote. Shanella, agenda has been adopted for the Budget and Finance Committee members. Next on the agenda will be review and adopt the journals. Those were sent out. Could we have a motion on them?
Excuse me, Chair, for the record, Eugene So is on the line.
Now we recognize Honorable Eugene So from Shinley on the line with Budget and Finance Committee members. Shananda, back to the agenda. Motion.
I thought we're doing the journal.
Shada, are you motioning for the journal?
Yeah, journal again. I'll be doing the motion for that.
Motion by Honorable Elmer Begay. Second. Second by
Amber Crotty took second. She took.
Second going once.
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty. I second the journals.
Okay, got a second for the journals. Committee members, any questions on the journals? Got a motion in a second. I hear no questions. Therefore, we'll call for the roll call. Go ahead and do the roll call vote.
Sure, Vice Chairman, roll call vote for reviewing and adopting the journals. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote? Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Sure, I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and Vice Chair not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. Thank you, committee members. We have passed the journals. Now moving on to item 5, report from controller, reference to the hardship 2. Controller, you have the floor for the presentation.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Robert Willie from the Controller's Office. I'll be doing the report. Madam Controller should have sent out the report, a memo dated December 20th, 2021. The subject was Hardship Care Status Report, and that's what I'll be going over. So the Hardship 2, the budget per the expenditure plan, was $41,979,377. The interest income as of November 30th was $331,225. So the total available CARES for Hardship 2 was $42,310,602. The checks that have been issued is $31,388,055, and the pending check run that we're currently getting ready for is $2,914,500. So the total of that amount is $34,302,555. So the unexpended CARES budgeted hardship estimate is $8,008,047. The Hardship 1, which was the one that started back last January, total recorded expenditures is $319,482,983. There's approximately 7,500 hardship checks that have not been cashed, and the amount on that is $8,200,000. These are currently there was the press release, and people that weren't able to cash their checks have been coming in. So there's been a steady flow of those individuals also coming in, and that concludes the report. The exhibit just shows the check runs for the Hardship 2 and the Hardship 1 also. That's what Controller Begay attached. So I'd be happy to entertain any questions. Thank you.
Shenandoah, this is Vice Chair Smith. I need to turn the floor over to Scott. Can you take over the floor for the report?
I'm here, Vice Chair Smith. I'm here. This is Chair Henio. With that, Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any questions, comments? Hold on. Is there a motion? Is there a motion to accept this report? Is there a motion to accept the report from Mr. Robert Willie?
Motion, Delegate Crotty.
Okay, motion.
Delegate Yeller, second. Delegate Yeller, second.
Delegate Amber Crotty. Motions to accept the report, second by Delegate Jimmy Gilliher. With that, any questions, comments, Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee?
Yeah.
Question, Delegate Crotty.
Okay, Shenandoah, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, Mr. Willie, thank you for your report. I did receive the email yesterday regarding the breakdown. I'm not sure why Madam Acting Controller is not able to attend Budget and Finance. This is a very hot topic with a very short deadline. Chair, is there a way that we can call Madam Acting Controller to the Budget and Finance? I understand they're having an executive directors meeting, but and I'm not sure about other colleagues, but we are being inundated by calls from constituents who are hoping that they're on the list. And a matter of fact, the Navajo, Utah office reached out to us to help assist with a few names. I think at this point, Chair, just in terms of the time, it's set to expire on Friday, but I did receive the update from the U.S. Treasury. So we need to be clear when we're providing this messaging on what is going to happen to these checks. And so those are my questions that I have right now. How does this how do the checks, or how does that impact the new guidelines from the U.S. Treasury's office? What corrections are being put into place to correct the press release from the president's office that gave inaccurate information on who to call, and what are additional steps need to be taken to ensure that we want to like not stress our citizens out. We want to let them know, yeah, we are working for you. So let's work for them. I know the holidays are coming up, but today's the solstice. Today's the day that we're in reverence. Today's the day that Mother Earth is transitioning into her beauty. And so so besides all of that, what can we do to help our people? And for the Office of the Controller, Mr. Willie, I'm not sure if you have that information, like who is in charge of the hardship program? And that should be the individual who's giving the report, because there are so many questions and we need correct information, to the point where I think, Chair, I was going to ask if the Speaker's office can like get on the radio and try to provide some assistance, because there are a lot of individuals out there with very unique situations that, although we're assisting the Office of the Controller, it looks like they need more time, more energy, and the way this was planned out is not seem. It doesn't seem like a success so far. So I just need to know where we're at with that. Thank you, Chair and Mr. Willie, for your report.
Okay, yeah, National Endow for your question and request. Mr. Willie, is there a way you could get a hold of this the gay? You come join on the call here.
Mr. Chair, Honorable Crowdy also. I'm texting her now, so I'm seeing if she can get on the line.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Willie. Back to the committee, the Budget Finance Committee. Delegate Jimmy Gill here. Delegate Jimmy Yellow here.
Okay. Yeah, it's not. Anyway, yeah, thank you, Chairman. You're pretty strong. Taking over your own as a responsibility as a chairperson. Yeah, I totally agree with the Shemaya Honorable Crowdy. Yeah, you bring us important issues. I support it and what she said. Totally agree with it. Worksheet worksheet for the current one, hardship or CARE Act funds, the current balance. I'll have that one with me, Mr. Willie. Mr. Willie, for your report. I need that copy too.
Thank you, National Endow, for your request. Any further questions, comments? Budget and Finance Committee. With that,
sure,
Mr. Willie.
Mr. Chair?
Hold on, Mr. Willie, hold on. Snada, I think I heard Eugene So on the line. Snada.
Oh, she's still there.
Oh, Biga.
I was just to inform you guys, Budget and Finance Committee, also Mr. Willie, emergency legislation installed in regards to the hardship. The one that they did enough to smart. I assigned a lot of the petition, but we're up to 12, so it didn't came through. They for 60 and over. That one controller the report. With all the information on it. ADG is in there now.
for hardship for 60 they go get contract clause. So nobody signed up on the petition, so I was just kind of feeling somehow about it for tomorrow's special session. But I put it back in there again for, I'm asking for another special session for Monday or Tuesday, Navajo, to speaker. So hopefully we will get all the signatures then. But I was kind of disappointed about how come how did I assign the about to the case. So that's what I'm doing right now. Or maybe I can watch time for Thursday. That's it. See if we can go for Thursday. So I had to talk to the speaker, see what he can, what date that he's going to give us. So what we need to get rid of those funds. I said, Budget and Finance Committee to allow me to speak. Thank you.
With that, move back to Mr. Willie for your responses. If Ms. McGay is on the line, we need her to respond also.
Mr. Chair, I've tried texting her, but she's not texting back. The only phone numbers that I've got available, in response to Delegate Crotty's question, is the 871-6703, 871-6271, 871-6597. I've also got an email. It's Hardship, so HARDSHIP2 TEAM team at nnooc.org, and I can forward this to Peggy, and she can send it out to the group also for correspondence. I know that constituents and Navajo individuals have been trying to call, and that's what we've been taking care of a lot of within the last week or so. But the other questions, I would assume that Ms. Controller would be able to help answer those. And I apologize, I don't have all the answers for all of it, but that should help at least so you have some of the contact information there. Mr. Chair.
Chair
Thank you.
Chair
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Hold on. Thank you, Mr. Willie, for that response. And
yeah, okay. Any number.
Can you please mute your phone, please? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Willie. And again, just keep trying to contact Ms. McGay. Just back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Peggy?
Yes, I believe the controller was on the call. I think her call dropped. That's what I was going to tell you. She's not on the screen anymore, but she did call in.
Okay, I think I did hear her voice too, but we'll wait. She might come back on the line. With this, back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Henio, the controller's on the call.
Okay. So our Budget and Finance Committee members, any further questions, comments? To know you do have a request, Che. Should I delegate Odoso? Vice Chair Odoso. Oh.
Okay. As many of the delegates having a lot of issues with the call-in information to the controller's office pertaining to Hardship 2, I myself, my constituency base, and we've been getting, we're told that they emailed the controller's office too, and there's no response, no communication, and I just want to see what protocol is set up for that, and because basically we're just putting our people in the dark pertaining to hardship 2. I have a constituent from Phoenix, Arizona, that stressing that. She goes, maybe I'll go ahead and give you my name and information so that maybe the controller's office can respond to you. And again, I will be shooting out an email to the controller's office with some names and an email to try to reach back out to them, and also an email the phone number to them. But I really hope that they're not avoiding people, and that's just my fear. I know there's probably a lot of people out there, but that's what we're getting from the general public. Maybe I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Not say anything and brush it under the carpet? People need a response. Whether it's by radio or something, so that they know something's coming. And then the controller's report, if I may request that a report for this particular report to be emailed to me, so that I can review that and provide some answers to my constituents when they're asking, because I got people calling. So, yeah, thank you.
Check the order. So, with this, Madam Controller, Mr. Gay.
Yes. Good morning, Chair Hinio, Budget and Finance Committee. This is Elizabeth Begay. Question about legislation that to reintroduce. And CARES fund that be available if goes through, as we have 15 to 16 million, and that will be able to accommodate the dollar per L60 and above. We estimate, and that should be sufficient to assist L. Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yeah, choppy, but I can hear you. Is that complete your response?
Hello?
Back to the committee. Any further questions for Ms. Elizabeth again?
We report Ms.
Hello, Chair. Are we still online?
I can hear people now. Before it was coming in real choppy. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Chair.
Okay. So does that complete the response from Madam Controller, Ms. Begay?
Chair, this is Delegate Crotty. We never heard what she said.
Oh,
Or I didn't hear on my end. Sure.
Okay, Mr. Chair, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, okay, good morning. Yeah, based on the report that was provided by our office by Mr. Willie, there's 16 million available unspent from the CARES fund, and that money is sufficient to assist the elderly 60 and above. If the council wished to hear that legislation, and we estimated 50,000 elderlies, so at $300 each, that is sufficient to assist the elderly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that response, Ms. Begay. Also, back to the committee, Delegate Amber Canaswat-Cotty, if you would repeat your question the first time, so since we have Ms. Begay on delay.
Yes, thank you, Madam Acting Controller, for getting on the line. My questions were to Mr. Willie. If we could get a clear idea on the status of the checks. We have two listings. The listings from Hardship 1 on the January checks that have expired. And the second listing is is Hardship 2. And so I did read the U.S. Treasury's guidance in terms of the funds being available to fund those hardship checks, I believe until next year. I saw a 2022 deadline. If you could give us an update on that U.S. Treasury guidance, or and I support Delegate Eugene So's or enhancement to our elders who are over 60 years old. But I do need to know what is considered the deadline, and how much public outreach have you provided in terms of the Hardship 2 in getting the right numbers. We are hearing complaints that voicemail are closed. So I asked, who is supervising the Hardship 2 program? How many employees do you have? And is there a plan to assist the remaining individuals on those lists? Because it's a large number of individuals, relatives, who may or may not know that they have an opportunity to, and their funding is there for that check. So I'd like to know those questions as we are helping as many constituents and relatives as possible. And it's especially challenging for those who live off the nation and do not regularly have any type of contact with the nation, and have never experienced this type of delay, or how much information is not only required, but then not knowing the follow-up and how to work with the nation to secure their allocation for their hardship. Thank you, Madam Controller.
Okay.
Okay, Kiana, thank you for that question. Repeating the question again, but that's defer back to you, Madam Controller. Ms. Begay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Crotty, for the question on the new guidelines issued by the U.S. Treasury. the CARES fund must be incurred, the expense by the end of this month, December 31st, 2021, meaning incurred, it can be encumbered, but not issued a check. So that's the one we may have to use if legislation that will be introduced by so uh, because
I'm sorry, Madam Controller, Chair Henio, I'm hearing Madam Controller very choppy.
Ms. McGay, is there a way you could move to a better device or location? We could just barely hear you this time around. It's
okay, let me move to better.
you might have to call in from
Okay, is it
a
better?
landline or a cell phone. I think it's your computer or your it's not connecting well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because it sounds like a robot on this side. That's why.
Yeah, there's okay. Is this better, Mr. Chair?
No.
Hello?
No. That's why I was asking if you could use a cell phone or a landline to call it to the meeting here.
It's a cell phone. Let me ask if I can use a landline or okay, hold on. Is there a better connection here? Okay. Mr. Chair, I have to find a landline to
Chair Henio, are you still on the call? Looks like his call dropped.
Okay.
Oh, there you are.
I'm back on. I accidentally hung up on myself here.
Chair Henio, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, we can hear you better now.
Better? Okay, thank you. All right. Question from Delegate Crotty about the U.S. Treasury guidelines. We are now allowed to encumber or incur the expenses by December 31st, 2021, and expend the money, or meaning issue the checks by September 2022. So if the legislation from Delegate So passed the council and we are unable to issue all 50,000 checks to the elderly, we still have time until January to fully issue the checks. We can encumber the expense. So that will allow us to do that once we submit all the names of the elderly that qualify and encumber the money. So that's the plan on that. And right now we have 19 employees working under the hardship assistance program, and they are diligently answering all the questions, all the emails or the calls that they receive. And we ask for your patience on that. And we continually reaching out to the individuals that apply but have yet to receive their checks. Right now, we still have these approximately 2,000 that we're working on, and we plan to issue the checks sometime next week to fully assist all the applicants that applied for hardship too. And then for those outstanding checks that the recipients have yet to cash or deposit their checks, of course, we did the radio announcements, and the president did a press release asking them to submit their checks back to us because the bank will not honor those checks anymore. And again, we are continually assisting the applicants that apply for hardship and try to resolve the issue that they have and get them their checks. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that response. Ms. Gay, back to the committee. Any further questions, comments?
Delegate Yellowhair, Chairman. Yate.
Sundar, you have the floor.
Okay, Yate, Chairman and Vice Chair, my colleagues, for Councilman Deutsch, thank you. Thank you for your report, Elizabeth McGay, Acting Controller, also your assistant, Mr. Robert Woolley. Thank you very much. Based on your report on December 20, as you sent a memo to Honorable Chairperson, Mr. Hanio, the result you have on this, the final report, I think so. This is a report as a bottom line. Unspent fund is $8 million, $8,047. That's unspent money. Now that we're talking about the pending check runs. Pending check runs is about $2,914,500. That leaves a grand total of $34,302. $34,302,555. Those are expenditures. So that means the remaining balance $8,008,047. How are you going to take care of these outstanding hardship funds for a total pending estimate is $2,914,500. The estimate is total pending. And I think that amount is the outstanding checks, has not been cashed. If I'm wrong, please correct me. And then how are you doing with this $8,008,000? How many are still not reported as has not been paid. Do you have a roster list for these individuals? Outstanding checks not been cashed, which is already encumbered. And also we need people that have not been paid yet. Do you have a list for those people too? So it can meet $8 million on expended funds. Do you have these documents with you, acting controller? That's my question, Chairman.
Senator, is that the extent of your question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Delegate Yellow Hair, the pending check run that totaled to 1,993 individuals. And we calculated 2,914,500. Pending check run is different from outstanding checks. Pending check run, we have not issued the checks to them. We're still doing quality control, if you will, on them, meaning we're verifying that they have not received the hardship assistance from Hardship 1. And once that's cleared, then we will run the checks for them. But for the outstanding checks, that's in that memo. It's not part of the worksheet. It's on that memo at the bottom. We stated under Hardship 1, there's approximately 7,500 Hardship 1 assistance checks that were not cashed and they're deemed unexpended. And we still diligently calling these individuals if we have their contact information to turn over their check to OOC because they're considered expired checks. And that's the 8.2 million that we estimated total outstanding checks. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that response. Any further questions, comments, Senator? Budget Finance Committee?
Chair Henia, this is Delegate Crotty.
Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So, Madam Acting Controller, can you? I didn't write down who is the supervisor for the Hardship 2 team? How many employees do you have? And I just need to get a better sense of when we're submitting the names. We're just looking for and understanding you're doing quality control. It's just hard to, with the amount of time that has passed and how we're towards the end of the calendar year, what is the best approach? Do you plan for the next 5 days to blast out through social media and on the radio to get folks, to get them to call? Do you have, is it my understanding that you had numbers and they no longer work and that's why you're trying to verify the contact information? I'm just receiving multiple accounts from folks who have been waiting for the check, and so I'm just trying to understand how we best can support them as they wait for those dollars. Or is there room for those that we know did not receive funding away, since this funding is set to expire? Is there some alternative, like will they be able to receive this funding later on, knowing that although we tried our best, we couldn't get their correct contact information. My concern is that they did apply, and so they did demonstrate on their end. And then this part, and I appreciate that we're doing due diligence or sorting this out. I don't know how many of the applicants knew at the time that they would have to verify their address and at what time. So I just think at this point there has to be a solution that's a win-win, knowing that they did apply and they're eligible and they finished the application and now just not receiving their dollars because they may or may not know that they need to verify the correct information. I hope that's clear, because what I'm just trying to do is we're getting a lot of the calls and we're trying to manage them as best as possible. And I am going to tell you, the staff like at Legislative Services and people are very upset. They had an expectation that their checks would be out, and we're just trying not to increase their mental, just try to keep everyone calm and let them know that the money's there. And because right now they just feel like, where's my money? That's what I keep hearing, where's my money? And I understand. So what are we going to do to help those people? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. One question, back to the Madam Controller, Mr. Gay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Crotty. There's 19 temporary employees that are currently working on hardship assistance program, and 3 are team leaders, meaning they're act as a supervisor for the rest of the employees. So there's 3 of them. And of course, on our part here at the central office at OOC, we have 2 that overseeing the hardship assistance program as well. And with regards to the 1,993 applicants that we're still doing quality review, it should be done by today. Hopefully, once it's done, then we can issue the checks. So as far as our office is concerned, that's the only remaining applicants that we will be assisting, except for the latecomers. As I understand, there's still several Navajos that are submitting their applications because they found out that we don't have any record of their applications. So they're still continually submitting it, and we're still accepting them. But it's not in the thousands. It's just in the probably in the hundreds the most. So, but for those that have not received their checks, we did radio announcements that they should contact our office. And I'm sorry that some of the calls were not being returned, or they're getting busy signal, but we're trying our best. We open up like 5 other phone numbers for to accept calls, and we will continually do media publications to make sure that those that have not received their checks to contact our office. We gave a deadline of December 23rd for those recipients of checks that have not cashed their checks to come to our office so that we can reissue their checks. We have to put a deadline. It's just, we cannot just make it a never, no deadline. So please understand that we just have to expand or encumber the unexpended funds by the end of this month. Otherwise, we have to return the money back to the U.S. Treasury. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that response. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If none, they'll call for the question to accept the report.
Chair Henio, I'm actually, I do have a question.
Okay.
I think in terms of policy, Chair, what is the recommendations from this committee or to get recommendations from the council for those individuals who, through, I believe their best intent was to get a hardship allocation, and there's just so many. I know it's considered a small percentage, but it's a lot of Navajos who applied, and I would just say, Chair, maybe then as a committee we need to then ask Legislative Council if there's room for future allocations. I just don't know. Is the committee, I'm just not at the point of saying too bad, so sad, because there's so many different things that are going on. What can we do to make sure if in the future these individuals who contact and we get the right information have an opportunity to get this funding that's identified for their hardship?
I can't offer your question, Shanada. And no, right now, the deadline that's really pushing us against the wall, as we have the holidays coming up right now. December 24th, Friday is a holiday, and so that only makes the work week shorter here for the Navajo Nation employees. At the same time, the ultimate deadline for encumbrance, I believe Mr. Gay was saying, is it December, Mr. Gay? What's the ultimate encumbrance?
Yeah.
December 29th?
Yeah, December 23rd is the deadline we gave to those recipients of checks that have not cashed their checks.
Okay, thank you for that. And then at the same time, with the pending legislation from this Delegate Eugene, so requesting for special sessions. Really, it's just putting us really in a position where we don't want to be in, and having to revert some of this money back to the government. And there are still people waiting there for either Hardship 1 or Hardship 2. And it's kind of like, well, it's, how many days do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. And so we actually have to work with Shinanta. And as a committee, we can push and request and all we can, but I believe the staff is doing their working almost overtime to get a lot of these checks out. Mr. Gay, do you have any solutions, or do you have an input to this question and the dilemma that we're in?
Mr. Chair, there's two options. One is that the memo that myself and the Attorney General issued recommending that any unexpended CARES fund will be used to reimburse the UUFB, the Sihasen, for the COVID-related expenditures that were incurred before. That's one option, and we cited several Navajo Nation Council resolutions allowing us to do the automatic reimbursement because it's stated on that council resolution. And of course, there's the other option that Delegate So would like to introduce to assist the elderly. And we do have the names of all the elderly that qualify. And of course, we have to run the checks, and we need sufficient time to run all those approximately 50,000 checks. So that's what we are facing now. You have those two options, but we can work with those two options, whatever the council wishes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McGee. I think the topic here we're talking about is the applicants that applied during hardship 1, and as reported, it was 7,500 checks that are still sitting unaccounted for, uncashed, unclaimed. That's what we need to look at as far as how, I mean, the time is just right there, and reaching out to the all the applicants that are still waiting, wondering where do I call to get my either my information right or to get my check reissued again. I think that's what the topic here is that we need to reach out to the families or individuals that had applied but never received anything, and they're still waiting, calling the local officials and everybody to say, where do we call? What do we do? I think that's what we're talking about here, Mr. Gay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, with regards to that, they have until December 23rd to come in and turn over their check to us so that we can reissue them. After that, it's just no way for them to get assisted because the money will be either be used under the option 1, as I stated, or to reimburse the general funds, or the option 2 with the Delegate So, but just no way of us to wait forever for them to turn in their checks. And most of the calls that we receive lately, there are those that already got assisted. They're just got confused that they're supposed to get assisted again under hardship 2. And we explained to them they don't qualify for hardship 2 if they already got assisted on hardship 1. And but that's what the plan is. December 23rd will be the deadline for those recipients that did not cash or deposit their check to turn over their expired check to our office. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that response, Mr. Gay. Back to committee members, Budget Finance Committee members. Any further questions, comments? Do we have Ms. Dana Barboff on the line with us?
Chair, just Delegate Gay.
Delegate Elmer P. Gay. Peggy. Well, Delegate Elmer P. Gay has the floor. Can you reach out to Ms. Barboff and see if she can come on the call with us?
Mr. Chair, this is Lurleen Tupahi with Office of Legislative Counsel. Ms. Barboff is on the RDC call.
I'll let her know.
Okay, Shane, thank you so much.
Chair, this is Dana. I am on the call.
Oh, hello, Dana. Thank you for coming on the call. We're just sitting here with Madam Controller Elizabeth Begay on Hardship, CARES Act Hardship 2 and Hardship 1. And the topic here is the Hardship 1 applicants that never claimed their checks or cashed them. That's one issue. And there's the deadline of this Thursday in a couple of days for them to bring it in and get checks reissued. Then the other one is the Hardship 2 applicants. And the deadline is this next week for this CARES Act funding to be expended. At the same time, we're looking at Delegate Eugene So's legislation as far as expending the $8 million that's left over. And so we're trying to find some options of how we could go about this. Ms. Barboff, I don't know if you'd be able to weigh in on the conversation here.
Thank you, Chairman and Budget and Finance Committee. As far as the Hardship 1 checks go, those checks, I believe, all have expiration dates on them. I don't know what else the controller can do other than ask them to be returned and replacement checks done. As far as the deadline that goes, that's really a procedural or process deadline. I don't know really what to advise on that other than what they're doing. As far as Hardship 2, so the recent CARES guidance does establish that everything has to be obligated by December 31st. Checks can, so if it's obligated, the checks can be issued after that date, but they do have to be obligated. As far as the remaining amounts of the CARES funds, I reconcile it this way, that unless, and when I say this, I should put a little bit of background info. As you are aware, the President's office, or excuse me, the Attorney General, the Controller, issued a memorandum about using the CARES funds, the remaining CARES funds, to reimburse the CSFAN, UUFB, etc. And to do that will take a journal entry, since those payments have already been made. So that can be done relatively quickly. The controller would need to tell you how long that would take. So the way I am reconciling this is that unless the council can pass some type of legislation directing where they want the remaining funds to go, such as Eugene So's emergency legislation, that if that or a similar legislation does not pass, then the fallback will be to reimburse the CSN UUFB. And so I have to defer really to the controller as to exactly what those deadlines would be, because it's really a process question. Thank you, Chair. I hope I answered what you were asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barba, for your input. With that, I'll defer back to Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Your question, you have the floor. National Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay, first call.
*6 if you're trying to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Can you hear me now?
Oh, you have the floor.
Okay. Hagashin, Chair Henny, other the members of the Budget and Finance Committee, other people that are on the line, other them, thank you for the report to Mr. Willie and then also Ms. Begay. I have a question. I know that I'm not sure if this was covered, but I'm trying to listen for that. I know that there's new extension that was made for CARES funding this for this year. I know that the deadline is December 31st, but there's a policy that was put in place for the extension is that you have to be incurred, that funding has to be incurred. That means that you can, I guess, can you explain that to us more? That it can be like, as long as there's an invoice made that it can for before the 31st is how we understanding this a new policy on the deadline for the CARES Act. That's my question.
They'll get Elmer PBG. They'll get Jim Gilla here. They'll get Jimmy Yella here.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman. My most concern is the checks that were outstanding. It's not been cashed yet, and we all know that we heard from KTN for those people need to cash those checks, and I'm just kind of worried about how the controls are communicating with these people out there. All we say is, you have not cashed your check, please bring it back and please cash your check. So all we heard, but for me, should be contact with chapters at their locations too, so it can be heard to each one of them. Otherwise, there's nothing's been done from the controller. Really, it's just, I don't. That's why I asked, do you have the list for those checks that were outstanding? I asked for it earlier. Who are those individuals that can be also bring before a committee, chapter councilman, so it can be sent to the chapters too? And that's my concern. There's nothing been going on from the controller. Then there's no communication well that needs to be bring before. Somehow, it's got to be done. How about the check? Because can we call their name from KTN to bring those checks or cash the check? That's what we need it somehow. Otherwise, nothing's going to happen. These money is going to be checks going to be expired for good. And there's $8,000 also outstanding. It's not been spent. I don't know what's going on. How many checks were outstanding? It's not been ready to be submitted to the people so they can get paid. I don't know. You have the documents, acting controller, and that's my concern. Because we need to take care of this for the people up there. There's a lot of people concerned, and the numbers been calling where you have advertised this number should be called, but they do call those the numbers, but no answer or nothing's going on from that telephone numbers, and that's what was concerned. It was also brought from the KTN to the number was submitted to the people that's not working or just busy tuned. That's what's going on. There's nothing. This is the same situation happened the first CARE Act first one that was submitted. The communication was a problem. Another problem we have communications. We had to do something about it. Either call their name. Who are those guys anyway? If we can't do anything about it, confidential, and nothing's going to happen. I think we should call their name or just ready available. Those checks need to be named. Who are those guys? That's my concern. Chairman, Social, based on the authority. I need Glenn. Everybody still chairman. Yeah.
Thank you for your comments and concerns regarding the topic here. And I'll defer back to Mr. Begay for a response.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First question from Delegate Begay. Incurred, that is translated to encumbered or committed, even though we have not issued the actual payment or the actual check, it can be considered eligible expense under the U.S. Treasury that meet the guideline that it's considered expended by December 31st, 2021, even though we have not actually issued the check, as long as it's encumbered, incurred, or it's committed to be expended. And for Delegate Yellow Hair, question about the outstanding check. Keep in mind that these are from Hardship 1 recipients. Those are the one that we hired the consultant to process their checks. And we were able to identify the names of the individuals, and we released that information. But according to DOJ, those that would like information on the list of outstanding checks issued to these individuals, they need to fill out this release of information form, and Peggy is coordinating that. We requested Peggy to assist that on this, so we will be able to release the names once you fill out this form, and that's requirement per Privacy Act. And we're diligently trying to get hold of these individuals. As I said, this was from Hardship 1, so we do not have complete information about their contact. Some of them, or most of them, we don't have the phone numbers, we don't have their address, and we were able just to match the names of the payees based on our on the checks that were issued to them. That just the check number, we match it to the payees, and that's how we identify these individuals with outstanding checks. That's my response, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that response. Back to the Budget Finance Committee members. Any further questions, comments?
This is Delegate Begay again, follow-up question.
You have the floor.
Thank you for the response, Ms. Begay, regarding the incurred policy that was put in place again. I know that this was for the funds that we're talking about, the $8 million that is for hardship. If we can use it for different, like for another purpose, we have to do a legislation. Is that my understanding? That's the first one. So, and then another one is there any, I know that here on all the 5 chapters that I went to this past chapter meetings, I never, seems like the chapter, to notify the community, I think they need some kind of some notification to post it onto the chapters, so people can look at it. And I know that I brought this up during the chapter meeting, the planning meetings, but it seems like the chapter staff and the official wanted to know how they can notify the people, and I know that there's a Privacy Act there, which we cannot actually notify the people, people that are recipients to those checks. So, I was always wondering how you were notifying the chapters too. Is there any flyers or any maybe executive order or notification, which is it can be brought out to the chapters, and I know that there's a lot of people that goes to during the first of the month. I know that people go to the chapters, and then they go to the nearby convenience stores. They usually post those things up, and they're reading some of those stuff. So I was wondering, is there a way that how can this be done? You know, that we know that timeline is there, and I'm not sure if the new information that we're making, if they can go in, like for example, we just mentioned that they can bring in their check, and then they can be reissued that, and something like that. Is there a new something that you can deliver to the chapters as soon as possible, and we can post them up? I think that's the only best thing that we could do. So is there a way that somebody's there that is supervising that, or is there any person that's that is overseeing that part of it, or responsible for that, to disseminate this information? Maybe that person needs to really to have a really creative how we can do this. So that's something that I think we need to do. I know that people, some of them, when I mentioned to them, they say that, well, we haven't heard anything yet, and we know we heard it on the radio, but it was so fast, and we didn't understand it, and something. I think we need to do that. I think we need to somehow disseminate information. The new recommendation that we have. Other than that, my recommendation was: is there going to be another resolution or legislation that we have to do if we can change the scope of spending that money elsewhere again? Thank you.
Thank you, Shinada. I'll defer to Office of Legislative Counsel on your first question regarding using the Unexpended CARES Fund for a different purpose. Mr. Pai.
Chair, this is
Barba. Go ahead, Ms. Barba.
Thank you. And yes, if you are going to use the remaining dollars for a different purpose, and keep in mind the original purpose was to provide hardship assistance up to, I believe it's $13.50 per adult. If you are going to use it for a different purpose, such as what Eugene So as emergency legislation set up, you do need a resolution. You do need a resolution by council with a 2/3 vote. The one exception, I think, is if there are no resolutions that change, that make a change, then there's enough statutory language to rely on so that the UUSB and CSN can be reimbursed at the last minute. Thank you very much, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you for that response. Now back to Mr. Gay, Madam Controller, for the rest of the response.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the question about notification for the chapters, we can develop some flyers quickly to distribute to 110 chapters. We try to contact the chapter and give them the names, but the problem we have on these outstanding checks from Hardship 1, most of them, they did not disclose the chapter affiliation. So we don't really have no information what chapter they belong. But we try to do that for those that have chapter affiliation to identify, get assistance from the chapter manager, to notify the members of their community that have not picked up their checks or have their checks expired, but with these flyers, we can work on that right away and give it out to the chapter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that response, Ms. McGee. Back to committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If not, call for the question to accept the report. There are no further questions or comments. Ramona, if you lead us a roll call vote.
Chairman, roll call vote on receiving report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. My phone was mute again. I don't know what's the problem. Anyway, I vote green. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Chair, vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 2 members not voting, and chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. We have accepted the report. Thank you, Mr. Gay, for coming on the call with us and answering these questions. And so, that moving along on our agenda, we do have next item is old business. There's none.
Chair,
and then we'll go to Shunda, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I apologize. If I could get guidance, I did request for Ms. Murphy, our new Navajo Nation economist, to provide a report to Budget and Finance. I did not add her report to the agenda. Can you give me guidance on terms of, should I suspend the floor rules to add her report? Or how can we move forward since she is on the line, Chair, and ready to present to the committee?
Okay, Shunda, you motion, make a motion to suspend the floor rules to add report item B, the Navajo Nation economist. That would be the process. So is that your motion?
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much. If I could make that motion. Thank you, committee members.
There is a motion on the floor to suspend the floor rules to add a report to item 5B as 5B, and there'd be a report from the Navajo Nation economist, second by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. So there is a motion second on the floor. Is there any questions, comments? Tanoya, Ramona, if you lead us in a roll call vote to accept, to suspend the floor rules to add a report item 5B.
Page 2.
Delegate Jimmy Yell here. Can you mute your phone, please? Go ahead, Ramona.
Okay, Chairman Henio. Roll call vote for the suspension of floor rules. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 2 opposing, and 2 members not voting. Chairman?
Gashina, thank you for that. Motion to suspend the floor rule receives a due pass. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With that, let's move forward to item 5B, report from the Navajo Nation economist. Ms. Murphy, are you there on the call with us?
Hello, this is Nota Silversmith requesting permission to speak briefly.
Mr. Silversmith, who are you? Are you with the Economist office?
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Nota Silversmith. I'm the Department Manager for Business Regulatory Department, speaking on behalf of Mr. J.T. Willie today.
Okay, great. Mr. Silversmith, do you have something to information to give us?
I'm just going to do an introduction for Ms. Murphy and just kind of giving a brief overview of that.
Okay, sounds good. You have the floor, sir.
With that, thank you, Honorable Chair James Hinyo, Vice Chair Raymond Jr., Raymond Smith Jr., and members of the BNF committee. Yate she Notasi Silversmith and she Panagathni Nishlan Kiani Bushichin. Like I said, I'm the department manager for Business Regulatory Department under the Division of Economic Development. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today to the Budget and Finance Committee. I would like to wish you and your families a very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. I'm representing Mr. J.T. Willie this morning as he is unable to be here due to him providing he's doing a work session with President Nez, and Mr. Willie sends his regards and apologies for not being on the call today. So with that, I'll go ahead and let the floor go to Miss Alicia Murphy or give it back to the BNF committee so you guys can introduce her yourself. But thank you, and I'll be listening on the line if you guys have any questions, and I can text and communicate with Mr. Willie directly if you guys need him on the call. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silversmith, for your introduction. I'll defer the floor to Ms. Murphy.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chair Henio. Good morning. Good morning to the members of the Budget and Finance Committee today's meeting. Thank you for the time to introduce myself and speak. Yat Eshe Alicia Murphy Nishya, Kia Ani Nishle, Hanaga ni Bashichin, Tohogli ni Dashache, Zaiskini Dashanala. I am from Crown Point, New Mexico. I was raised here in Crown Point, and a little bit about my background. I went to New Mexico State University to receive my bachelor's in social work. And immediately after that, I went to Washington University in St. Louis and got my master's in social work, where I had a concentration in social economic development. That's where I learned about economics and how economics could be used as a tool to tell the story about communities. And I was just intrigued and followed my curiosity after that. So after I got my master's in social work, I came back to New Mexico State University and enrolled in the Master's in Economics program. And my concentration there was in public utility regulation. However, I did receive general economics training and studying with topics such as regional economic development, rural economic development, sustainability studies, micro and macro studies. So I got the whole general economics education from my second master's degree. And then after that, I just smoothly transitioned into the Doctorate of Economic Development program at New Mexico State University. And I passed my comprehensive exams in 2020, which was very difficult because of, the pandemic taking a hold of everybody, and even NMSU had to change the rules for me to pass my comprehensive exams. But now I'm here. I am the economist for the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development, and I am incredibly honored to have been selected for this role. And I am thankful for the support of the Division of Economic Development, my mentors, and of course my family as I'm doing this job. And my work right now has been to listen and learn about the Division of Economic Development and the interactions between various departments and offices. I am currently scheduling one-on-one virtual meetings with the departments within the DED to learn from them what they do and what current projects they are working on. So this foundational knowledge building stage that I'm in, I'm not taking this stage lightly. It is very important to me. JT Willie has been really helpful in having important conversations regarding, the process of what the different departments do in terms of economic development. He's been guiding me through these processes and explaining how things are done, and I'm very, very thankful for that. So he's also introduced me to other partnerships and other projects that have been ongoing for the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development. And I'm excited to get involved on those in the near future. So as I establish this role and the duties of this new position as the economist, I'm working on sort of like a wish list, for lack of a better term, in what I want to see going forward. I know this work is going to be a long-term ongoing job, and I'm excited to do it. So respectfully, I wish to build upon what has been done in the past, learn from it, and then study our current status of the Navajo economy, and then look at that economy in an in-depth way so we can strategize the allocation of resources to ensure, that our economy's needs are met and that our economy may reach its full potential for generations to come. So my work is not just an immediate thing, it's an ongoing thing. And I understand that a lot of that is done through partnerships and collaboration with several departments, including the Budget and Finance Committee. Furthermore, I think to do this work, I believe there are several pieces of our story of the Navajo economy that we can gather, and we need to analyze and measure these parts. For example, household income, revenue, who has access to water or electricity, taxation information, taxation revenue, the impact of our Navajo enterprises, the impact of Navajo small businesses, and so much more. These are variables that are all together put in an equation, play a role in our output, our total output of Navajo Nation. If we want to work on Navajo Nation economic development, we need to know what we have so we can strategize those resources for future planning. So I just wanted to introduce myself, and I'm open to questions, but again, right now I'm in the learning and listening stage, and I have the utmost respect for all the great work that has been done. And I know building upon that work with the support and continued guidance from Mr. J.T. Willey and the Division of Economic Development and the various members of leadership, this will only help our efforts for economic development for Navajo Nation. I'm truly honored to do this work. I will do my best to use the provided data for our leadership to give them the necessary tools needed to serve our Navajo people. Again, thank you for the time to speak today, and I am open for questions. And I look forward to working with the Budget and Finance Committee going forward, and have a safe Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you. Yeah.
Dr. Sheikh, for your introduction to the Budget and Finance Committee. With that, is there a motion to accept the report?
Motion, Delegate Crotty.
Okay, motion by Shinada, Delegate Everton Aswakari, second by Shinada, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. This floor is open for questions.
Thank you, Chair. This is Delegate Crotty. May I ask a question?
Shinada, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So in terms of Ms. Murphy at Shay Kia Ani Nishla do Bilagana Bashashin, Deshini Deshache do Bilagana Deshanale Tohatoi the Nacha, and I represent 7 communities here on Navajo Nation on Northern Agency for the Budget and Finance, and I'm the chair of the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee. So I appreciate you coming on board and using your skills to help our people. I think with that in mind, if I could ask, and maybe this will be easier because a wish list is always what it is a wish list. I'd want to push and see if we could get something from your office within the next month. That's kind of an action list with timelines in terms of understanding that there's a phase for listening and gathering information. But more importantly, not just from the existing departments, because the existing departments and its structure, its system, has not been in the benefit of the Navajo people. So at the Net Policy Institute, when we did some research, it was easier to get a business site lease at the time in war-torn Civil War Rwanda than on Navajo Nation. And so we've known these challenges for many years, and yet, 25, 15, 10 years later, there's no real policy reform to help support the economy. And I appreciate that you've taken courses in what's considered sustainable development. And I would like to get an idea in terms of what does that look like for Navajo as we transition here in the Northern Agency. We are transitioning with our coal plants that are shutting down and the PRC's recent decision in terms of abandonment and how that affects our economy. There's really Navajo Nation leadership. It has really not led that conversation. There's $20 million on the table, and everyone but Navajo Nation has really identified how this funding should be used and how to move forward to transition. So I think in terms of, I'm just looking at a macro level right now. I'm interested in terms of how we can be a little bit more flexible, working with our Navajo CDFI, working with Change Labs. We now know the opportunity with Diné Development Corporation in some of their ideas to help support small businesses through their enterprise. I think that's what I really want to touch upon. There's always local economic opportunities, but we have shared that information with JT Willie and his team. And what we want to do is maximize the Navajo Gallup Water Pipeline, our agriculture business, transitioning from the power plants, and what does that look like? And there's a lot of speculation here in my community regarding helium, and what are the benefits? What are some of the challenges, and then how that will provide, if that's an opportunity just to provide revenue to Window Rock or to directly invest in the community. And that's what I'm hearing is our community members are saying everything goes to Window Rock, and we're left out here to struggle. So they want to actually change, instead of royalties going to Window Rock, that royalties go to the communities, and then Window Rock receives that like 1% community benefit fund. And so I think these will be interesting conversations to engage the communities. And if you need to pull in other resources, I have reached out to the Native American Budget Policy Center at UNM. I'm still waiting for their feedback, or looking at like First Nations development. We do work with Native philanthropy, and I'm very interested in your role in the Global Center for Indigenous Economics, or I can't say that word, but I'm really excited to understand more in terms of what are some best practices as we look to how the Alaska corporations, the Cherokee corporations, and just how we can build opportunity for Navajos here at home, or those who are like in urban setting, and international. The Net Development Corporation, I didn't realize was international, and so it's a really great opportunity to expand what we can do for our people. So yeah, thank you. I'm gonna say Shadeja. I'm 43, so I don't know how old you are, but thank you for your report. And if you have any response, but really, if we could come, I would say maybe in a month, and kind of just draft out what your action plan is. We look at things like in terms of quarters. So we're ending our first quarter. We have 3 more quarters to go. Next year's an election year, but I think if we could create with the committee, create a pathway for how to, in this time also with ARPA, to revitalize our economy. We're looking at housing manufacturing and what that can do to kind of create industry here in all 5 areas of the Navajo Nation. So thank you, Shadeja, Chair.
Okay, Sheila, for your questions and comments. Budget and Finance Committee members, any further questions, comments? Maybe what we'll do is a round of introductions from the Budget and Finance Committee to Ms. Murphy. Should I delegate Jimmy Yellow here? I'll get Jimmy Yellow here. Star 6. No, should I delegate Nathaniel Brown? Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is here.
Okay, this introduction from the committee members with Budget and Finance to our Navajo Nation economist, Ms. Murphy, Ms. Alicia Murphy. The floor is yours for introductions.
Oh yeah, excuse the background music. Topahan so like bus seems behind it to take as a fan of the Ado Nathaniel Brown the Ado I'm here, I'm listening. Thank you.
Gashika National Delegate Nathaniel Brown. National Delegate Elmer P. Gay. Delegate Elmer P. Gay. Vice Chair Smith.
Please, Delegate Gay.
National Delegate Elmer P. Gay. Introductions from the committee to Ms. Murphy.
Introduction.
Oh, introduction. Oh.
Okay, Hagashi, Shady, Nash, Edkapa, Hunstone, Torichin, the Shin, Sit Najin, the Shichi, Chi, the Schnelle, Aro, Dalcon, Tisto, and the Wells Park Congress with 80 chapters that I represent. So, Hotelako, Yate, Dokia.
Gashika National for your introduction. Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. Delegate Jimmy Yellow.
Okay, Yate.
Introduction.
Hello, Yate. Say Jimmy Yellow here, and Yate. I'm Murphy. Here, going down sorry. Say Nui, then I don't know, Slinny Tohan and Slino. For in was Chino, she that it was got so that. Out of 5 chapter represent the Black Mesa, Worsley, Pinion, Hooperwell, and Hardship. Yate, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Kashika, for your introduction. Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith. Okay, with that, good morning, Ms. Murphy, or good afternoon. My name is Jamie Hinyo, and I chair the Budget and Finance Committee for the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and I represent 3 chapters, Rema, Alamo, and Tojile. I don't have slow to the chin, but it's chin. I told Kate Linia should say that organizationally that echo. I thought I need to the house as the committee, Budget and Finance Committee to Ms. Murphy. So again, welcome, and I'll yield the floor back to you for a response. Questions posed by Nina Akodo, Delegate Ember Kanasba.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chair Henio. And thank you to everybody for introducing yourselves. I am happy to meet with you virtually. Delegate Crotty touched on a number of different topics that I am aware of and I am interested in pursuing further, in whether it's gathering information, working with different departments to collaborate on how to address these. I do understand in the process to get a business site lease is a difficult one for entrepreneurs and small businesses on Navajo Nation. That was one of my focus points in my early part of my doctorate program. I forgot to mention that every time I went through a degree program or went through a class in school, I always tried to translate that knowledge, those studies, into how I could apply it to Navajo Nation, because I knew I always wanted to come back and work for my tribe. So that is very important to me. So when I read about how long it takes for a small business to get started on Navajo Nation versus how it could be in developing countries or even in the border towns, Gallup, Flagstaff, Page, comparing those two is unfair. Navajo Nation has a very difficult process to get a business site lease process done and the business started. So that is an area I'm interested in looking at. Sustainable development is another area I really am interested in looking at in terms of renewable energy, solar or wind, whatever that may be. And I did mention that I would like to gather the impact study on how these the corporations are helping tribal communities, like the rural communities in Navajo, the Navajo Mountain chapter? How are they being helped by our Navajo enterprises? How is economic activity in Window Rock, is that helping person in Navajo Mountain? So I'm interested, and I do appreciate the suggestion for a 1 month, in 1 month that I would have an action plan. I appreciate that. That's a very good idea. So just to summarize, I believe that it's very, very important that we get to, we learn about what we have currently, all of those variables that I mentioned before, who has access to water and who doesn't. That plays a very significant role in how we can analyze and measure the status, the economic status of Navajo Nation currently. So I've heard this several times since I started work here, putting the horse before the cart. So I need to know what we have currently so that we can make plans to address each of these very, very important topics that affect our Navajo community members every day. So I am aware of these, and I thank you, Delegate Crotty, for bringing these up, and I look forward to this work. So thank you. I don't have a specific answer to any of this, and I'm going to work on it. So, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Murphy, for your response. Budget Finance Committee, any further questions, comments? I believe Ms. Murphy, you'll see, we'll have you on their agenda at regular intervals to work with the Budget Finance Committee and see how. There was a question that came up earlier, was how can the Budget Finance Committee assist you with your work as far as looking at the Navajo Nation economy? So that's probably something that you would bring back before the committee at a future date. But like you said, we'll regularly have you on our agenda to give us updates as far as what's happening and so forth. Back to the committee. Any further questions, comments? Tanoya, I'll call for the question as we have introductions made from Ms. Murphy and also to the committee to Ms. Murphy. With this, I'll call for the question. Ashanda, I'll get Murphy again. The floor.
Chair Hinio, is Delegate again, and Ms. Murphy, don't care. I have a question regarding the I guess economic status within the Navajo Nation, but specifically onto the Southwest Product Reservation. Because like I said, I'm from the community of Dalcon, Tisto, in the Wells, White Cone, and Goose Creek, which is a community near I-40, the Southwest Product Reservation. Has undergone today. We know that I've been, I guess, a concern, and I've been verbally advocating for assistance regarding the new hospital that is coming into Dalcon. So the construction is underway, and believing that December 31st will be the construction date to complete. But as far as we know, that in April 2022, the operation will be in operation for the hospital, and we will have clients there at the same time. So the Navajo Nation, and then throughout the IHS, they already have a situation regarding the retention and also the recruitment. And we have the hard time recruiting professional health workers, and we cannot keep them on the reservation too. So that's the thing. Because of that, is we don't have any that much vendors or any outlets for them to shop. Even some variety of a food stand or a restaurant or a place to stay or any kind of health care or daycare for them to go to work here. So that's the problem we have. So right now we by April started operation. It's been given that there's going to be about 240 employees to work there. There's going to be no more additional to the one that currently we have in Delcon. And then at the same time, they're saying that from $42 million that will be annual payroll, which will be within this Delcon community. So how do we expand? How do we get ready for that? How do we prepare for that? So we've been advocating for this through the current administration, and then as far as to the Division of Economic Development, what kind of plans do we have? How do we go about it? Even the road, we have really narrow road, and it's right at the intersection of N15 and N60. So how do we go about it? We've been asking for, can we start studying for the roundabout? And seems like they don't know how to do it. Nobody knows how to plan. Even just a conceptual drawing, there's nothing how it's going to look. There's nothing on it. So, but we have some people that are in school, like higher education. They bring some actual conceptual drawing. It can be done with it, but we can't even get out of the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development and Division of Department of Transportation. So that the way the parking lot is going to be, the way the sidewalk is going to be, and that the whole safety corridors, how is it going to look for pedestrians? There's no planning for pedestrians. So how do we go about it? You know, it seems that the kids that are the students that are in school and higher education, they're the ones that's bringing us all these concepts of drawing really fast. So I was wondering why we have a department, but it cannot even come up with a conceptual drawing for us. So what do we see? How do we go about it? And so that will be my question to you. Thanks a lot, Chair Henio.
Ms. Murphy, can you respond?
Thank you. Yeah, I do have a couple of things I'm thinking about right now when I'm listening to Mr. Elmer Begay. The planning of large projects like this seems to have been skipped, where here's what I'm thinking. The hospital is the main project, the main focus. We call that the basic service, where it is providing jobs, healthcare. You know, it's providing a very significant need to the community. That's called a basic service. The non-basic industry or the non-basic sector needs to be developed. You're saying you need, I'm thinking about housing for retention for doctors and nurses, the businesses like shopping for food, necessities for the people who live there, for the community also, and the people who work for the hospital. So those are non-basic essential industry sector business sectors that need to be developed. In response to this timeline where you mentioned that the hospital will be in operation or near operation in April 2022 with 240 employees, there are ideas we can talk about. I don't have an answer right now, and know that this is not a isolated issue in terms of only in the southern part of the Navajo Nation. There could be so the overall issue. I don't want to say issue, but the overall topic that needs to be addressed is how do we respond to providing the basic necessities or the essential necessities that a community needs to serve its residents and its employees. That goes back to how the business site leasing processes could be addressed, how we could create a more streamlined process for business creation and encouraging our Navajo residents and the people who come in to work on Navajo to stay on Navajo and spend and buy local by Navajo. And that is a huge undertaking to address that business site leasing process. And with the land issue being with not a debate, no, concern for state, tribal, federal, fee land, the different types of land that we possess on Navajo Nation. So I am glad to also work on that business site leasing process to make this a more streamlined process for Navajo Nation entrepreneurs, Navajo Nation businesses, and even the businesses that come after that. But again, I don't have a direct answer, and I apologize for that, but I do know that this is something I am aware of. Please know that. And yeah, that's all I have so far. Thank you.
Chairman, Celeste, this is Delegate Yell here.
Chair Hemio, *6.
Okay, there it is. I was going to get Jimmy Gill here. You have the floor.
Chair Nance Tele, Doshnat Atkin for Budget Finance Committee. Shay, Ms. Murphy, I just really appreciate you doing your best bring this forth to Budget Finance Committee. I'm pretty sure that you're going to learn a lot from here on. Maybe next report you can do a lot of homework and understanding Navajo Nation business, economic development. Thank you in addition. Merry Christmas with your family and happy holiday. Thank you on behalf of Budget Finance Committee. Chairman, thank you for the floor.
Good sure they can listen to that. They'll get Jimmy Gill for your encouraging words to Ms. Murphy. Are there any further questions, comments? Then I'll call for the question to accept the report.
Chair Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Okay, Shanta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just want, so these are in terms of your statement, and I agree with the buy Navajo, buy local. In reviewing the amount of money that the Navajo government has, not, including our general funds and our federal funds, the Navajo Nation government itself, if it could create a policy to buy Navajo, buy local, would help offset those opportunities and not just looking to the Navajo consumer, but us ourselves. What are all the linkages that we're not, giving opportunity for the local vendors, or if there's a Navajo Section 8A businesses, and looking and I don't know how many POs or how many, how often does the Navajo Nation government go to Walmart? But yet, we'll say buy Navajo, buy local. And so I think if we could focus on the mother government, then that provides opportunity for the people. And if you could consider not only, if you could look at how long it takes someone to access fresh food, and really that's the driver to go into some of the border towns. And then while you're there, you buy your other essentials, but it's the food that is driving folks for their essentials. I just wanted to just add that, and I look forward to future conversations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your wishes. Back to Ms. Murphy.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the questions. Delegate Crotty, I've done so much research on food deserts for tribal communities, and have some colleagues back in St. Louis in the same program that I was in, about where they did their research on food deserts and the scarcity of food access on tribal communities, especially Navajo Nation being so large. That the access to food is quite difficult. So yeah, there are so many things that I want to do, and there's so many ideas that go through my head each day. And I've started November 15th and have left work every day just wanting to talk to somebody about ideas. So my work now is to, after this meeting, is to put them all on paper and to prepare this wish list, also action plans that I want to take in the near future, starting 2020. So I do appreciate everybody's suggestions, ideas, advice, and I appreciate your support through this. And I look forward to this, where I can't say that enough, but I do look forward to working with the Budget Finance Committee in every department to get some, do some great work. Thanks. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair, this delegate again.
Kushina, thank you, Ms. Murphy, for your response. Budget and Finance Committee, we have a long list of legislation that we need to take action on. Delegate on the PDG.
Members of the BNF committee. I wrote Ms. Murphy too. So yet my question goes to I know that you mentioned about the buy local and buy Navajo. I need it's been we've been saying that for so long now, and it actually could it there's a lot of Navajos that are in business. They actually have business. They actually have some just from the attorney side. People that are Navajo Nation attorneys that have their own business down to they could just doing some work on the homes. Somewhere surveys something. These people, all Navajo, they go through Navajo business opportunity to get their license to do that. Like this time of the year, sometimes like these kind of funds that are coming in this time of the year to get we're all in need of to spend some money, but seems like we don't use that. It's already written. It's already written. That means it's just for the Navajo Business Opportunity Act, and also the Preference Act that we have, the preference law that we have. It doesn't get that done. The way it's already written in there, but it doesn't do anything. These people, when money becomes available from the external fund into the Navajo Nation, or these ondan hit not it seems like we're just there, but other vendors coming in, outside vendors, or that part of it, I think we need to look into that. Even though we say that buy local, buy Navajo, these Navajo business people as being the delegates, as being a budget and finance committee. So what can we do with that law? Is there a way that it can be done? Is there maybe a law that can, like where we can press charges? Who's gonna defend us? There's just a law that would so I think that's the one that you need to look into. That there's another thing. Chair Henia, thank you.
Thank you. With your questions, comments, back to Ms. Murphy.
Thank you. Yeah.
Again.
Okay. So I'm hearing stories from different agencies, and of course the representatives from those chapters are speaking and asking questions. So in my response is we have 110 chapters, and there's the important stories that come from each one of those chapters, and the lives of our community members are being affected every day with these policies or lack of policies that could happen for our nation. And so my job, as I am trying to learn and listen in this discussion, but also strategize a little bit about what I can do. My job is to use the data to influence the policies that we can make or change to help our people. So data is the tool that I need to work with and that I need to see to influence these policies, give reason, give evidence to why these policies that we can create are going to be important, and how these policies are effective. So when Delegate Crotty and Delegate Begay just mentioned buying local, buy Navajo, if that has been in place for so long, do we have the data and evidence that shows since that's been in place, what has changed? Has there been any measurements done in the past? Has there been any measurements done today to capture that influence? And when we talk about the Navajo Nation buying from Walmart instead of buying from our own Navajo businesses, we can use that data to show why it's so important for us to support the entrepreneurial process. So my job is to see that data and point out areas for opportunity, areas for change. I have not seen the general fund. I have not seen any kind of accounting like that. So I need to do my research in terms of, I need to ask for what I need. So this meeting has been incredibly helpful to me to list the things that I need and the things that I need to see. especially for the agencies, the 5 different agencies, the 110 chapters. So I am very grateful to be a part of this meeting, and your comments and suggestions and questions are only adding to how much I want to do and how much I can do. And then, so again, just to summarize, my job is to look at the data and provide suggestions, but I can't stress that enough. The data in front of me is very, very important. Thank you, Chair Henyo.
For your response. Back to the committee. Any further questions, comments? Then I'll call for the question to accept the report from Ms. Murphy. Ramona, if you would lead us to roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for accepting the report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green too.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Vice Chair votes green.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Chairman, the recount on the vote. We have 5 members voting in favor, 0 opposing, and chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. We do have a pass of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Thank you, Ms. Murphy, for taking some time out of your busy schedule to be with us this morning or this afternoon. Thank you. Yes, I'll take some. Okay, let's move on. On our agenda, old business, there's none. And new business, we do have one, legislation 241-21. Delegate Chairman Daniel So, are you on the line with us? Chairman Daniel So,
front and center, I'm here.
Thank you. With that, Peggy, if you would read the legislation to the record.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution assigned to Health, Education, Human Services, thence Budget and Finance Committee, thence Nabagia Committee, thence Navajo Nation Council. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Daniel E. So. Tracking number 0241-21, an action relating to health, education, and human services, budget and finance, and Nabagia committees and the Navajo Nation Council. Approving a limited waiver of sovereign immunity in the state of New Mexico. Medical Assistance Division provider participation agreement between the Navajo Nation Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services and the state of New Mexico. The legislation does reference that there are exhibits A1 through A7 that are attached to this legislation. The Internet Public Review document is attached and there were no comments, and the Health Education and Human Services Committee has a due pass with no amendments with a vote tally sheet that's attached. Concludes the reading of the legislation.
Okay, thank you for that reading. For that, is there a motion, Budget and Finance Committee members?
Get yellow here.
Motion, Delegate Jimmy, you'll hear motions. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Okay, Shanada. Delegate Amber Canasma second. So we do have a motion and a second. With this, Chairman Daniel Shanada, you have the floor to introduce your legislation to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Honorable Chair Jamie Hino, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Ayat Aimhit Snido Lis, Sikado Sidana Shates and the Quaggy. Dinos Agi to Yat Aim Sidini Doles Quaggy. This Betan Hodit Ahig, Aya I see. Kajo Nas that all Tahigi and yet couldn't your toda peso. Yo chisto quacky. It ocho idole. Iki ella quacky sad. Yoke la. Not able. Inest Gisato a cut a hon a whole adole ligi ebenja also suddenly I guess also ziki casin so a hajo a peso cho indole to his army because cho indole a kund a hoyanda or what our chose indo a sato not one little nato lady cho a quaggy base got a aniki con but that has committee a lastly to kojo basic the days in keep that on dot after dot meet ado nas a navigia chit a lot those days but no a quagging also suddenly I have on the call agent Dr. Michelle Branser. Again, part of our work at HES, we've pushed for a qualified clinical psychologist to be the head of the behavioral and mental health program. And Dr. Branser has stepped forward. We also have Michelle Begay Nakai from Navajo Nation Department of Justice to answer questions respective of the waiver of limited liability, as well. Mr. Chadabeda with the Office of Legislative Counsel, who wrote the legislation. So two attorneys are available should there be questions regarding the legality. But I will, with your permission, Chair, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Michelle Branser.
You have the floor, so you can call upon whoever you wish to check.
Dr. Branser, need your expert language.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is Michelle, Dr. Branzer. I'm with the Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services as the Health Services Administrator. So Honorable So for that introduction. And if anything, I'd like to share my screen. Is that okay? So hopefully you're able to see the presentation. And again, for the Budget and Finance Committee, Chairperson and Vice Chair person, as well as the committee members and those all who may be listening on our presentation today. And it is a very important discussion for us in Department of Health with Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services. So I'll go ahead and get started. I don't want to go too fast. So as you may know, Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services, our mission and vision statement is working with behavioral health services for Navajo Nation or for our Native families. And with current treatment services, that includes substance use like drugs and alcohol, diagnoses, as well as co-occurring, which means they have some underlying mental health issues. And we want to work on helping and kind of helping people reestablish themselves without substances or if they have co-occurring disorders. So this is our vision statement, as you may see. Our scope of work, you may know, is really about prevention. Obviously, if we can help individuals or families, intergenerational, stop any use of drugs or alcohol, or get help even for mental health issues by providing treatment and support services. That's the main areas and priorities in our scope of work. You can see that includes things like the clinical treatment, counseling, aftercare, and follow-up, and that will be shown also within this presentation more so. The last bullet point I just want to highlight too is our partnership development, which goes along with contracting services to help assist us to grow and expand our services as well. And that's why one of the reasons we are seeking this limited waiver of sovereign immunity in this area for billing services, third-party reimbursements. And that would definitely fall in the line of all our bullet points, but for sure with contracting and partnership developments. Okay. The other areas that we have within DBMHS is our management, which includes administration and our leadership. And as you know, Dr. Jill Jim is our executive director for DBMHS, and these are the main bullet points of what we consist of in these areas. And I just wanted to highlight our DBMHS sites that we have across Navajo Nation. As you saw, our mission and vision statement, it includes all of these treatment centers that are throughout Navajo Nation and the different agencies. Majority are outpatient treatment services or treatment centers. And you'll see things like Crown Point on the eastern side, Newlands down below here. And then the only one, minority residential facility that we have right now is in the Shiprock Agency with Navajo Regional Behavioral Health Center. And when you see these levels, 1, 2, 3, those are within the American Society of Addiction Medicine, ASAM for short, and how that treatment services are being provided and how they people get assessed and what type of treatment they're needing to be able to work on those issues. And so the other program we have within DBMHS is our Navajo Regional Behavioral Health Authority program. And that is an intergovernmental agreement with the state of Arizona, their Medicaid program access, Arizona Healthcare Containment Cost System. And so with this, we do have a continuum of care. And this again pertains to third-party reimbursements or billing because we want to capture services, treatment services, and even look at prevention in other areas. When you see these colors along this half circle, looking at ways that we can capture if individuals have Medicaid currently or going to be enrolled in a Medicaid type insurance, and Eventually, maybe we could move into other third-party reimbursements. But for now, this just lets you know our continuum of care. These next couple of slides will just kind of highlight more of the programs I was saying within DVMHS that we're looking at as billable services. And Arizona and New Mexico, these are the legislations that are listed here. The 0241-21 for New Mexico and 0244-21 for Arizona. So prevention program, they do have, and we encourage our staff to maintain their licensures and certifications so we can look at these areas as possible billable services. The next area that we highlight strongly, especially during this pandemic, is we do have traditional practitioners. Unfortunately, our faith-based counselor, he did retire, Mr. Long, but we're hoping to hire someone else to assist us. Because as we see, recovery is a spiritual journey in many ways. And these are the services that you see listed that can be billable services. More so, this is where, like the state of Arizona, some of you may be aware, are looking at the ways to bill for these type of services, if it's through state grant funding or other means, but most of the Native nations are really advocating to be able to bill for traditional or faith-based services. I did mention previously the Regional Behavioral Health Authority program. That is our intergovernmental agreement. We just renewed that July of this year, and it will go for 5 more years, and then we'll renew it again, 2006. So as you can see, this is more of a care coordination, case management type services that's being provided for those who are enrolled and with the Arizona Medicaid access system. And we do, as case management, is help get them the treatment services. Usually right now, most of it is off the reservation, like in Phoenix or Tucson. Hence, we want to, again, expand our services more on Navajo, so our people don't have to go off the reservation. But the main staff there are case managers, case assistants, and we do offer traditional services with a practitioner. Our clinical services, as you can see here, we do work with licensed independent clinical counselors, family therapists, we call interns that are working towards their independent licensure, other substance abuse counselors and mental health counselors, different variety of folks that we want to expand as well. But currently we do have licensed staff within our facilities. However, the challenge is making sure we're fully staffed. We have personnel challenges or shortages. So you heard me mention we have outpatient and residential, from screening all the way down to aftercare. And these are the areas that we're looking at for our billable services for Medicaid. And it is along that continuum of care that we looked at. With looking at billable services, we do have an electronic health record system. The EHR system at DVMH is called NetSmart My Evolve, and we're transitioning our other program, the REBA program, also to be with NetSmart as well currently. So we do have a timeline, as with billing of any type of clinical services or even paraprofessional services goes, that we are working on to make sure that when when claims get billed, we're able to do that in a sense, a way that doesn't have problems or gets denied or things like that. So this NetSmart system is very crucial. It is adaptable to the treatment services and programs that we are currently working with. It helps with these last bullet points. I want to highlight more of the tracking and the data collection and the billing with those asterisks, because those are the areas that we need to pay attention as we're building that infrastructure for all of our treatment center sites to be able to have third-party reimbursement billing. This one is more of a snapshot of how we look at clinical services that are provided and how the billing would go. And so some of this, if you've, followed your own insurance and things like processes, and, this kind of flows along with that there are referrals, there's ways of documentation of that. We look at how the insurance can be billed or what type of Medicaid the person may or may not have. And then along the way with these lines and with the different kind of squares and rectangles, all these areas are looked at for clinical review, as well as making sure the reimbursement specialists, who are our billers, are able to make sure that the claims are going to be clean, if you will, and not have issues. But again, there is a process if there are issues with our billing process. So the big thing about billing, as you may know, is we want to provide the quality assurance, hence making sure with that flow chart I just showed you before that we see, obviously not just the money, but, to help expand is a good thing, to have another revenue stream. But to make sure we're documenting everything between that time a person comes in and has billable services, that we can bill for those, and that includes that medical necessity. So there is a balance that we need to maintain with all of this with both states with Medicaid. This slide basically shows that within the states surrounding Navajo Nation, there's Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona state Medicaid systems. Currently, what we're seeking is the limited waiver for Arizona here, and then New Mexico. But in the future, if we are able and successful and continue to expand, then Utah could be with United UNHS, and then Colorado as well. So right now, currently, our reimbursement is mainly, like I said, with outpatient treatment centers, but we're looking more so even for residential treatment services. So this is a timeline that we've been working with at DBMHS. You see New Mexico and Arizona, I said, are the main areas right now. So what we do work with is the sites and their reimbursement specialists to be able to, again, do that clinical review that is looking at outpatient and also residential with Norvic. And what we have been working towards, I would say the past 2 to 3 years, is updating our Medicaid provider enrollment applications. And so that is, again, one of the reasons why we're reaching out through this process with the limited waiver of sovereign immunity, so we can have those applications or provider agreements signed and approved by Navajo Nation, so we can start billing for services. And the same here for Arizona. This is a data collection from our EHR NetSmart for FY or fiscal year 2020. And this is, roughly before COVID, and our numbers are a little different now, but looking for pre-COVID, our assigned Medicaid benefits, looking in our NetSmart data, the number of clientele that we have working with, it was 1,202. So this is the time frame from October to September that this data is drawing from. And so you can see the majority of these clients that have received services in outpatient have Arizona Access or Medicaid as their insurance. That's the 54%. New Mexico, 13, and then no Medicaid, and then a very small portion there that we have documented for Utah. So these next slides are going to look at more the challenges that we faced within these last 2, like I said, maybe even 3 years, working to get our Medicaid, our medical assistant division provider applications or agreements signed. And I know Michelle Begay-Nakai is here with us. Michelle or Ms. Begay-Nakai, would you like to go through these areas?
Chair Henio, Uh, we'll turn the teleconference floor over to Attorney Michelle Begay Nakai to do follow-up on the presentation. Thank you.
Just just be mindful. We're on the time limit. There are a number of legislations that we have to consider. So if your agents could sort of wrap it up for questions from the committee.
Okay. Ms. Begay Nakai, give us the short answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair and committee and Chair So as well. So in order for DBMHS to enter into these provider participation agreements, the application actually include provisions that the DBMHS must agree to as a provider under those states. So for New Mexico, there were several sections that were highlighted, which Dr. Branzer has included here in the presentation. And most of these sections, like section 1.16, it requires the provider, in this case would be DBMHS, to agree to certain provisions under the state law, to abide by state law provisions. At 1.16, it's specific to the Human Services Department Medical Assistance Division's program policy manual and applicable state law and regulations. And then further in section 1.33, if there's any appeals that the provider needs to do, that these have to be done under the state policy manuals and state administrative laws as well. And then further, under that New Mexico agreement, there's Article 16, which states that the provider agreement will be governed by the laws of the state of New Mexico, and any legal proceedings that come out of this, like if the state or the nation wanted to had a dispute, which results in a lawsuit or something, that these would be, the disputes would be governed by New Mexico administrative and judicial law as provided under the state policies and procedures, and also the state courts. So those provisions basically are saying that DBMHS is agreeing to be subject to state law, and under Navajo Nation law, only the council can provide a waiver of sovereign immunity regarding the nation being subject to state law. So, and in Article 18 as well, it requires the provider to indemnify the state and its departments from any claims related to these provision of health services under the agreement. So I did try to reach out to the state of New Mexico regarding those provisions to see if they could be amended, but unfortunately, New Mexico and Arizona later stated that they have these provider agreements to be consistent, and they use this one agreement for all health providers, whether they're government or not government or private, that these are things that they want in place and to be consistent for all health providers in order to protect the state as it's providing these funds for reimbursements to health providers. So we also have a listing of some of the provisions that were questionable, or I guess not legally sufficient under our legal review and the access agreement, which are noted in Dr. Brenzer's presentation, and they've been put out there. So these are the ones from the access agreement, section B7 and section B12, requiring the service provider or the health provider to comply with all state laws that are applicable, especially under access, the access rules, which are state under the Arizona Administrative Code, and any disputes have to be done under Arizona state law and the Arizona courts. And if you see section B14, there's also wording that the provider would waive any right to attorney's fees regarding any administrative or judicial proceedings from disputes under this agreement. So because of the provisions that are included within both the New Mexico and the Access agreements regarding the health provider having to submit to and follow state laws, I advise DOB-MHS that they would need to seek legislation for a limited waiver of sovereign immunity in order to actually enter into these agreements to be subject to the state laws that are applicable to the agreements. So that's a really quick run through of the provisions that are within the two agreements that require the health provider that's wanting to enter into agreement to submit to and follow state laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brenser and Michelle Begay-Nakai. Chair Hino, BNF committee members, we stand for questions. Che, members of the BNF committee, that would be the extent of our presentation.
Okay, I'm sorry, Che. I was on mute. How's yesterday here? Okay, last Che.
It was a beautiful speech you made.
So with that, let's move forward to questions and comments from the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Anita, if there are no questions or comments, we'll call for Delegate Elmer PBG. You have the floor.
I don't know why there's a meeting that he intervened, but my question, Delegate, so that echo about your age, good afternoon. But not just kiddo, my question goes directly to the presenters or so this legislation, is it only for the behavioral health and clinical areas assistance only in New Mexico area? I guess one question. The second one is we have a Navajo Nation Department of Behavioral Health under the division of the Department of Health of the Navajo Nation called I understand here the one in Dalcom. Okay, we have the behavioral health here called right now. The way I seen it is I know that there's people that goes over there and I'm not sure how through my uncle, he was a alcoholic and I used to be with him all the time. I used to utilize that service a lot. At that time, we found that I used to know the people and then the service, how they go. Even the traditional ceremonies they have, and usually they would call me then if there's any ceremonies or anything going on, I just be there for them, and then that's how it was. At age 18, it seems like there's really nothing really going on after this pandemic. Then nothing good really going on. Of course, there's no actual ceremonies or just case go. What's I guess I could say that what's the service right now? Is it still are you guys still under the impression of no ceremonies, no for these clients and things? So can you provide me that information? So I teach about that page what's going on. That's my question to Henry.
For your questions. Back to Che. Chairman Daniel So.
Yeah, Master Che. Thank you for the question. Dr. Bransur, could you please provide a response to Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay's comments and question?
Sure, yes. For the question, thank you, Shahad, Delegate Begay. So yes, for this limited waiver sovereign immunity for third-party reimbursements and billing, it is for DBMHS under the Department of Health. And so that's DBMHS will be going and it would like to enter these agreements, these provider agreements for Medicaid. And then the second part of your question of services, as you know, as you mentioned, the pandemic has really changed behavioral health or mental health services across the world or nationwide. And so, yes, we do provide telephone services as we can work with individuals to come into the facility, but that's the challenge is keeping the staff safe as well. So we do have the PPE or the protective equipment to assist in making sure that we can do intake screenings, or if individuals really need individual sessions, as long as we can abide by the safety guidelines, that is permissible. And then also we added the telehealth services, but that's been proven to be challenging. A lot of our clientele struggle with internet access or just enough ability on their own devices, whatever that device may be, to stay connected through telehealth. So we are majority services that we are providing are through the telephone still, in person as they bring their information, the documents that are required. And then also we can do both telehealth, like as I mentioned, or in person or telephone services, depending on that person's need. But this is more for outpatient treatment services. If they do require more intense level of treatment at residential, which is at 24/7 care, we currently don't have a residential facility open here on Navajo. So we do work with whatever insurance usually access to work with getting an individual to their residential treatment center. Most likely it's in the Phoenix area or the Tucson area as well. So thank you, yeah, for the question.
Okay, thank you for that response, Dr. Branson. With that, let's move forward to back to the committee.
Can I have a follow-up question?
Delegate Begay.
A follow-up question, yeah, Donna. Thank you for that again, the response. Hardship accession shady nast top Hardship origin versus thank you for your response. I think my next question is right now, I just could say that through this pandemic, or you the nation in some case with heavy or mental thoughts, quite hard to undo they've been affected, they got hurt from losing loved ones. And some of these issues yeah, she's so you have you on the biscuit house, yeah, it's the basis to the all the things that people are going through that, I guess, panic and anxiety that the issues of vehicle. Some of these called this were our traditional practitioners even though they got vaccinated, but people coming in after the effect of it. I think so. This vaccination. I think so. Because you can go through some of these people. I guess they've been hurt before, and maybe the pre-injuries that they have with where their nerves are. So some of these the nerves started reacting to that. They started going to, I guess they got hurt. They have body aches and that they kind of like what's did I do something wrong right now regarding this pandemic or regarding this vaccination? Or what's actually they have that question right now. That I guess one of their nerves that it's reacting. And something's wrong. So so how with this, I know that it's mental health part of it. Are they? How do they get help? Are they eligible? Are they eligible for that kind of service? Yeah, alcohol. Some of these how they're dealing with that PTSD. This alcohol. People are. Passing so they they're going through that. It's a service. This covers this part of it, like your third party request and then alcohol. Can they be? Are they eligible for that today? This pandemic, I guess it goes like you said. It's all over the world. Eligible or how are they going to be eligible with the Navajo Nation for the whole just other than coffee the hospital and that kid or how can they be protected too? Are they eligible for those kind of services? How it can be what do you have that for the people? Is there any plans? Is there any kind of discussion that is on it? What your service is being the service that is being provided to this Navajo Nation as only by a TV this kitchen so here's where go then kitchen the house making. That's my extent of the my question on this. Here.
Okay, Chair Hino.
Okay, yes, before.
So, Dr. Brenser, you could provide a follow-up response to Honorable Begay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Chair. So yes, Honorable. So Delegate. So the traditional services that we offer is mainly through the telephone, or if the individual that needs the services has telehealth capability, we will, go that route as well with telehealth services. So as I showed the clinical flow, so individuals that are seeking services, and this may even be related to more crisis, if someone is in crisis, meaning, the anxiety is really high, or they're really at high risk for relapsing or something related to their substance use or their addiction. And so they can call those the different treatment center sites and work with the process in a sense of they're eligible to engage in services. And so what the third party reimbursement will do is once we can enter in these provider agreements, then if the person did have let's say Medicaid as their insurance, we could look to how we can possibly bill those services. But we don't turn any individual away. It's just now with the pandemic, as you mentioned, making sure that the services, because we do have traditional practitioners within the different treatment center sites across Navajo, that when they are individuals seeking services, substance use or co-occurring with mental health, that they let the person who's helping them with their intake, or if it's in a crisis situation, that they really want to speak with a traditional practitioner, then those can be arranged. And currently we haven't had any individual traditional sessions yet, but I know what we've done for certain clients is practitioners will do the prayer or do their teachings, counseling, mainly over the phone or telehealth to help that individual during their time of need. And then another area that is not in the slideshow that we are working with a grant with FEMA and the federal partners to help create a more crisis phone line for Navajo nationwide, and DBMHS, that is one of our projects with this grant. So yes, our Diné people or even Native people are eligible, to work with traditional services. Yeah, thank you for the question.
Chair Hinio, star 6.
So, Che, that would be our response to Honorable Gay's question.
Chairman Daniel. So back to the committee. Any further questions, comments? Christina, if there's no further questions or comments, we'll call for the question to accept this legislation, and we'll move on to the next committee. Ramona, if you would roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for legislation number 0241-21. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadow, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Should I vote green?
Thank you, Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member not voting, and Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. Legislation receives a due pass. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. With that, let's go to item B, next legislation. Peggy, if you could read that into the record.
Okay, this is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution, Health, Education, Human Services Committee Thence, Budget and Finance Committee Thence, Nabikia Committee Thence, Navajo Nation Council, introduced by 24th Navajo Nation Council, third year 2021. Introduced by Daniel E. So and Edison J. Wanika, tracking number 0244-21. An action relating to health, education, and human services, Budget and Finance and Nabikia Committees and Navajo Nation Council approving a limited waiver of sovereign immunity in the Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System provider participation agreements between the Navajo Nation Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services and the Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System. This has exhibits A1 through A13, and it's a massive document. The Internet Public Review did not have any comments. And then the Health, Education, Human Services Committee has to do pass with no amendments. There's a vote tally sheet that is attached as well, concluding the reading for this legislation.
Christine, thank you for that reading. With that, is there a motion to accept the resolution? Is there a motion to accept the resolution?
Delegate Yellowhair, I'll motion.
Okay, motion by Delegate Yellowhair. Second by Delegate Elmer P. Gay. With that, Chairman Daniel Phil, you have the floor to introduce your legislation.
Okay, so Chato, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Ado Kwagi Tato, Ani, Sabi Tanahudit Ahi, Pilata, so Tigi, Kado, Dr. Brent Seward, Attorney Begay Nakai, Tato Yahatzi, Arizona Cost Containment. No, Yahanatzi, go a Kwagi Tato. Yehatzi ko ani belas le sto out without the hit any ke do pass to lately the ado naswador ni sto out with the not say Minas egi sato ben kan hot etoles ado hasin so sahazli or katida so without alia go eya at kuche was doje how so gi bebe his on the epic ho eya sato stay hodol niko has adoli e without eya Esa be danai danahodi I Kate Nil e without a Bahasti Oli Ado Craigie, Dr. Bransour and Miss Michelle Begay Nakai will be the agents to answer the committee's questions. But with Dr. Bransour, you've already covered some of the aspects in the previous presentation. So if you could make it brief to the committee, we'd appreciate it. Dr. Bransour.
Yes, hello again, Yate. So I'll just share a little bit really quickly and just highlight how we're looking at with DBMHS, the benefits for the third-party reimbursements. We are a DBMHS that is funded through 638 external contract funding with some state funding. However, to help our salary scales and to really look forward to paying licensed professionals more a competitive rate to recruit, retain, like build our workforce and expand our treatment services as mentioned before. these type of funds that with the third-party reimbursements can help in these areas. And then also, as mentioned before, with Delegate So's question, being able to look to ways to bill for traditional and faith-based services. Currently with the states, they're considered non-medicated funds with block grants and other substance use type community grants, those other acronyms. And then once we're able to also begin to start the process and get that completed with the mutual partnership agreements being agreed to, we can negotiate with the states for reimbursement for behavioral health services. And this can include things adult residential treatment services, peer support workers, and care coordination services as well. And then an issue that sometimes gets asked is really quickly, the downside if we do not, participate in the Medicaid third-party reimbursement billing, is that we would have a missed opportunity. I mean, I have described how our normal funding is current right now, but with being a entity with 638 and tribally operated facility, if we are not able to enter into these agreements, the billing rate currently for federal medical assistance is at $519 all-inclusive rate. So we would miss that opportunity and just really not being able to bill through the Medicaid system. And so we will just, maybe limited is not the best word, but we will just remain with our IHS 638 contracts. And so as we move forward, we want to make sure we follow through with our current administration. OPVP has a plan within Department of Health, DVMHS, to be able to task us with a third-party reimbursement system. And this is our process in going through for that. And these next items just again tell you that there are timeframes that we would work with the states in submitting claims for third-party reimbursement. And then lastly, again, just highlighting it can enhance our treatment services. As I mentioned, currently we have licensed professionals, but we don't have a psychiatrist, which is a medically trained person. Other clinical psychologists within DVMHS, a medical director or addictionologist, which is like a medical director to assist us in our treatment services, as well as other areas. And so again, with our current administration, we're being tasked to do things like detox services, looking at medication-assisted treatment, transitional living services. So an extra revenue source through the Medicaid or third-party reimbursements would be helping us to do that, as well as, keep growing within building quality assurance and our program integrity with policy procedures, following now Navajo Nation's, revenue managements and looking at how we're going to sustain this so we can be more self-sustainable. Well, that would be the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Chair Henio should say that will be the presentation.
Chairman Daniel, so I'm sorry. There may be multitasking here, but I cannot say. Chairman Daniel, so for your presentation. Our Budget and Finance Committee members, any questions, comments?
Chair Henio, can you hear me?
Oh, Elmer Brigay, you have the floor.
Chair Henio, Ado Chair Wedo Daniel So, Delegate, Ado your agents. Since we're talking about the Arizona access provider, so right now we have a DBHS here in Delcon. It seems like I'm not sure if they have a professional clinical psychology, a person that deals with mental health. I'm not sure if they have one here, but if they're not, what is really the difference between right now we're going to have a Telecommun Medical Center, which will be in operation by April. Then we have Telecommun Behavioral Health here. Both will be most. What will be the difference between that? I know that the clinic, the Telecommun Medical Center, will not have a Hogan, and I'm not sure if they can have. Right now, the Windsor Healthcare Center has its own traditional practitioners with them on the 638 side of it, but I'm not sure how that will work. What's the difference between that? Can you give me an information to where for me to understand how they're going to be working together, or is it going to be a difference? Or the services, is it different, or how is it going to be? Can you maybe provide me some information on it? Thank you.
Okay, Atla, Shazia, for your comments and your questions. Dr. Bransor, could you provide a...
Hold on, hold on, Chairman Danielson. Any further questions or comments from committee members? Floor still open for Budget and Finance Committee. Chairman Danielson, check. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Okay, let's give Dr. Bransor the teleconference floor. Dr. Bransor.
Yes, hello again. Yeah, for the question. So yes, it is an area that we need to collaborate even more so. IHS 638 Health Incorporated Corporations, as well as DBMHS, and pandemic has really showed that we need to come to do that more readily as well. So for the example of the psychiatrist, and that is someone who's mental health trained, also that would include substance use disorder and other areas, like maybe more severe mental health, like schizophrenia or bipolar disorders, things that, that can really debilitate a person. And so with that, let's just say DOCON was mentioned. Currently, DBMHS, as you saw, our vision and vision statement is with behavioral health services, and that's just a big catch all like umbrella word. Underneath that includes substance use like drugs and alcohol. So typically that is our scope of work that we work with DBMHS. So when we have the ability to have a psychiatrist as well, that individual is, like I said, more mental health trained, as well as substance use disorders, can work closely with the IHS facilities or the 638s. Because for right now, the way the master contracts are with the programming, the funding for those $638, IHS is tasked with more the mental health type treatments. That's why you typically will see the mental health counselors as well as the psychiatrists or clinical psychologists at the IHS clinics or facilities. And then typically you would see on the DBMH side, the licensed substance use counselors or mental health counselors that maybe even dual licensed, and the practitioners and others as well. But what we found most overall is that it is really hard to IHS 638 or DBMHS to really hire those licensed professionals in these different areas, even a psychiatrist. I believe some of the IHS facilities struggle to maintain those positions or those personnel staff. The benefit for us with third-party reimbursements is be able to expand so we can assist in that process of providing treatment services with substance use, drugs and alcohol, with mental health, and work in collaboration with the IHS facilities or 638 contracted facilities. Because you are correct, at DOCON, we have currently a substance abuse counselor and a prevention specialist, and a behavioral health director kind of oversees some other of the treatment center sites as well. So it is a smaller treatment facility, and we do want to be able to, attract, retain, recruit more licensed individuals or help those that want to come from their education or school, because it is a process to, after you complete your education, to get a licensure to be able to provide the treatment services. And I believe practitioners and faith-based counselors are the same. They have to go through a training period before they practice themselves those treatment services. And so with that, that is how we envision DBMHS with our third-party reimbursements, helping the overall ability for Navajo to provide substance use treatment as well as mental health with that co-occurring disorders type treatment. But number one would be utilizing more funding streams and wanted to help provide a higher pay scale or just ways to recruit more of these individuals, licensed professionals. Like I said, it doesn't have to be a psychiatrist. It could be another clinical psychologist. It could be a addictionologist who is a medical trained doctor in substance use disorders, which currently I don't think IHS has right now either. So, I think overall, just looking again how to work together, but utilizing the funds from a third-party reimbursement, hence through this waiver, to be able to provide even the smaller clinics like DILCON that has, like I said, a substance use counselor and a prevention specialist with their behavioral health director, more clinical support to help the people that are asking for it and that are, part of the program. So yeah, thank you for the question.
Should say, Chair Henio, that would be our response to the question.
Like the chief cannot say, Chairman Daniel. So back to the Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? To know you have to call for the question. Accept this resolution.
Chairman, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, you have the floor.
Chairman Shad, thank you for this meeting, and I'd like to say thanks to my grandson, Mr. Honorable Daniel So Shahas. New Mexico and Arizona, thank you for bringing this. These are very important information. Thank you, Chairman.
Delegate Jimmy O'Hare for your encouraging words to the sponsor. Any further questions, comments? To know y'all call for the question to accept this resolution. Ramona, if you listen to roll call vote.
Chairman, roll call vote for legislation number 0244-21. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Sada, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Should I vote in favor?
Okay, thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay also votes in favor. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member not voting, and chairman not voting. Chairman?
Sheikh Adlan, thank you for that roll call vote. Legislation receives a due pass. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. I'll change Chairman Daniel, so thank you for bringing the resolution before the committee. Next resolution, Peggy, who's the sponsor on the next resolution?
Chair Henia, did you call on me?
Yes, who's the sponsor on the next resolution?
It is Vince James. Oh, hold on. I have the wrong one. I'm doing a bunch of paperwork here. Let's see. The next resolution is 256-21, and it's also sponsored by Delegate Daniel Iso. And it's on the Head Start.
Go ahead, if you read the legislation to the record.
Proposed standing committee resolution was assigned to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, thence Navajo Budget and Finance Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Daniel E. So. Sponsor tracking number 0256-21, an action relating to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee, accepting and approving the Auditor General's audit report of Navajo Head Start and the corrective action plan proposed by Navajo Head Start. So the legislation references the CAP, and there's several exhibits that are contained in this legislation. No comments on the public internet review. Health, Education, and the Human Services Committee has a due pass with no amendment and a vote tally sheet as well. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that reading. Is there a motion to accept this resolution?
Chair Henia, motion. Delegate Begay.
Okay, motion by Senator Delegate Albert P. Begay. Is there a second? Is there a second? Going once? Is there a second? Going 3 times.
Chair Henyo, this is Delegate with a second.
Okay, we do have a motion by Senator Delegate Alma P. Begay, second by Senator Delegate Ember Knosla Akradi. With that, Chairman Daniel, so you have the floor to introduce your legislation to the Budget Finance Committee.
Okay, I had launched a check. Honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Kwagi Malchos sabi tanharitahi dani niligi kwagi. In 2017, a performance review was requested by the former chair of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Review earlier, although there was several findings, and in order to get this legislation to move forward, acting Auditor General designee, Ms. Helen Brown, basically help get the corrective action plan that is being presented as part of this legislation. I do have Acting Superintendent Patricia Ghani on the call, and she will be the agent, and also Roy Tracy, who is the Head Start designee director at this point in time. So they are available for questions and comments once they are finished with their presentation on this legislation. With that, Ms. Patricia Ghani, you have the teleconference floor. Ms. Patricia Ghani.
Honorable Delegate Daniel So, this is Roy Tracy. I believe I saw an email this morning to Helen Brown that I would be representing Navajo Head Start on this topic. I'm not sure if Superintendent Ghani will be joining us. She is with
yes.
President Nez.
Oh yes, the division directors are on their own meetings. Forgive me for that, Shache, Honorable Chair. So Roy Tracy, the acting designee director for Head Start, will do a short presentation regarding the cap and the corrective action plan. Mr. Tracy, you have the teleconference floor.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Daniel So. Good afternoon, Honorable Delegate Chair Jamie Henyo, and the Budget and Finance Committee delegates as well. Thank you for your attendance today. I appreciate your invitation. And let me be brief on the Navajo Head Start Corrective Action Plan. The CAP was an audit report number 21-10. It was a performance audit of the Navajo Head Start program back at that time in 2017. It was pursuant to 12 Navajo Nation Code Section 7D. Now with that, we responded to the corrective action findings by the Auditor General, and we had processed that information and moved it through the system, and it was determined by the Office of the Auditor General, Principal Auditor Helen Brown. We received a memorandum dated August 26, 2021. The Office of the Auditor General determined that the latest corrective action plan submitted to their office on August 17th, 2021 was adequate and acceptable. Now, therefore, the Navajo Head Start and Department of DOTI sought to provide and collect the Navajo Nation Head Start Parent Policy Council resolution. That is NHSPC 09-01-2021. That was approved by the Parent Policy Council on September 1st, 2021. And then we also went before the Navajo Nation Board of Education. That was NNBESE-753 2021, and the Board of Education approved that September 2nd of 2021. Now we come before, we went before the Health and Human Services Education Committee as well, and we are here before the Budget and Finance Committee. Just a real brief recap of the Head Start Corrective Action Plan. There were a number of findings on the internal operations and functions of the Navajo Head Start program. They range, and I'll be brief about this. I'll list about 17 or 18 items here that are the primary focus of the 20 audit findings. There are 20 audit findings that were captured. They start from reframing Head Start's strategic plan. That work, I'm sorry. That starts from reframing the strategic
Chair
plan.
Henio, excuse me.
Yes.
Chair Henio. This is Peggy.
Peggy.
Usually we have the overview of the audit report. The performance report is done by the Office of the Auditor General. And I note that we didn't have that overview to identify the findings that Mr. Tracy will be reviewing with the CAP, the Corrective Action Plan. We are kind of out of order, I would say.
I was headed that way after the presentation by Chairman Daniel Soden. I'll call upon the Auditor General.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with your permission, Honorable Jamie Henio, Chair, I will stop at the moment.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So on a real quick recap, we're talking about reframing the strategic plan of Navajo Head Start. We have already started that work. It also includes developing a SharePoint access for governing body access to that information and Navajo Head Start staff. The third is developing content area goals and objectives. That has also been incorporated already into our Head Start operations. The fourth one is providing outreach to communities for recruitment. We have an active campaign at the moment, so that is underway. We also are to implement an enrollment tracking system. We are using Child Plus, which is the sixth piece that was caught. So we are utilizing the Child Plus software to track and on a monthly basis how our enrollment is doing. The seventh is monitoring paraprofessional development. The eighth is developing mental health disability services and monitoring those. We also are to provide policies and procedures for healthcare status. We just reviewed a number of these policies and procedures for internal review that will be going before the Policy Council and the Board of Education. And if necessary, it will go through the Health, Education, Human Services Committee as well. We are looking at a complete gap analysis of our education service delivery across the Navajo Nation. We are also to provide monthly status reports on school year plans on a quarterly basis, and this includes a monthly plan. We are looking, one of the findings here is to add a Director of Human Resources position. So that is developed in the PCQ process right now. We did add a senior network specialist to help with the information technology development within the Head Start program. Also, we are to develop record retention for human resources. That particular goal has started already, and we've produced some policy and procedures for that. We also are to implement a facility agreement that really is with partnerships with the chapters in what we call it IPA. That is a intergovernmental partnership agreement. And this usually lays a platform for about 10% assistance from the chapters and 90% assistance from the Head Start program. We call those the IPA agreements, or IGA, some people call that. And we also, one of the systemic issues we are starting to look at is reducing the hiring time of new Head Start employees. and then also reducing payment delays, the systemic challenges there as well too. So in a nutshell, these are the main items that were highlights of the corrective action plan. And they have timelines ranging from January 2022 to July 2022. And that is a short overview of the Head Start corrective action plans as recognized by the Office of the Auditor General. Thank you, Chair Henyo.
Chair, that will be the extent of our presentation.
Agashina Ganache for your presentation. Again, Mr. Tracy for the overview, and we'll call upon Navajo Nation Office, the Auditor General.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Helen Brown. I'm the Delegated Auditor General. Can everyone hear me okay?
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay.
Nice and clear.
Okay, thank you. I think Mr. Tracy indirectly presented some of the findings that were presented or were noted in our audit report. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to really go into further details. I know the committee has a long agenda and it's been a long day. So I just want to recap that this was a performance audit that was performed of the Navajo Head Start program. And we had contracted this engagement out to Moss Adams. And then they did a performance audit for a period of from October 2017 to September 2019. So that was basically a 2-year period. And the main objective for this performance audit was really answering the questions of whether the Head Start program was meeting its objectives and performance measures, to also answer how efficient and effective the Navajo Head Start operations were in terms of enabling the achievement of performance measures, and how effectively does Head Start work with other Navajo Nation departments to process items that are required for achievement of performance measures. So again, this was focusing on efficiency and effectiveness of the program. It is a long audit report that was issued by Moss Adams. It's well over a 60-page report. There's a lot of detail information in that. As Mr. Tracy noted, there were 20 findings in the report. And with each of those findings came various recommendations that were made by Moss Adams. We worked closely with the Head Start program. There was a group of a staff that were convened by Dr. Batui. We worked with them back and forth to give review and comments to them on their CAP. And in the end, we finally came up with a corrective action plan that we thought was effective in addressing the audit findings that were noted by Moss Adams. And that is the CAP that Mr. Tracy provided an overview on. We appreciate Head Start in making that commitment to develop this corrective action plan. They also, as Mr. Tracy noted, presented that corrective action plan to the Navajo Head Start Parent Policy Committee because they're one of the stakeholders as part of the program. And it was also presented to the Navajo Board of Education as the oversight committee too for the Head Start program in terms of their operations, the services they provide for our young students, and as well as their performance. So with their concurrence, that's how we accepted this corrective action plan. And we're asking for your support today for approving the corrective action plan so Head Start can go ahead and continue making these corrections and making improvements for this key program of the Navajo Nation. So that will be my presentation, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Helen Brown, for your presentation. And with this, I'll defer to the Finance Committee, see if they have any questions. Are there any questions regarding this legislation? Delegate Yellowhead, can you mute your phone, please? There you go. Any questions? If there are no questions, budget and finances.
Hello?
Final authority, National Elmer Gay. Delegate Elmer P. Gay.
Good afternoon, Nana. Chair Henio, around the Chair Wedo, Delegate so around the presenters too regarding this audit on Head Start. We know that Head Start received a lot of fundings. Part of it is the federal fundings. Called Hardship, 10 years at the first, I guess, into school, to start going into school, based upon the. So right now there's an audit that was requested, I guess back in the 23rd Navajo Council. And Chair Henio, though, around our advisor, Ms. Nakai, maybe I don't know if Ms. Tapahi is on the line. Regarding this audit, it seems that this is the first time that from the BNF Budget and Finance Committee that's being given this audit findings for on Head Start. What was the before any I don't know what happened there before HaHa was requested for an audit back in the 23rd Navajo Nation Council. Maybe there was a question, maybe there was a ongoing corrective action. I call just keep on this. An audit wasn't happening, or was there already an audit that's been outstanding on audit that's supposed to be done on this federal fund? So, can you maybe give me some information on it before we could proceed? Just keep on here.
Delegate Elmer P. Gay. Defer this question to Ms. Helen Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate Begay, for that question. Just for clarification, there was actually 2 audit requests that we received from the 23rd Council, the HESI Committee of the 23rd Council. As Mr. Delegate Danielson mentioned, there was one in 2017. We also received a second request from the chair of the committee at that time in January 2019. And so when we do receive these requests for these audits, they will go on our list, on our audit plan that we present to your committee on an annual basis as part of our budget. And so when I am able to identify funds to outsource these projects, then we'll go ahead and outsource it to available audit firms, which is what we did in this case with Moss Adams. We did start this engagement, but again, it had to be put on hold due to the COVID pandemic. I believe right when COVID hit and the Navajo Nation government shut down, Moss Adams had just completed a majority of their audit work, and they had issued a draft report to us. And so, of course, thereafter, the Navajo Nation government shut down. So we didn't pick up this audit again until, I believe until November several months later. And that's when we started creating a dialogue with Head Start again. And so we went back and forth with them. And so finally we were able to issue this report. I believe it was in May 2021. So there was a timeline there where we had to put it on hold because of COVID. But after that is when we brought Head Start and the firm back together to address some of the remaining issues, and that's how we were able to issue the report. So in response to the report, that's what the program did, is develop a corrective action plan. So again, keep in mind that this is a performance audit that was done by the Internal Audit Department, which is our office. This is separate from the single audit that Head Start may be also subject to as part of the nation's annual financial audit. So that's separate. So this is a performance audit that was done by the Internal Audit Department. So I hope I was able to answer your question, Delegate Begay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kayla, Ms. Brown, for providing that response. With that, any further questions, comments?
Yeah, Chair Henry, just Delegate Begay again.
Negotiation Nadal, you have the floor.
Okay, none of them. And then I wrote down, thank you for your response, Ms. Brown. Okay, so now we understand that the request that was made and call on this performance audit. So regarding that, Peggy, Ms. Nakai, did you send any of the reports to us? I haven't really checked my email yet right now again. So before that, I haven't seen any audit performance. I'm not sure if it was emailed to us on the performance again. So just a few regarding the performance. I understand that from Ms. Brown stating that this is different from single audit with the Navajo Nation and the federal funding. But under this, if it's performance, what is the procedures? Do we have to? Because I'm not sure how the performance or request from the previous committee. I don't know. Maybe they saw the findings, or what was the main purpose of this performance audit? He requested the can you maybe elaborate more on it? So, and then my second question would be, I heard that you were the corrective action that was given to Head Start. You mentioned the director, Dr. Bitsui. You're working with the administration there. How far did you guys went with it, or is there any corrective action there that was completed, or is there what's the percentage of the completion for that corrective action? I'm not sure if it was given. Chair Henry.
Okay, Kayla, thank you for that question. Defer back to Ms. Helen Brown. Ms. Helen Brown.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
I hear you.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me? This is Helen Brown.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'm sorry, I was trying to get myself unmuted. Mr. Delegate Begay, to answer your question about the audit request that was made in 2019, the memo that I have before me here was just some of the concerns that they had was some potential deficiencies or mismanagement of Navajo Head Start funds. Head Start was always requesting for carryover funds. There was issues about keeping up with their financial records and staying within timelines when it comes to financial matters. That was basically what was indicated in their audit request. And so what we did here is when we hired Moss Adams to do the performance audit, I shared this audit request with them, but I also asked them to identify some other issues and to assess the risk of those issues so that we can focus on some of the more critical areas that need to be addressed by Navajo Head Start, and I believe that's what they did. That's the reason why there's 20 findings as part of our performance audit report. When we issue our audit report, we generally send them out to the council or the committee. If not, you can look on our website to get a copy of our audit report, or we can go ahead and email you a copy if you're interested in reading the report. As far as the how far the cap is completed, when I mentioned Dr. Batsui, I guess she may no longer be with the program. Granted that we're working with Mr. Tracy now, but at the time we were developing the corrective action plan, she was our point of contact with Head Start, and she's the one that convened a group of staff within Head Start to work on this corrective action plan. And so that's how we worked with her. She gave us a draft, we gave her comments, they made corrections, and it was back and forth until we finally agreed on a corrective action plan, which is being presented before the committee today. As far as completion, I really can't speak to that. I think Mr. Tracy may have alluded to some of that in his presentation, but once this corrective action plan is approved by this committee, Head Start will be submitting a status report to us in 6 months to let us know the status of the implementation for those corrective measures. And then a year from now, we will be coming back to the program to do a follow-up review. And then at the time, we'll issue another formal report indicating the status of the cap at that time. So I hope I was able to answer your questions, Delegate Begay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that response, Ms. Brown. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chairman,
Delegate
this
Begay.
is Delegate Yellow here.
Okay, defer to Delegate Elmer P. Begay for a follow-up first, and then after that, I'll defer to Delegate Jimmy Yellow here.
Chair Hinio, this is Peggy. I also have a response.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, you have the floor.
Okay, Nana, Chair Hinio. Thank you for the response again, Ms. Brown. So right now, my understanding again that there's a changeover between the administration now. So that corrective action is there were certain percentage probably that was corrected. Understanding that Dr. Betsui is no longer there. So so you're working with the current Mr. Tracy. I thought it would give you Kanye. So with that, I know that was it because I haven't seen it yet because maybe what the audit performance was, if it was really maybe I don't know how much the if it's really something that's really where a lack of I don't know what the really the performance was on it. I guess there was some changeover that happened. That's what I on this case. So that's my question is gonna because I haven't really what really happened, what was going on, and things like that. So, but it seems like the there was a request made by the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, saying that there was a concern regarding the federal fundings and Navajo Nation funds. But I wanted to know that if, from your side, Ms. Brown, how far is the completion of this corrective action? To that we can be corrected right now. What is the extent of this? So right now, from the past years, I'm not sure. Navajo Nation Head Start. Head Start because of pandemic, we kind of thinking that. So, there's what do we see from here now? Even with this audit performance, what do we see in it? What's the plan? Pandemic. Hey, what's the plan? Then there's no school, there's no class because of pandemic, and right here we're doing this audit, performance audit. What are we really doing? Is there any plans that we're putting together for this? Mr. Tracy Hernandez, what's his plan? And then also Ms. Ghani, acting superintendent, what does she see in this? I think that we need to see the whole thing. That would be my question, Ms. Brown. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that response. Questions from the Delegate Elmer PBK. Delegate, can you go here? Delegate Jimmy.
Hello. Okay, at the chairman, the vice chairman, not 24 councilman, we have what this a Head Start. It's kind of a very long history of the Head Start operation, especially with the funding, with federal funding. Federal funding was cut just in no time because of costs. Anyway, the report that was made, yeah, but I'm looking for the report. That report should be made available to the Budget and Finance Committee so we can read on it. Also, coming back and later on follow up after this being approved, that we like to hear from Mr. Tracy's and what's happening and what's going on in more part in Black Mesa, 4 slates and 5 chapters and Head Start on operations. And we like to see a very good performance report. How far we at? How far is that on performance? Are they well to be repaired immediately to fix the mismanagement of funds or mismanagement of the operations? AIC on the Head Start or feature leaders, and we need to take care of it. Just based on that one, we need a report to the Budget Finance Committee. Out on the Mr. Tracy follow up with the later on coming back to the Head Start operations. AIC performance report, and out of the current percentages data, these findings that also they but I support it as much as I can to for today. Have a Budget Finance Committee. Chairman.
Christina, thank you for that. I'll refer back to Ms. Helen Brown, responding to Delegate. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Peggy, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Henio. The legislation was sent to the Budget and Finance Committee on December 8th by the legislation section. And that includes the audit report from Moss Adams. And it'll show you the findings that were identified. And that is what Head Start is responding to, that Mr. Tracy went over. And so this legislation is primarily to accept that cap and let them work on it for a period of time. And then the Auditor General goes back and reviews with the program I guess, how they've implemented the cap, how they've addressed it. And then based on that, we'll find out if she's going to sanction them or if they're doing okay, to get them out of the audit. And so that's basically the intent of this legislation, but I barely sent it out to you again since the questions were arising that you wanted to see the report. So if you check your emails around 2:29 or 2:30, 2:28, sometime around there is when I sent you a copy of not only the Head Start one, but the fleet management one. The fleet management one will be coming up soon too. So just FYI on that. Chair.
Christina, here, Peggy, for giving us the information as far as this legislation and the one that's coming out is concerned. Again, social committee members, this is to approve the cap and let the program work on it to bring it back before Auditor General. But before I do that, Ms. Helen Brown responding back to Delegate Elmer P. Begay and Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. In response to Delegate Begay's question about whether these audit findings can be corrected, yes, I believe they can. Keep in mind that the audit period that was addressed by Moss Adams was prior to COVID, the COVID pandemic. And that is the period that they focus on. So I know Mr. Delegate Begay brought up some concerns about maybe how some of the program is addressing services at this time, and how maybe some of the Head Start centers are closed and some of the students are not getting, are not able to attend classes and so forth. I will have to defer that response over to Mr. Tracy and Head Start and Doty. But as far as the audit's concerned, keep in mind that the audit period that we focus on was prior to the COVID pandemic. But that's not to say that the audit issues that were noted in the audit report are not applicable. These are certainly feedback that we're providing to the program in terms of how they can do better with regards to their performance. And the corrective action plan is really a commitment by Head Start and Doty, as well as the other stakeholders such as the Parent Policy Committee and the Board of Education, to work collaboratively to make sure that these audit findings are going to be addressed going forward with the corrective action plan. Unfortunately, since we have not gone back to the program, I cannot provide any specific information in terms of how much of the cap has been implemented, but I believe Mr. Tracy in his presentation did provide some indication, and I believe he stated that Head Start has already initiated some of these corrective measures. Some of those may already be ongoing, and that's fine. We do advocate for that because even though the cap has not been formally approved by this committee, Head Start is recognizing that there are some areas they need to improve on, and they've already taken the initiative to start making corrections and making improvements in those areas. So I appreciate Mr. Tracy making note of that. But I would defer any question with regards to some of the plans that Delegate Begay was asking about under the current situation about the Head Start program. So I hope I was able to answer that question. With regards to Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, I think I was just going to reiterate what Peggy had mentioned. The report is part of the legislation. We are available to provide a copy. She did send it over again to you, but if there's any additional questions with regards to the audit report, you're welcome to contact our office after our meeting today, and I'll be happy to answer any more questions with regards to the audit report once you had a chance to read it. I know it's a lengthy report, but there's really good information in there about the Head Start program and what we can do together to make the program better. So thank you for that question. That's my response, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, for that response. I know defer to Chairman Daniel So, Che, for the one part of Delegate Elmer PVG's question regarding the plan through your agent, Mr. Tracy. Mr. Roy Tracy, are you still on the line with us?
Oh, yes, I am.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable
Jay,
Delegate.
sorry about that. I was muted by the system or the host. Anyway, I'd like to, those aspects about the Head Start Center being closed, part of the reason is of the executive order covering the fact that the covers all tribal programs. And so that's the reason that there is no in-person instruction at the Head Start centers currently. And so that's one of the things that we have to be aware of. And it's only been within, I think it was October, that Head Start realized that they are part of the matching fund pool. They were going to try to approach the council for more general fund monies to do the matching fund. However, the committee, through their own due diligence, OMB and Mr. Cordell Shorty basically clarified that Head Start matching funds existed in the amount of, I think it was $3.7 million within the Navajo Nation's matching fund pool. So those things basically the administration within Head Start did not even know that existed. So that was one of the clarifying items that the committee has revealed to the Head Start administration. And the again, the audit was presented to the committee back in May of 2021. And it's taken this long to really get the responses from the administration to the Auditor General and back to the administration before the legislation was ready to proceed to HES and to Budget and Finance Committee. And again, the change in administration occurred most recently. And so Mr. Roy Tracy was just really in the last few weeks been handed the reins to administer the Department of Head Start. I'm relaying that information so that the committee has a better understanding of the many items that has occurred since this report was presented for your consideration. Thank you. And Mr. Tracy, I'll let you have the floor to respond to questions by the Budget and Finance Committee? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With your permission, Honorable Delegate Jamie Henyo, Chair, and the delegates of the Budget and Finance Committee, if I may just give a real quick cap. I can send this information to maybe legislative services, and they can send this information out to you. And but we have currently we operate 85 Head Start centers and early Head Start centers. 6 are early Head Start centers. 6 belong to CCDF. 73 belong to the Navajo Head Start and program. 63 of those are operating. They have a combination of in-person, hybrid, or virtual learning. 2 of those are closed. One is Delcon. Delcon was closed as the chapter was asked Navajo Head Start to vacate the premises. Tuba City is closed. That requires fencing for security purposes. We do have a fencing RFP out at the moment. We have 8 of those Head Start centers. They are located within school district property across the Navajo Nation. We have 22 Head Start centers that are closed. They require minor and major repair and maintenance. Most are pending contractual payouts by the Office of the Controller to vendors. Those 22 are currently, they range from appliance, HVAC, more HVAC, I guess you would say major construction initiatives, re-roofing, foundation cracking, HVAC maintenance and upgrades per the COVID guidelines. So we are dealing with that. So that's the status of the 85 Head Start centers. One of the other issues is we are continuously working with chapters in executing the IGAs and IPAs. Usually that arrangement is on a 10% to 90, 10 to 90 ratio. 10% meaning a minimum of 10% is what the chapters contribute, and 90% of is given to Head Start. So for one Head Start center, we usually ask in the IPAs for assistance because those facilities belong to the chapters. They do not belong to Head Start. And so that is one of the Head Start foundations. In order for Head Start to provide services to a community, the community must request. Upon that request, we go and provide child find services. We do an audit of the area, the community. We determine if there are 0 to 5 children in the community. And if there is enough, then we can provide and open up Head Start services. But one of the predominant requirements is the community provides a Head Start facility. So most of these Head Start facilities belong to the chapters, and those are logged with facility and maintenance or property, I should say. And so we have 6 active IPAs right now. They are they started in March 1st of 2021, and then they end around 2/27/25, and they are Sinasti, Steamboat, Torion, Cornfields, and St. Michael's. Now, the remaining chapters, there is an issue where some chapters are not providing services to Head Start or not agreeing to the IPA. Most chapters that I have talked to, and I just started this process about a month ago, they state that there are not enough funding that's coming to the chapters to support the auxiliary services, such as Head Start, aging, etc. So Head Start is forced to provide 100% of the services. So these IPAs usually target the gas, water, electricity, and even in some cases, a few chapters will provide 100% support. This includes construction and repair of minor incidents that the facility will go through in its lifetime. So that's the status of those Head Start centers. Included in that, in the Head Start enrollment, as Honorable Delegate Daniel So had mentioned, we're operating in the post-pandemic scenario right now within our program. We shut down Head Start centers, as with all grant schools, BIE schools, and public schools on the Navajo Nation. In order to open up, we went with several public health emergency orders, which created the school reopening plan from DOTI. Head Start also has a school reopening plan. And so that's how we have determined that those Head Start centers will be operating, receiving children in person. Therefore, one of the main issues that is a culprit right now, is a challenge, is getting these Head Start centers repaired in an efficient manner so that we can meet our funded enrollment. Our funding enrollment is 1,350 children. Today, we are at 914 children. And so in this scenario, because of the public health emergency orders, the stay at home, stay safe campaign by the president's office, the strict COVID school reopening plans, Head Start is having a challenge to meet this funded enrollment. Currently, again, there's 914, and you might take note of this here. We have 176 in-person, 176 students participating in person or face-to-face instruction. We have 634 children participating in virtual learning or online learning. And we have 109 children participating in hybrid, which is a combination of in-person and virtual learning. This all includes health and nutrition services, mental health disabilities, special education services. This includes for those centers such as remote learning, they get sack lunches and such. Those that are in person are receiving hot lunches, and there are lunch meal preparations happening. So that is the current status of Head Start services in the sense of what is happening with the enrollment and the facilities issue. Now, because Head Start is taking on 100% of the Head Start facilities, which is usually located on chapter boundary, we have issues with gas, propane, water, because we are not, systemically, the controller's office and the delay in some of these vendor contracts. I understand OOC is experiencing a heavy backlog as far as processing payouts in a timely manner. So in combination with the repair and maintenance and the delay in payments and such, we are experiencing Head Start centers that are not opening in a quick enough time. Our grant year ends February 30th. We start a new 5-year cycle, March 1st. Our corrective action plans have been included in our self-assessment, which has been recognized by the Head Start grant application. So we have added those corrective action plans into the new 5-year cycle. So those should take no more than 2 years to complete. Although, as Helen Brown had mentioned, we have 1 year in most cases to meet some of these corrective measures. So in an overview, that is what is happening with Head Start services. Honorable Delegate, Chair Jamie Henyo. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Mr. Tracy, for that. I'll follow up on the response. So the Budget and Finance Committee, for any further questions, comments? I can call for the question to accept this legislation. Okay, with that, we'll call for the question. Delegate Elmer Begay.
Yeah, I don't know, Mr. Tracy. So, did I heard that Chair Henry? Did I heard that this this is the final or the final vote on the legislation? Is that what I heard? Hello.
Oh, this is accepting the corrective action plan. So Navajo Head Start could start working on their corrective action plan and then present it back before the Auditor General for their review again. They can determine whether they completed the CAP or maybe recommend for sanction once they do the final review again. So with this legislation, we are Budget and Finance's final authority.
Okay, but I'll go ahead and take the word from Ms. Brown that maybe we can I can make an appointment sometimes to have a time for me to look at the audit report, and then if I have a question, I do have questions, so I'll probably going to make an appointment with Ms. Brown to meet on her with this, and then also I'm not sure if this performance is part of it, is a lot 5-year plan that they have, and that's part of this. I would like to look into that and what kind of plans they have for the next several more years with this Head Start. Because the main reason why the District 7, I know that through this pandemic, Dalcom chapter don't want to be part of this. They're keeping up with the Operation Manix on the facility here. Most of them were almost 100% that Dalcom chapter has been trying to pay for O&M and all the even they come around to get some to get some prints done and so they know that they found out that there were a lot of funding, federal funds that was given to them, and they're not being used that much. So that's when the Dalcom chapter said that no, we cannot do this anymore. Other than the pandemic, that chapter is going to be open in here. They'll be back at home to keep up with your own IG. So that's how they didn't agree with that IPA. So that's for your information. District 7 all did that, most of them. So I think we're really I'm going to be interested in and the plans that they have for it. So it is there. So I'm ready to vote. Shenandoah.
Kashini Kailash, Delegate Elmer PBK. With this, if there are no further questions or comments, we'll move to accept the legislation. Ramona, if you lead us on roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for legislation number 0256-21. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond
Green.
Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Should I vote green?
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Cardi. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Kashina, thank you for that roll call vote. Legislation receives a due pass. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, are you still on the line with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Kashina, thank you. I heard a different answer, so I kind of questioned when you said in favor, but it's green, so just making sure, hoping so nobody was voting for you. Thank you, Shinada. Let's go to the next legislation. Also, Che. Thank you, Che. Chairman Daniel So, Mr. Roy Tracy for presenting this legislation before the Budget and Finance Committee. And let's move forward to the next legislation. Next legislation is legislation 251-21. And I seen Delegate Edison Wanika outside the steno today, and he's unable to come on this call because he had some personal things to tend to regarding his family. So he requested that we just move this to the next big Budget and Finance Committee meeting. So with that, there's no sponsor on this legislation, so we'll move forward to item E, legislation 250-21. We do have Honorable Delegate Pernell Halona on the line? Shinanda, Delegate Pernell Halona. First call, Delegate Pernell Halona.
You got Halona on the line here.
All right.
Thank you.
There you go, honey. Hey. With that, let's read legislation 250-21 into the record, Peggy.
This is a proposed standing committee resolution where Budget and Finance has final authority. Goes to Health, Education, Human Services Committee, then Budget and Finance Committee. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year, 2021, introduced by Pernell Halona, co-sponsored by Edison J. Wanika, tracking number 0250-21, an action relating to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee, accepting the Auditor General's audit report on the Fleet Management Department and the corrective action plan proposed by the Fleet Management Department. And this has the audit report is attached, and the internet public review does not show any comments made. Health, Education, and Human Services Committee report has a due pass with no amendment, and a vote tally sheet that's attached. Chair.
Okay, with that, thank you for that reading. Budget and Finance Committee members, is there a motion to accept this legislation?
Delegate Yellowhair, motion.
Okay, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, motion. Is there a second? Is there a second? Budget and Finance Committee. Going once?
Vice Chair, second.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, second. So we do have a motion and a second. With this, let me defer to Ms. Helen Brown with the Navajo Nation Auditor General's office to do an overview. Ms. Brown?
Mr. Chair, this is Beverly. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this is Helen Brown again from the Auditor General's office. I'm going to have my colleague, Beverly Tom, Senior Auditor, to provide an overview of the audit results regarding this internal audit that was done of the Fleet Management Department. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Tom. Thank you. This is Beverly Tom, Senior Auditor with the Office of the Auditor General. I'll be providing the overview of the audit report. We conducted an internal audit of the Navajo Nation Fleet Management Department, report number 21-12, and this was issued on June 2021. And the audit was actually contracted to a outside firm called Green Forensic Accounting Solutions. They worked with the Navajo Nation Fleet Management Department to complete this audit review. Just a brief background, there were changes within the management of the department while the audit was going along. I believe they do have a permanent department manager, Mr. Raymond Holion. He did address the corrective action plan that will be presented by him. But otherwise, our audit was to determine whether the department's internal controls are functioning as intended to ensure proper accountability of the Navajo Nation fleet assets. Our audit scope was from October 2018 through March 31st, 2020. The area of focus for this internal audit was fleet acquisitions and replacement, fleet disposal and resale, and the fleet inventory. The internal audit does have 7 findings, and if you look at the audit report itself, it's the detail of it is from page 8 to 15. With the interest of time, I will do the summary of the findings. The first finding is Fleet Management Department did not maintain supporting documentation for all of the vehicles in our audit samples. Finding 2, Fleet Management Department supporting documentation of acquisition and disposal is inconsistent. Finding 3, the department does not verify damaged vehicle recovery efforts. Finding 4, Fleet Management Department does not adhere to Navajo Nation procurement rules and regulations when acquiring Navajo Nation fleet. Finding 5, Fleet Management Department did not verify that vehicles being received agreed with the purchase order. Finding 6, Fleet Management Department lacks a formal delegation of authority matrix. Finding 7, Fleet Management Department takes multiple years to
dispose of vehicles. Fleet Management Department did provide a response, and that is also attached to the audit report. And they did acknowledge the findings. There is a corrective action plan that was developed, and we did work with the department that came to us to accept and finalize as of October 8th, 2021. And we found that the cap was deemed to be effective in addressing the reported audit findings for the department. And that's my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tom, for your presentation on behalf of the Auditor General. Delegate Pernell Halona, through your agent, respond to the corrective action plan as recommended by the Navajo Nation Auditor General. Delegate Halona. Delegate Pernell Halona, are you still on the call?
*6 if he's muted. I can't see Delegate Halona.
I don't see him on this side too.
All may have dropped.
Delegate Pernell Halona. Delegate Pernell Halona, first call.
I think he's talking or something. I can hear some background. Somebody's talking.
That's the TV over here, Steno.
Oh.
Okay, the mic is that good, I guess. Delegate Pernell Halona, second call. Delegate Pernell Halona, third call. Budget and Finance Committee, it seems that we might have lost the sponsor. He might have dropped from the call here. So who's holding the motion and second? I'll leave it up to you. Peggy, who has the motion? Ramona, who is holding the motion and second?
Jimmy Yellow Hair, and seconded by Vice Chair Smith.
Okay.
Chair Henry, this is Vice Chair.
Vice Chair Smith?
Yes, since we don't have Mr. Halona, we could wait till he gets back on board and move to the next legislation. That's my request, Shananda.
But we still have a motion and second that's holding this legislation up. So if you wish to do that, then you would need to withdraw your motion and second. Then we could move to the next legislation while Ms. Delegate Halona comes back on the call.
Goshen, I'll just go ahead and withdraw my second on this and move to the next legislation. Shananda, thank you.
Goshen, Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair.
I withdraw too, to the chairman. I've been muted, unmuted. Somebody's doing it to me, or is it a system, or is it the host? I don't know if there's a lot of issue with my phone. Anyway, I withdraw too. Thank you.
Okay, this chair recognizes the withdrawal motioning party and withdrawal of the second motioning party. So with that, well, since we have no sponsor on this legislation, but maybe Delegate Halona will call back in pretty soon here. But for the sake of time, let's move forward to the next legislation. And next legislation is legislation 253-21. 253-21. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., are you on the call?
Oh, so now I'm here.
With that, Peggy, if you would read 253-21 to the record.
Okay, legislation is a proposed standing committee resolution assigned to Resources and Development, hence Budget and Finance Committee. Budget and Finance Committee has final authority. 24th Navajo Nation Council, third year 2021, introduced by Wilson C. Stewart Jr., prime sponsor, tracking number 0253-21, an action relating to Resources and Development and Budget and Finance Committees approving a change in Exhibit D to resolution number CAP 3518 for the Sawmill chapter by allocating $32,133.67 to in funds remaining from the N7 road project to the chapter house renovation project. And so the forms with CPMD are signed, although it shows just partial of the form, but it is completed. And then the Internet Public Review has no comment. The Resources and Development Committee has a due pass with no amendment, with a vote tally sheet included. Thank you, Chair.
I motion the other here.
Kashina, thank you for that roll call. That reading of the legislation into record. Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Second.
Vice Chair Smith.
Second by Vice Chair Smith. Committee members, this is a CAP 3518 legislation. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Okay, with that, hearing none, I'll call for the question. Ramona, if you would lead us a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman. Roll call vote for legislation number 0253-21. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green. I vote in favor.
That's all he said. Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Should I vote green?
Okay, thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Okay, thank you for that roll call vote. Legislation receives a due pass. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With that, let's move on to the next legislation, which would be legislation 242-21. Again, sponsored by Shinanda, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. So with this, Peggy, if you read the legislation to the record.
This is a proposed standing committee resolution, Resources and Development Committee, thence Budget and Finance Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, third year 2021, introduced by Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Sponsor, tracking number 0242-21, an action relating to the Resources and Development and Budget and Finance Committee, accepting the special review of Red Lake chapter from the Office of the Auditor General, approving the proposed corrective action plan of the Red Lake chapter. So you have copies of the audit report that's there, and then the CAP, the exhibits that are referenced in the legislation. No comments on the Internet Public Review, and the Resources and Development Committee has a due pass with no amendment. Vote tally sheet is also attached, Chair.
Okay, with that, reading, is there a motion? Budget and Finance Committee.
Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, motion. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Okay, Delegate Amber Knaswak-Crotty, second. We do have a motion second on the floor, and we do have Navajo Nation Auditor General's office on the line. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., do you have your agents on the line with you?
Shana Chairman, Henio, though, Vice Chair Smith, Otto, Budget and Finance Committee members, I believe we do. I know Red Lake was on the line earlier today. Shada Kathy Shirley is the chapter coordinator from there. Auditor officials, should be Arvo McKay, President, Roger James, Vice President, Secretary Treasurer, Roberta Redhouse. They should be on the line. Yes, as of this morning, they were on. Leadership and chapter staff, are you there?
Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee members. This is Alfreda Lee from the Office of the Auditor General. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lee. Red Lake chapter, President, Vice President, Secretary, Treasurer, and staff, are you on the line with us?
Yeah, it's just these are taking a while. I'm trying to get these out of the way.
Eugenio, Roberta Redhouse is on the call.
Okay.
This is Arvo McCabe, Chapter President. I'm on the line.
Okay, great. Thank you for coming on the line. Vice President. Red Lake Chapter Vice President. Red Lake Chapter Vice President. Red Lake Chapter Secretary Treasurer.
Chair Henio, there's a Kathy Shirley and a Roberta Redhouse.
Okay. I see them here. Roberta Redhouse and then Kathy Shirley. Okay. Maybe they're muted. But with that, let's Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. just kind of give us an introduction of this legislation. And then once you do the introduction, I'll defer to the Office of the Auditor General for their presentation. And then I'll defer back to you, Shanada, to your chapter leadership to provide a response. So Shanada Silla, if you could provide an introduction on this legislation.
Agustin Shanai. Again, thank you, Shanai, Chairman Henio Otto, Ash Vice Chair Smith, BNF committee members, this legislation, it's a cap, not cap, it's a corrective action plan for from the Auditor General for Red Lake Chapter, and it's regarding their audits report that they have completed. They got back together, did a strategic planning meeting, did their agenda, added onto their agenda resolution, and they are ready to go forward with their corrective measures for the chapter and to get their accounts and findings all straightened out and move forward from there. And as you stated, the president, vice, I don't know if he's online and just muted. It's hard for him to get on to chapter meetings like that. So the Vertebrate House is also online. I don't know, maybe they're just nervous and scared. Although, shout out to Kathy Shirley, I thought she's online. So, the leadership one, they to are also online from Auditor General to help us in this presentation this afternoon before Budget and Finance today. So that will be my introductions as far as legislation goes, Shania. So I'll go back on mute.
For your introduction to the legislation. With this, Ms. Frida Lee, Nomination Auditor General, if you provide your presentation on the findings.
Good afternoon again, Budget and Finance Committee Chair and members, also the guests from the chapter as well. Today, we are going to be presenting audit report number 2116 that's dated for June 2021. Myself and Markel Cascala did the audit of Red Lake chapter, and I'm going to defer, if you will, Chair to Markel Cascala to present the audit report, and I will be on standby to answer any questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Markel Cascala, Associate Auditor with the Office of the Auditor General. I will be presenting audit report number 21-16. Our office issued the audit report on June 30th, 2021. The Office of the Auditor General are here with transmit audit report number 21-16, a special review of the Red Lake chapter number 18. On page 6, I will be reading the objectives. The following sub-objectives were established to address the main audit objective for this audit. Determine if controls are functioning as designed to ensure 1, chapter complied with Navajo Nation Workers' Compensation Act. 2, chapter supported and accurately reported its fixed assets on the balance sheet. 3, chapter performed bank reconciliation in accordance with physical policy and procedures. 4, chapter maintained adequate controls for heavy equipment rental. The audit covers activities for 12-month period of October 1st, 2019 to September 30th, 2020. I will read the findings from page 1. Finding 1, chapter did not obtain workers' compensation insurance for a volunteer serving as an equipment operator. Condition, during the review period, we identified 4 instances in which the chapter used a volunteer as a backhoe operator. In all 4 instances, the chapter did not report the backhoe operator to the workers' compensation program for insurance purposes. Without proper notification, the volunteer performed services without insurance coverage. Effect, since the chapter did not comply with workers' compensation requirements, the chapter could not or could be held liable if the volunteer is injured while operating heavy equipment. Our office gave the chapter 4 recommendations. Finding 2, chapter fixed assets are not reported on the balance sheet. Condition, the property inventory identified a total of 7 fixed assets totaling $247,393. However, there was no documentation to support the reported values for 3 fixed assets, 2 buildings, and a backhoe. The chapter estimated the values of these items with no real basis. Overall, the chapter does not report the total fixed asset amount on the balance sheet. Effect, without supporting documentation, the chapter cannot provide assurance the fixed asset values are accurate and reliable. Without proper financial reporting, the chapter is understating its asset value and results in misleading financial reports. Such reports would hinder informed decision-makings on financial matters. Our office gave the chapter 3 recommendations. Finding 3, chapter lacks segregation of duties over the bank reconciliation process. Condition, the chapter has been without an AMS since June of 2019. As such, the CSC prepared the bank reconciliation each month. We reviewed 6 months of bank reconciliation to verify whether the chapter applied compensating controls in the absence of staff to ensure segregation of duties were in place as required by the policy and procedures. The following exceptions were noted. CSC, as the preparer of the bank reconciliation, did not sign the document. Number of exceptions, 6 out of 6. No review of bank reconciliation by an independent individual. Number of exceptions, 6 out of 6. Effect. The lack of independent review poses a risk that errors or intentional misappropriation of cash will not be detected. Our office gave 3 recommendations. Finding 4, chapter lacks adequate controls over heavy equipment rental. Condition, the chapter does not maintain adequate controls over heavy equipment rental activities. The following issues were noted. Number 1, the chapter has not developed and adopted heavy equipment rental policy and procedures. Number 2, the chapter equipment rental forms are completed by the renters, but the forms are not reviewed and approved by the CSC. Number 3, the chapter heavy equipment inspection form is being completed by the operator, but the forms are not reviewed and approved by the CSC. Number 4, there is a standard fee of backhoe rental, but the chapter does not charge for backhoe usage during burial services. However, the CSC acknowledged that the heavy equipment operator who operates the equipment on a volunteer basis receives monetary donations from renters as payment for his services. These donations are not accounted for by the chapter. Effect. In the absence of controls, the chapter cannot provide reasonable assurance its heavy equipment is properly safeguarded and the use of such equipment is fully accounted for to avoid any misuse of assets. Our office gave 4 recommendations to the chapter. Conclusion, during the audit period, control discrepancies were identified within chapter process. The chapter did not obtain proper worker compensation insurance for the volunteer. Fixed assets totaling $247,393 are not reported on the balance sheet. The chapter did not exercise segregation of duties within the bank reconciliation process. Lastly, the chapter lacks adequate controls over heavy equipment rental. The chapter submitted their CAP on September 16, 2021, and our office deemed it acceptable. That's will complete the report from the Office of the Auditor General. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that review from the Office of the Auditor General. I'll defer back to sponsor, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. and I'll allow time for your chapter officials, beginning with President McCabe to provide a response to this corrective action plan that's being recommended by the Office of the Auditor General. So Cecilia, you have the floor.
Christian Shania, thank you. So with that, Shania, as you recommended, I will turn the floor over to the chapter officials, the president, secretary, treasurer, and chapter manager. Shatan Ash, Mr. McCabe. Non-shot, Mr. McCabe.
President Marvel McCabe.
Can you hear me?
There you go.
Okay, I was really talking away. Okay, again, I want to thank you for having us before the committee, and I appreciate the opportunity to go over the findings that the Red Lake chapter had. As was stated, we did get together and look over what the findings were in this report and have addressed 2 of them, in which case we'll start with number 1, which was the workman's compensation. due to the fact that we don't know exactly when we need volunteers, say during emergency times. We kept going back and forth with one of the offices there in Window Rock on the compensation matter, but found that it was impossible to address that, and found that it would work best for us if we did a waiver form for those that volunteered at the chapter, thereby not requiring workman's compensation. That form has been developed and is now ready to go over to DOJ for review. Upon approval, we will put that before the community and get that form approved. On item number 2, fixed assets. We have 2 buildings and 1 heavy equipment, which is a backhoe, that need to be appraised so we can get the actual value of those fixed assets and put the correct information on our fixed asset form. So we are working with DCD in order to address that matter, to issue an RFP to get an individual to come in, an appraiser to come in and appraise the building, and then to get a heavy equipment appraiser to appraise our heavy equipment, since it doesn't have no true value. We did some research and couldn't find any documentation that stated that the chapter purchased that equipment. So that's where we came with finding a heavy equipment appraiser. Item number 3, bank reconciliations. We've addressed that matter since we don't have an AMS on staff. The community service coordinator will be a reviewer. The secretary treasurer will be the second reviewer, and the ASC office will come in and be the third reconciler in order to ensure that we follow the procedure set forth by the AG office. The heavy equipment, number 4, which was a policy concerning a policy that we do not have in place with checks and balances. After reviewing the document that was approved by council for the new equipment, we have agreed to adopt that policy and implement it into the chapter and get that approved through resolution by January. So the workman's comp and the heavy equipment will be approved hopefully in January during our regular scheduled meeting, along with the bank reconciliation, since we are doing that as we currently are speaking. The only one that we are going to need to get some help with DCD on is to issue an RFP for an appraiser. I'm sorry, 2 appraisers. That's 1 heavy equipment and 1 building, since they don't do both of those. That is my report concerning the 4 findings for the Red Lake chapter.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. President McCabe. Do we have our Vice President on the line, Ms. Shirley? Vice President, Red Lake Chapter, Mrs. Shirley.
Tonight, the Vice President is Roger James.
Oh, Roger James. I seen a Shirley. Okay, that's why I'm sorry. I'm just going, I'm looking at the board here. Mr. Roger Shirley, Shnanda, are you on the line? Oh, Roger James. Roger James. Vice President Roger James. What about our Secretary Treasurer, Ms. Redhouse?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you.
Okay. Earlier, I was trying to speak out and say I'm here, but it sounded like you couldn't hear me. So, yes, good afternoon, Shananta, Budget and Finance Committee, the Honorable Chairperson, Vice Chair, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Our staff, Bekandan Nishiki, Anot E Yayat in Hidini Dolil. Shea Roberta Redhouse, I'm the Secretary Treasurer for Red Lake Chapter. Aro na Enschlene Trachini, Schlot, last ship, I should chain, Kilichini, the Shanalido, a she, the Shiche. I call Kodoe Yam, Red Lake Chapter A audit, a bit Ilia. I called Kiana A Bandit, Nahashij, Shanant, Arvo McCabe, Yehatzigi, Aro, we work closely with the Office of the Auditor General. And then we did our corrective action plan and we put it in place and it was accepted by the Auditor General. Aro kadeyat opit on nishiko delia. A call Kodor Shinant Arvo McCabe Yana Snake eat out. The only thing that he didn't mention is the disclaimer form that we inserted in our rental agreement forms. The chapter will not be held liable for the equipment operator, especially during funeral burial services, where the operator will not come back to the chapter and say the family didn't compensate me or didn't give me any tip or whatever. No, that's where that disclaimer will cover. And chapter said that should be between the family of the deceased person and so forth. So the bank reconciliation I go in and review Kathy Shirley's bank reconciliations, and I also make sure I check her work and everything always comes out to the penny. And then I also, based on that, we give a report to the community people on a monthly basis. So I am audit report number 21-16. Bahasi do leto shi nakabela do leto shi betati nish o tlaida tap in de nish kahon so ko shlaro leshananta ahehe.
For your follow for the report to the committee. This was Celeste. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., does that complete your presentation?
Oh, Shana, we're done.
Budget and Finance Committee members, are there any questions?
Who's the delegate for Sheep Spring?
Are there any questions for Red Lake chapter? If there's none, I'll call for the question to accept this legislation for a recommendation for corrective action plan. Hearing none, we'll move forward to a roll call vote. Ramona, if you lead us in a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for legislation number 0242-21. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green, thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bockrati votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member not voting, and chairman not voting. Chairman?
Shane, thank you for that roll call vote. We do have a vote in favor, 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Legislation receives a due pass. So, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. and Red Lake Chapter Shenandoah. And good luck on the corrective action plan.
Oh, Shana and Shasha Ash and Budget and Finance Committee members and staff. Consulting.
And Happy New Year.
Thank you.
With that, let's move forward.
Should out Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year and get to see it on later on.
Thank you. With this, let's move forward to the next legislation on the legislation 0252-21. Vice Chair Smith, are you still on the call with us?
Yes, I am.
Peggy, if you would read the legislation into the record. Peggy, are you there with us?
Yes, I was reading myself. Proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution assigned to Resources and Development Committee, thence Budget and Finance Committee, thence Nabigia Committee, thence Navajo Nation Council. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Raymond Smith Jr., prime sponsor, tracking number 0252-21, also co-sponsored by Mark Freeland. An action relating to the Resources and Development, Budget and Finance and Nabigia Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $1,962,149 from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance to the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources for drought mitigation for the Navajo Nation's Colorado ranches. It has the attachments that are referenced in the legislation. There are internet public review summary sheets that are attached with comments. The first report has 2 opposing comments, Ramona Begay and Lester Begay. Their comments are there for your review. Then the next one is a comments and recommendation by Dominic Bial. That's the second report. He has a memo according to that, and then Resources and Development Committee has a due pass with 1 amendment. Amendment 1 throughout legislation 0252-21, amend the amount $1,962,149 to $1,862,149. Amendments are to be made on page 1, line 13, page 2, line 27, and page 3, lines 14, 16, 19, and 22. 2, exchange Exhibit B with the new Exhibit B, which reflects the change in total from $1,962,149 to $1,862,149. 3, page 3, line 13, insert new paragraph F as follows. New language F. The Office of Management and Budget has issued a memorandum dated December 2nd, 2021. The memorandum is attached as Exhibit E. 4, insert Exhibit E, which is the memorandum dated December 2, 2021 from the Office of Management and Budget. 5, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The committee hereby authorizes technical and conforming edits to this legislation to correct errors. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee amendment. And therefore, the legislation is referred to Budget and Finance. And it also has a vote tally sheet. And then the exhibits that were referenced are attached for the committee, as well as the memorandum from the Office of Management and Budget. That concludes the reading.
Kashina, thank you. Thank you for that reading of the legislation. With this, is there a motion, committee members?
Delegate Begay, motion.
Motion on that, Delegate Elmer PBK motion. Is there a second?
Second, Jimmy Yellow here.
Motion on that, Delegate Jimmy Yell here, seconds. So we do have a motion and second on the floor. With this, Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor to introduce the legislation to Budget and Finance Committee.
Chair Henyo, and also Budget and Finance Committee members, good afternoon. Merry Christmas to you all. And those that are listening on the call this afternoon, and those that are with us is on this legislation 0252-21, Division of Natural Resources, staffed on Denigi. This legislation here has 0252-21, and it's a proposal for allocating $1,862,149 for the ranches in Colorado for natural resources drought mitigation. We did take a trip up there, and we saw the conditions of that ranch up there, and it is in need of help for the purposes of running the ranches within the Colorado portion of the ranch that we have. And this ranch is experiencing an extreme drought, and it's in both counties. There's one located in Herfno and Custer counties, which is also known as Wolf Springs Ranch and Boyer Ranch. And the livestock operation consists of 274 cattle within the Boyer Ranch, and the Wolf Springs has 314 bison. And the drought has significantly impacted the production, and the stress on the land is felt by the drought that's impacted the Colorado ranch up there. The ranch relies on a spring, and that's why that ranch is called Wolf Spring. And we saw the spring during the last trip we went up there and looked at it, and it is percolating water out, but it's dependent upon the snowfall. And we all know that the snowfall, we're still not up to capacity with the snowfall. So the Division of Natural Resources is needing a little help on behalf of this to replace equipment. There's 20 to 25-year-old equipment, and minimize the costs and repair, and to improve the agricultural production. They have fields out there that they plant alfalfa, and this equipment that is now out there, this will be a cost to purchase equipment to harvest alfalfa out there when the weather does turn to favor, when it turns favorable for alfalfa to grow out there. And they do have storage out there, so when the alfalfa is plentiful out there, they harvest that and they stockpile it and keep it over for the livestock, and it's more or less self-sufficient to Shenandoah. So the purpose of this legislation is to ensure that the Colorado Ranch enterprise is managed, and its holistic management and the stewardship and social wellness, and have a financial returns. They have reduced their livestock at least by 27%, and they have reduced the bison by 33% in order to have stable management in that area. And Sam Diswood is the manager out there, and he's the person that is running the ranch, and it was given to Fish and Wildlife, and Fish and Wildlife has overseen it in reference to not only the livestock aspect of it, but also the Fish and Wildlife. There is big game out there, and there is fish out there, and it's a beautiful area. It's just northeast of Cincinnati, which is once known as Denitra. We had area up there, and now that we have the ranch up there, we're proud to have that ranch and to continue using that ranch. So my agents are here with me this afternoon, and I'm sure they were listening in all day on the BNF call, Mr. Sam Diswood, and then we have Gloria Tom with the Fish and Wildlife. So at this point in time, I'd like to have them go ahead and provide a little more information on this for the purposes of requesting UUFB funds to continue with the Division of Natural Resources and the Navajo Nation's Colorado Ranch Enterprise. As you can see in exhibit that's with attached to the legislations regarding the aspects of helping the ranch out there. So I'd like to turn the floor over to Sam Diswood, and then turn the floor over to Gloria Tom. Thank you. Mr. Diswood, are you there? Samuel?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead, let you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Smith, and good afternoon, honorable members of BNF committee. It's been a busy day for us up here. We've been doctoring some calves, and the bison calves, and some cattle cows. So I just got back in, but I know the presentation, we gave a presentation, I think it was in June, July, to both committees, RDC and BNF, and just kind of outline, I guess, the impacts that we had from the drought. I think in 2019, we had, we saw the beginnings of the drought. And then in 2020, we had a major impact where we didn't even actually get to irrigate our hay fields, and we didn't have any kind of hay production. And that led to pretty much the reduction, as Honorable Smith had said, in both herds to protect the land base. I don't have any pictures here with me, but I know we showed the pictures of the intensive, I guess, in a way, the grazing impacts. And one of the big things we decided was there should be a reduction to protect the land, minimize erosion, and allow the land to recover. Now, our irrigation program, or the hay, is produced on the ag portion of the fields, both on Wolf Springs and the Boyer. But in the summer, in 2020, we went through, I guess we were listed as a D4 in drought extreme. And then currently we're now sitting in a D2 severe drought situation again. We've been getting a lot of wind, no moisture. We've had, I think it was last week, Wednesday, 91 mile an hour winds that impacted some facilities here. And we're working on some of those issues of getting insurance and things like that taken care of. But as the drought impacted us, we lost our, basically there was a reduction in loss and grazing capacity. There was a reduced winter forage availability. There's a decrease in the profit because of the reduction in numbers that we have in the livestock that we're selling, lower calving weights that we saw in 2020. There was shortage of drinking water, and there was some noxious weeds that came in, musk thistle, and we did see a little bit of ground cover loss, but I think that's recovered to the extent we're seeing. At least we're not seeing the erosion, and the wind blew through here, and the grass cover that we had kept a lot of the dust down. But our drought mitigation with the hay, we're fed, irrigation comes in through our water rights to the ranch from the Hudson and the Mad Now ditches. And we normally are we can use that water from May 15th to July 15th. In 2020, like I said, we had no hay production because the water, basically we had no moisture in the mountains to feed us, but we have a 180-day grazing or a supplemental feed program. And one of our goals is that we do maintain about 1,500 tons in reserve, so that if we go through this situation again, we have the backup that we can feed the livestock, both bison and the cattle. This year, we were blessed with moisture. We did put 1,700 tons of hay in the barns, but we're starting to feed that as well. But like I said, we still would like to see about 1,500 in reserve. Our actions for the cattle herd, just so you're aware of it, that we ran 380 cattle through the chutes. We retained the herd to about 275. We culled 105, which was 27% of our herd. The bison, we ran 467 through the chutes. We retained about 308, and we culled 159. So that was 34% of our herd that we reduced to. We're beginning to work on a drought management plan. We look at strategies, looking at putting together some of the dispersal plans, I guess, as we see that things that we need to do with the herds. Some of the proactive approaches that we're doing right now is a conservative stocking rates of 75 to 80% of the carrying capacity. Again, that's the grass or the stockpile forage, the hay that we have in reserve to use for that. We're beginning to look at the 1-3 month weather predictions to sit back and say, what are we going to look like in 3 months, or what does it look like in spring, summer, fall? We did do the herd reduction, and this was to protect the land base. And this is all going to be beginnings in the incorporation of a drought management plan. And that's the proactive approaches that we've taken. The reactive pretty much is just the purchase of feed to help us get through some of these things. And we are applying for the government assistance program through USDA as well as NRCS and the FSA programs. We did wean a little bit early in 2020. We're doing okay now. So we did wean pretty much on schedule. We did wean in October as we sold our calves. And one of the other things that we're looking at is to add alternative on-ranch enterprises and use of the infrastructure that we have here on the ranch. So, but overall, as we had discussed early on, our budget requests, pretty much the action plans that we've kind of put into place is to provide supplemental feed for the livestock, both bison and cattle, improve the ranch operations and minimize expenses. We're doing a lot of repairs currently on antiquated equipment, both trucks, tractors, things of that nature. And with the additional new equipment and purchases, we can improve our agricultural production and be a little bit more efficient. And some of the things that we're working on with is with the Trout Unlimited. NRCS was here Monday. We're looking at our irrigation systems and reevaluating what we call the TARP and 10 program to actually go into a gated pipe program, and in some areas potentially a side roll sprinkler system, and to work with NRCS and the cost share program. We did change and the other one is to provide production, veterinary services, and herd health to the animals. We did nasal swabs with bison this in 2 weeks ago in December, where we are looking for mycoplasma. We're working the University of Wyoming on that to help us with the herd management plan and to address some of the respiratory system or respiratory problems that could potentially arise. We're looking at natural resources, land management. Like I think I've mentioned and said before, and still feel, wealth comes from the land base. So it's our job to take care of it, improve water distribution, upgrading of antiquated systems, converting some of the windmills we have to solar panel, putting updated pumps into the panel or into the pump or into the windmills, establish a cover crop program, reestablish native grasses, noxious weed control, brush management, irrigation management. And the facilities and infrastructure is part of this too. Protect the Navajo Nation investment, maintain homes and fix apartments for students in academia. We've been working with CSU on some ideas and thoughts, and then now incorporating the University of Wyoming into some of the plans that we have from the livestock standpoint. NRCS, we're working on the conservation plans. We're going to be working with them, Colorado State Forestry, and the management and actual funding opportunities for forest management and working on getting the forest areas and the woodland areas healthy. Colorado Parks and Wildlife, from our big game hunting program, mountain lion research program. So that's some of the new things that are happening here. Westcliff Meats, we're going to be meeting with them in the first of the year. We do are planning on a meat program as kind of some of the things that we've had as upcoming alternative uses of the ranch and enterprises. And then as well as National Bison Association and the national parks in terms of acquiring surplus animals, bison they may have from Yellowstone, Custer State, Fort Niobrara, and some of the other state parks or national parks that we have. Current and future activities. Currently, we run a cow-calf operation for both bison and cattle. There is hunting allowed over the counter for Colorado during Colorado seasons, landowner permits, and we do generate some royalties from the gravel. Future things that we're looking at is working with the Roland A. Ranch out of California on colt training, student trainings, sales of horses, and building a reputation and branding, building a reputation, use of the horse facilities here. The meat retail program, we've talked about some of the things involved with that, a mobile processing facility, retail meat sales, consumer and commercial, grass-fed certification, and then using some of our cull animals for meat production or design it to where we do have some of our calves and that we can use as well. We're beginning to work with academia, other government agencies for externships or internships, research and natural resources management, some grants, memorandums of understandings, or we're going to start talking to that and that kind of development. A veterinarian program is some of the other ideas we have. Professional development of young vets, internships, large animal clinic, hands-on trainings that can happen here, aviary rescue and rehabilitation. There's a lot of hawks and eagles that are within the Wetmore Valley here, so might be a good opportunity to do some of these, and talking with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service or even Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Our Diné cultural program, that was some things that were discussed up here. The language, the Coffee Association, the herbalist, NAU has been here. They've collected plants, identified some of the medicinal plants for us, and some discussion on the veterinarian program or veterans program for healing and things. So there's those opportunities. So those are just some of the things I think we've got planned for here. But our big, I guess, request that we put here is just this drought mitigation, is to help us develop the programs and where we're not spending thousands into the old trucks and tractors that we have, and then begin to work on the government redirecting the funds that we have in our budgets away from those kind of expenses to the new opportunities that present themselves, and develop the ranch with multiple enterprises, I guess you could look at here. But our biggest foundation is protection of the land. Like I said, the wealth comes from the land. We've been looking and starting to work quite well with NRCS. So that's the presentation. I guess take any questions as they come. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, does that conclude your presentation? Vice Chair Smith? Vice Chair Smith? Vice Chair Smith?
Yes, I'm back on. My phone dropped, Shanenta. I'm back on.
So does that complete your presentation?
I don't know if we have Gloria Tom on board. If she is, I'd like to give her a couple of minutes to introduce the purposes and what's going on up there in the Colorado Ranch. If Gloria Thomas is available.
It's Gloria Tom.
Yes, Chairman, can you hear me?
Oh,
Good afternoon, Chairman Henio and Vice Chairman Smith and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Siya Gloria Tom, Torich Ini Nishle Tachini Bashichin, and I'm speaking to you from my home here in St. Michael's, Arizona. And I'm actually on annual leave, using a little bit of excess leave, but I'm monitoring this activity here today. But I want to thank the committee for giving me the opportunity to say a few words on behalf of our Colorado Ranch enterprise. And I also want to thank Mr. Sam Diswood for that excellent presentation. The Department of Fish and Wildlife acquired the responsibility for managing both the Wolf Springs Ranch and the Boyer Ranch in Colorado, and a fund management plan was approved in January 2018, and therefore created the Colorado Ranch Enterprise. And the Colorado Ranch Enterprise under the department is a unique program, and it's separate from the other tribal ranches that have been purchased by the Navajo Nation. And what I mean by that is that the Colorado Ranches is an active management program. In other words, we don't lease out the responsibilities for livestock or bison. The department is actively managing those resources. And one of our main goals in managing these ranch programs there are basically to develop a model for chapters and grazing programs on the Navajo Nation to follow. We are wholeheartedly supportive of grazing committees, land boards, farm boards, etc., and also chapters and communities coming up to the property to tour and see the program as it's being actively managed. So we're managing our grazing for both livestock and bison. We're managing other natural resources that are on the property. Sam mentioned the big game, which is a valuable component, and we've developed a real good working relationship with the Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And one of the things that we recognize is the need to establish and foster these partnerships with these external organizations, such as the Colorado Parks and Wildlife, the Natural Resource Conservation Service within U.S. Department of Agriculture, Colorado State University. And so our wings are basically expanding as we continue to address the natural resource management on these properties. And the other thing I wanted to mention is that when the Navajo Nation purchased these properties, they purchased them as is. And so basically the equipment and the facilities came as is. And Sam mentioned some of the issues that we're facing now with a lot of the equipment. We're dealing with outdated equipment. It's hard to find parts for these things, and mainly because they're so old. So we're having to deal with that, and basically through our visioning, through our ranch planning, including drought planning, we're developing some major goals within the near future on expanding the enterprise. Sam mentioned a little bit about the meat program, and eventually what we would like to do is basically market the bison meat and put that out on the market as a revenue generating program for the property. And there's other potential revenue sources that are available there. And so this request here is basically to address the impacts that we're seeing from the drought. And again, even though we've had the moisture, we've received moisture more so in 2021 than we did in 2020, we are still in a dire situation there. And we're not really sure at this point what the winter snow is going to bring in terms of the snow melt in the spring and the summer. And so we're basically requesting additional support from the Navajo Nation. And Sam covered the what our goals are with that request. So I want to thank the committee for the support. And we did host the committee along with the Resource and Development Committee back in the summer and early spring of 2021. And we are open to receiving other entities up there, hosting other entities. We would like to expand the invitation to our grazing committees, because I think it's important for our grazing committees to see the management program there. Even though we are being impacted by drought, we are still managing our animals, even though we've had to reduce our numbers. So with that, Chairman Henio, that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria, for that positive words on behalf of our ranch up there and what's going on. I appreciate that. And also Sam Diswood for running that operation up there. It's a lot of work, and it does take a lot of management. And these are the experts that are seeing this. And of course, we can't predict what the weather's going to be like in the near future. We just hope and pray that it will give us a bountiful amount of snow and we can replace these equipment so that we can have that ranch be self-autonomous. So we're going to turn the floor over to you, Chair Henio. We're up for any questions, and you have the floor, Shananda.
Vice Chair Smith, for your presentation. And with this, Shananda, Budget and Finance Committee members, are there any questions for Vice Chair Smith and regarding his legislation?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Shananda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. I did want to ask in terms of, I'm going to pull up the enterprise fund management plan that was referenced. Chairman Henio, I am having some difficulties understanding the request for the drought mitigation fund. And I want to appreciate that Mr. Begay provided a memo on December 2nd, clarifying what has been requested through the fiscal 2022 budget process. And so I think what my questions are is this request is through the unmet needs or the UUFB of the Navajo Nation. And I'm looking through the budget forms, and I think in terms of what's being requested is not necessarily connected to drought mitigation, as stated by Ms. Tom. When the ranch was purchased, there was old equipment and as is. And so I'm trying to tease out what is actual drought mitigation requests, and then what is just a wish list for this enterprise. I'm also not seeing any evidence that the enterprise has attempted to work with Navajo CDFI, because what it looks like is you're looking for an infusion of cash to build up your assets or to replace your assets. And so these are all like type of business decisions. And I think, Chair, what we need to do as a Budget and Finance Committee is understand then, what would be the rate of return. And we don't ask those questions because during UUFB, it's considered a grant. But in looking at the opposition, and there's been opposition in my district from the ranchers who feel that they are dealing with very similar, if not worse, extreme conditions, and that the Navajo Nation government has not provided the same type of relief that they're providing to the Colorado ranch. And so I want to use that opportunity in these answers to see how our ranchers, Navajo ranchers here on trust land are being are provided similar assistance when it comes to hay, feed, multivitamins, getting veterinarians fees, and giving them an opportunity to increase their farm and ranch equipment. And then also looking at if Department of Economic Development also has a business fund, if that opportunity had been attempted in terms of addressing the needs of this Colorado ranch. And then if the ranch itself has any type of insurance, especially when it comes to drought, we're familiar with the Navajo Nation's drought insurance. I can't remember off of the top of my head if Colorado ranches were included. And because that would be resource and development, create those years of funding formula. And so I just need to know in terms of those three areas, if this proposal has been moved forward, or because it looks like there's some ranch or drought. And I thought we covered most of that during the budget as explained in this memo. And now I do see this is more of like for capital assets, like to build a Hogan, to fix up the apartment. I don't see the correlation there in terms of the request, the need, and what we're talking about. And I do want to recognize Ms. Gloria Tom. I have to recognize you in your induction to the Hall of Fame for your work of your professional career in wildlife and fish management. So I appreciate your expertise. But I think in terms of this committee, if either you, the sponsor, or Mr. Deswood can help me understand if any of these options are available, and what were then the results when requesting for these dollars. And I apologize for the background. We have two rescue Chihuahuas who think they're bulldogs, so they like to fight a lot. So thank you, Chair.
Kiara, Ashna, for your questions and comments. Yep, Chihuahuas do act like bulldogs sometimes. With that is proposed.
Delegate Yellow Hair, Chairman.
Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair, you have the floor.
Delegate McGee, that's all this.
I said all this, Chairman, though, Vice Chairman, those my colleagues couldn't for being a committee, though that's not going. Said all this, said this need to go at time. Business, but doing a good job, and we visit up there, and we Creek, Colorado up there, and was a good site visit, and that's a great, good operation that you're doing. Yeah, hello.
Go ahead, Shinada, Delegate Yellow Hair.
Okay, oh yeah, this business Gloria Tom, we visit up there this year out of Creek, kind of late, Wolf Creek, Colorado. I hear some a good site visit, and we're doing well. Out of about this, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year and Happy Holiday. God bless. I want to thought of this, Chairman.
Shinada, thank you. Vice Chair Smith, back to you for a response. Shinada.
Okay, Chair Henry, I think Honorable Elmer Begay had a question too.
Oh yes, I'm sorry, Shinada. Let me defer to Delegate Elmer P. Begay first. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I wrote Chair Henry, I wrote Vice Chair Chidado, Delegate Smith, for the legislation. I have a question. If this is part of the Navajo Nation land in Colorado, does this we had a drought relief for that. Does that cover Colorado? Is it free land, or does it cover that? That's my first question. I'm not sure because we have our own insurance for that. CKP. There's our own insurance that has a for drought insurance. If we can, if it doesn't cover that, does we need to do some amendments to that, or does it? That was my second question, how we could do that. Although the third question is right now we can try to give them funding for drought, even plans for that. I wondered if there's any plans like for maybe for the future about that if it continues, just it seems like if we're looking more into the climate changes and global warming. Is there any plans there how this can be done further instead of just every year we just do kind of like people say that Band-Aid or the end-date it's not really we're not addressing the drought. We're just putting a little funds in there, and then out of the next year, is there any plans that's with that ranch? How it can be done like later on, or what we have to work within it? We have to work something in there to address this drought. So is there a plan that's like that we could share it with us? That's my question. Thank you. Hello?
Vice Chair Zunda, are you done with your question?
Okay. Long
Oh,
time
okay.
ago. Hey.
Vice Chair Smith?
Zal khates with chidnand hela da cherenio do da do da shmayaja ado shiche night night kido be khata sotzi. Yes, these are some very important questions, and and that's why we have our agents, and they're the experts in behalf of what's going on over there. I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. Sam Diswood. Sam, you have the floor. Or Gloria Tom.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chairman Smith. Mr. Diswood must be having some connection problems. He's sort of located in a remote area up there. Delegate Crotty brought up some really good points that I'd like to address, and thank you for your comments and your questions, Delegate Crotty. In terms of the fiscal year 2022 budget process, the Colorado Ranch Enterprise did receive an increase in their allocation of $100,000 through the budget process, and that is the reason why we reduced our UUFB request by $100,000. that amendment was made to the legislation. In terms of the distinguishing between drought mitigation and replacing old equipment, part of the drought mitigation planning is basically, for example, the agricultural production of hay for winter feeding supply for the bison and the livestock there. And our plan is to replace the old equipment that we're working with to effectively produce more hay, utilizing water system. We're working on some of the water systems up there, the irrigation, the springs that come down from the mountains with the snow melt. But again, a lot of our equipment that we use to improve the water holding facilities, the canals, etc., they're old, and when they break down, we're finding it difficult to find parts because they're so old. And so that's one of the rationale for including that request into including those equipment replacements into the UUFB request. And in terms of the business fund within the Division of Economic Development, we have not looked into that, but that is one area that we will contact the Division of Economic Development to see if they do have recommendations on how we can participate in that. And Delegate Yellowhair, thank you for your support and for your words and for your well wishes. And likewise, I wish you also happy holidays and a safe holiday season on into the new year. Delegate Begay, in terms of the drought insurance program here on the Navajo Nation, we did apply to receive funding from the drought insurance program. However, that request was denied. So we did not get any funding from the drought insurance program on the Navajo Nation. However, Mr. Diswood is working with the NRCS program out of Colorado. We're looking at trying to participate in the drought insurance program there in that region. And we're working in trying to establish baseline information for the ranch property. There's certain information that they require, and we've been working with them on trying to situate ourselves so that we can establish a drought insurance program at Colorado ranches. In terms of the climate change question that Delegate Begay had, as Sam mentioned, we are in the process of developing a drought management plan. And in that plan, it's going to establish long-term management goals for addressing climate change and drought and out into the future, so that we're not in this reactive mode that we're currently in terms of dealing with the lack of precipitation and the inconsistency in precipitation. That drought management plan will be a long-term outlook for mitigating some of the impacts that we're seeing from drought, including the low water levels, the need for hay production, but we are currently we're trying to address our water resource component in terms of the water that's coming in from the mountains in the spring runoff. We're working with the local government organizations involved in water allocation under water rights, and so we're actively responding to the drought. But in addition to that, we are developing a management plan for drought mitigation. So that concludes my response. And I don't know if Sam is back on, if he wanted to add anything to my comments. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, that's not functioning quite right, but just kind of a follow-up on some of the other like maybe capital expenditures and things. I know those were some discussions that were held here as well, and some of those were recommendations that did come from the committee members from both committees. And you know, we put thousands of dollars into, as an example, our 7710 tractors, when that could have been, I guess, used in a different part of the ranch and the operations of the budget process, and developing a lot more things, and you know, the cover crop, the water developments, replacing solar panels on the windmills, and just bringing everything up to speed. And it's going to take a little bit of time, but those are just, it was some additions that were included by members as we went through this. And we have applied to the ag infrastructure funds and things of that, but we have yet to receive any revenues or funding from those. Adding just a little bit into the irrigation systems, we're working with Trout Unlimited, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, National Park Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. There is the, I think it was the it is the Rio Grande Cutthroat that occupies the streams that come down off the Madnow and the Hudson. And so there is a system that Trout Unlimited is putting in. There's some work that they're going to help us with in terms of addressing about a mile and a half of the old irrigation system and making that a little bit more productive, so we're not losing 20% to evaporation, things of that nature. The climate change, I know Honorable Begay had mentioned, you know, the plans. I think there is in the future. Yes, we are looking and we are working with NRCS, and we've had just a little bit of talk with the National Bison Association. There's some grazing associations here in Colorado that we're talking to, cattle ranching programs, CSU as well, to look at the long-term proactive approach to kind of this drought situation, the climate change, and some of the things that we can do, different cover crop programs, managing our animals at you know, like 80% carrying capacity, making sure we have ground cover, minimizing erosion, things of that nature, and then especially for the cattle, developing a grazing program. So I think there's those kind of plans are coming into place with this, and in the discussion with NRCS, they do mention, yes, there is a big push with all the ranchers here in Colorado to begin to develop drought mitigation. So I think there's a lot of on the ground type stuff, activities, programs. We're beginning to work with FSA funding, there's some new things that came out with the National Bison Association for that mycoplasma, so that we can get insurance. We went through that with the nasal swabs now, so we have information that we can actually apply, and we are gonna work on the application process to the National Bison Association. So we do have some that, some bison that do die. At least we get some insurance back for those animals that have died. FSA is, again, that's just getting the criteria together for a ranch record, I think is what they call. And then we can start working on getting insurance type programs from them for the state of Colorado. So, and thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair, for your words. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and enjoy the time with your family as well. Thank you.
Thank you, my agents, for the answers back to the Budget and Finance Committee. At this point in time, Chair Henio, go ahead and turn the time over to you.
Thank you for your response. Back to committee members, Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any further questions, comments? Any further questions or comments? If not, we can call for the question.
Chairman,
Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to say thanks to my substitute, Mr. Honorable Raymond Smith, to bring us a very important legislation. And this past spring, we visited Wolf Creek, Colorado, and you brought up this very important office of heavy equipment that needs to be replaced. I'm ready to vote for this legislation. Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Delegate Jimmy O'Hare. Delegate Amber Canes-Crowdy, you have the floor. Delegate Amber Canes-Crowdy. Delegate Amber Canes-Crowdy.
Thank you, Chair. This is Delegate Crowdy. Chair, if I could ask for a directive from the committee that the enterprise, the ranch, also make a request to Navajo CDFI and to Department of Economic Development on terms of their business fund. I'm also thinking in terms of, because this sounds more like an investment to me, and I understand they're trying to mitigate some of the drought. What I'm looking at is then how is Navajo Nation, like if we were to pull together all of our ranchers on Navajo Nation, their herds, their numbers, would this correlate to what we're doing for our ranchers who are on trust land? And I think in being on the council, when we purchased this property, the idea that is that this area would have great land management, which it sounds like it does have, but that does come at an expense. And I would want to see what does that mean for our local ranchers. How much if this ranch needs 1.8 million for this amount of acreage and X amount of animals, then for our Navajo Nation ranchers, what's the type of support that they need? So I'm just not there yet on this legislation, Vice Chair Smith. I think there's still more possibilities or avenues in where to get the money, especially if this is an enterprise. And the UUFD is really to meet the unmet needs of the government, and just seeing what we've been discussing about. But I'm open in terms of how we can move forward and what type of support the enterprise needs. I just think they have other avenues like Navajo CDFI, the DED funding, and possibly like if they're an enterprise, they try to get a loan, a small interest loan, like from Native American Bank, or kind of what we're telling our producers to do. I would assume then we would tell the enterprise to do the first things first, and we're the last line of funding. Thank you, Chair.
Do that.
For your spoken on the directive. After the committee votes on this legislation, then they'll make time to issue that directive to Navajo Fish and Wildlife. So with that, back to Vice Chair Smith.
You, Chair Henio and Budget and Finance Committee members of the Navajo Nation, and Shemayaja for proposing that directive. Yes, there is the enterprise or CDIF we can request from them and see if we can get any funding from them to run this operation in the Colorado ranches. I appreciate that. And at the time this was drafted, it was during the time that the drought was really severe, and finally it was brought forth in a 5-day comment period, and now we're at this point in time requesting for UUFB. So this legislation here does have potential, and I do see ranchers out there in Navajo Nation, and we could help them by dropping legislation too for them. And I know there's that funding that the chapters keep asking about, and they're asking, well, where's that CDF money? How come we haven't got that? That was to help them with the needs that is out there on behalf of the nation that has the funding. So there is potential that we can help out. This is one step that we're helping out with the enterprise, but I do look forward to helping the Navajo Nation ranchers throughout the Navajo Nation. And if we could drop legislation and drop a budget and look at how much we could help in the impact areas, because we have a lot of ranchers out there that are looking for some sort of help, whether it's water resources, whether it's a spring, a dam, a windmill, or even getting supplemental feed for the animals or vaccination. I know Chiche is always talking about that vaccination, saying that the cost is too high, and he's a rancher too, and things of that nature we could also bring forth to the Navajo Nation Council. So that's what I'd like to present, and I do would like to have you support this, and I do support the ranchers out there, and I'm not just only looking at the enterprise as a whole, and not remembering that we do have ranchers out there, because I do have family members that do own livestock, and it is important, and that's their livelihood, and we need to help one another in that fashion, Shananda. So I don't know if Mr. Deswood or Gloria Tom would like to add on to the comments that I made here and the suggestions and how we look at the legislation, Shananda. Ms. Tom, do you have anything?
Thank you, Vice Chairman Smith and Delegate Crotty for the directive. The department is willing to work with the Division of Economic Development to submit a proposal for funding under CDIF. We will follow through on that. And I think one thing that is pretty evident in terms of the emergency funding that has been provided to the local chapters for distribution out to the ranchers and the farmers for drought mitigation over the years. That has been a source of support to our Navajo ranchers and farmers. And then you have the drought insurance program that the Department of Agriculture manages. And I just want to reiterate that, we did apply for funding through the drought insurance program with the Navajo Nation, but we weren't funded. And our request here is, again, recognizing that we are an enterprise and we do have a fund management plan in place, and soon we will have a drought mitigation plan in place. And I think Mr. Deswood did mention that, in order to generate additional revenue for the property, that we do have to address some shortfalls that we have now with our equipment, our some of the facilities, and that's what we're attempting to do. And again, with the thought that, our revenue stream is going to be increasing as we continue to manage the property, bring in new partners, establish new programs there that are going to generate additional sources of income for the property. And through the enterprise fund, all of the revenue, all of the revenue that we generate does come back to the property for operation and maintenance. And so our goal is to continue to increase those that fund balance as we move into the future. But this is only like the 4th year that we've had the property, and much of our time over the past several years has been in just basically getting to know the ranch and the resources that are occurring there, and then talking to people, establishing new partnerships. But I do appreciate the directive, and that is something that we will definitely look into and apply. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am I'm open to the directives. I'm open to looking at the avenues to strengthen the enterprise. And I think I know one of the goals was to how do we use this as a source of revenue to where it's operating on its own. We began to do this, but then we begin to use the things that we've learned to help as a teaching tool to other ranchers, to other people in general. And we're learning. One of the things I want to say is when the ranch was purchased, and then within a year or two, we just got exposed with this COVID. We got exposed with complete changes in the meat processing, in marketing. We've seen declines in numbers, but it's starting to adjust for the number of or sales of calves and even the bison. So all of those have taken a big hit along with everything else, and we've learned and we've adjusted. We've been looking at what our weakest links are in the operation of the ranch here. And so there's that learning curve that we had. Again, there's other opportunities I think that we can build upon, but there's also the insurance, dealing with NRCS here at the Colorado level out of the Trinidad office, and working with FSA, looking at other opportunities and maybe other insurance programs. I know there's a farmers network that does offer insurance and things of that nature as well. So the Bison Association does as well. So I think it's the building and the growing of this enterprise can be again used as a model, as a tool for other ranchers in general on both trust lands and on other ranches owned by the nation. So with that, I'm open to the directive. I can work with Lori and we can move forward on this. So thank you.
Chairman Henio, this
Okay.
is Delegate Crotty.
Okay, with that, the response back to the committee, Budget Finance Committee. Further questions, comments?
Chair Henio, Delegate Crotty.
Motion on the floor.
Thank you. So we'll make the directive, Chair. Can, just in terms of looking at this, if it was a COVID, so first I heard drought, now I'm hearing COVID. So if COVID had an impact on the business, have they applied or tried to get some of the funding relief through the Department of Economic Development? And then my last question would be, when you requested money through the drought management, was that the committee, like RDC, did not support your proposal? Was it not eligible through the grant, or it was not eligible through the fund management? I just need a little bit more, I just need to understand that portion, Chair, as I understand the need. What I'm looking at is, I'm not agreeing that it should come out of UUFB, and especially if it's an enterprise. And we've told our other enterprises, you know, if to modify business plans, to cut costs, but if it's COVID related, there may be opportunities with our Navajo Nation fiscal relief funds. Thank you, Chair.
Hey, thank you for that question. With that, you have the floor.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question to it. I can't for the response from Ms. Tom regarding the any plans for the drought. I know the Navajo Nation's been addressing drought every year, emergency water hauling and emergency drought relief. So many years again, because I've been working with the water resource for a long time. You know that the only thing that we do is at the first I seen a lot of people water hauling. People get hired for to water haul through this during about three months after not there. It's still like that. That's all we do. And there were emergency fundings and also the UUFB based on that. So right now with that the land there, and then also the wildlife that is there, and to address that. So I know that you mentioned some plans about that, what you want to do, but I don't see that in writing to where I could understand that, how you can be, what's the long range plan regarding to address this drought. So I know that different places go maybe there's some I'm not sure if that land that's there, I don't know how much the water, if we're eligible for water for drilling to do some more earth dams, something like that. And then I know that there's one, if there's anything like that, it's already in plans. Is it ready for that? And also there's other try to catch the water, maybe catchment. There's a basis there where you can catch these water, the runoffs. Okay. Also anything that using solars to pump water. That is it there? Is it going to be part of it, or I know that that place has a any kind of solar, goes into solar, renewable energy part of it. Is it going to be part of that? Is it long range planning on it? So that's what my thought is about. That those kind of plans. I think that's something that's new to people. Will be moving into that. So because of the how much electricity we use to do that. It's in the remote areas now. So maybe that the plan you guys have that that's a question I have. Tenio, Chair.
Like to see Vice Chair Smith, back to you.
Thank you, Chair Henio and Budget Finance Committee members out of the Sagi. Yes, these are good questions, and I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Sam Diswood. Sam?
Yeah, I think just going back when I mentioned the COVID issue, it impacted the whole industry, and that was just sitting back to say that we have been impacted by that. But the drought issue is probably a continuous. I think talking with NRCS, we were talking about 3 out of 4 years for South Central Colorado in the area where Westcliff and the ranch is located. So as we've been talking and developing and kind of leading to Honorable Begay's question, yeah, there is the long range plans. Again, we go back to the cover crop. We go back to what wells we have in place that are run by wind. And some of them are they don't even make the pumps anymore. We ended up pulling some and replacing those with more efficient. We've got plans for solar panels to go back on those on the earth dams. We have plans to construct and refurbish some of the existing ones we have. We're doing not so much in catching runoff, but diverting a little bit to those earthen dams. Solar panels, we're looking with NRCS and actually putting panels on these homes and on the wells themselves. So there's a little bit of that alternative energy. We do have protocols that we have written. It's not maybe it's centered toward the animal health and animal working program. So we have shoot work protocols. We have the health protocols written for the herds or vaccination programs. So those are all things that we've gotten written down, but we haven't expanded out to the big portion of actually making and getting this ranch running. The grazing issues that we have, the pastures that we have on the Boyer, and then just rerunning water lines from some of these and developing some of the springs that are on both ranches and doing that in an effective, efficient manner. So I think our drought mitigation program is just having to put things down. We've got them in outline. We've been in discussion right now, but it's just actually putting them into place and begin to write the portions and put everything together on some of the, I guess, the drought and taking the experience from NRCS and applying it to the ranch here. So, Chairman Henio.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. Back to the Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chairman Henio, I'd like to make a motion to table this legislation until we can get a response from Navajo CDFI and DED regarding the opportunity to cover this cost and for the enterprise to develop that drought mitigation plan as requested by Delegate Begay.
Okay, there's a Budget and Finance Committee. There's a motion to table this legislation. For how long? How many days?
Chair, if I could ask the sponsor, I'm not sure how much time they would need to develop that plan.
Okay. With that, motion to table and time period. With that, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio. I know that we're not the final authority here on the legislation. Usually when it gets tabled, it moves forward, even though we put a timeline on it. If we were the final authority, it would be as tabled, but legislative councils, I hope they're listening in.
No, let's just Vice Chair, just table. What's the timeline? 30, 60 days? What would you recommend?
Are you asking me, Chair?
Well, according to the motion party, I asked for a timeline, and the motion party deferred to the sponsor to see how much time you would need to get the information before budget finance.
Shananda, thank you, Chair Henio. Is Legislative Council on board? Because if I put a timeline and this is supposed to move on to Nabakiatia is probably going to be next week sometime. And if we don't get that information, it goes directly to Nabakiatia and then it goes to council. We're not the final authority on this legislation.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith. Back to a motion party, Shananda. Delegate Amberkin Asbakrati. There's no recommendation for a timeline, so what would be your timeline?
Chair, I'm open, but I think you'd probably, seeing that this was developed back in June, I'd ask for 60 days table to get that information back to the committee. And I'm open for suggestions or modifications. Thank you, Chair.
Tyler Newell, my son.
Thank you for that. So motion to table this legislation for 60 days. Is there a second?
Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay seconds. So we do have a motion and second. There's no debate on tabling motion. So therefore, Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman Henry, roll call vote for the motioning table. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, how do you vote?
I'll vote red.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here votes red. Honorable Amber Crotty, how do you vote?
Thank you, Shada. This is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Amber Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Should I vote green?
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 2 opposing, Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Okay, thank you for that roll call vote. Legislation is hereby tabled by the Budget and Finance Committee for 60 days with a vote 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Motion carries. So with that, let's move forward to the next legislation, 259-21. Shanada, Delegate Vince James, are you on the line? Shanada, Delegate James. With that, let's have the reading of this legislation into the record. Peggy? Peggy, are you there?
Point of order, Select Chairman. They'll get yellow here.
Shandar, what's your point of order?
My point of order is the one that just talked about from a Fish and Wildlife reports to a Wolf Creek Canyon, Colorado, and the vote is 3-2, and is this the legislation will continue going on to Navajo? That's my point of order, and that going on to the council, even though we vote table. That's the chairman.
Right.
Can you answer council?
Shandar, it's up to the sponsor of the legislation if they wish to keep it moving forward, since we're not the final authority. It'll be up to the sponsor of the legislation if they wish to keep it moving forward or to keep it at budget and finance and get the requested information.
Thank you, Stella. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Ms. Lorlin Tapahi? Office of Legislative Counsel?
This is Lorraine with Office of Legislative Counsel. I'm sorry, I missed the question. Mr. Chair, could you please repeat?
A question from Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair was that. Although the vote was taken to table 3 in favor, 2 opposed, this legislation is not final authority. Does it still keep moving forward, or will it stay here?
If the legislation is destined for another committee because Budget and Finance is not the final authority, then even if Budget and Finance Committee tables the legislation, it will move forward. It is supposed to move in the process. However, I believe 259, legislation number 259, is Budget and Finance Committee is the final authority for that one, but not for 252. I hope that clarifies the point.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tapahi, for your input. Back to Peggy. Ms. Peggy Nunca, are you still with us? Ramona, are you there?
Yes, Chairman, I'm here.
Are you able to read this legislation to the record for us, or?
Yes, I can go ahead and read it into the record.
Okay, yeah, we need somebody to read into the record.
Okay. Legislation number 0259-21 is an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee rescinding BFJA-04-20 as it relates to the travel policies manual for Navajo Nation officials and employees, reinstating the travel policies and procedures approving in BFJA-01-02, and it has a legislation summary sheet, including Exhibit 1, also Exhibit A of the legislation, Chairman, and Exhibit 2 of the legislation. Exhibit A, the Navajo Nation Employees Travel Policy and Procedures Handbook is Exhibit A. Also, Chairman, the memorandum from Lorraine D. Tapahi for the legislation and the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review publication is attached along with the Legislative Branch Internet Public Review summary sheet. Chairman?
Christina, thank you for that reading. Committee members, is there a motion to accept this legislation? Is there a motion? Budget Finance Committee member, is there a motion going once? Is there a motion to Budget and Finance Committee? Twice. National Budget and Finance Committee. Is there a motion to accept this resolution? Motion. National Delegate Jimmy Gallagher motions. Is there a second? National Budget and Finance Committee. Is there a second to the motion to accept this legislation? Going once.
This is Delegate Brown. I'll second.
National Delegate Nathaniel Brown seconds. So we do have a motion and a second established. With that, Delegate Vince James, you have the floor to introduce the legislation to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Shahad, thank you very much for allowing me time. Legislation is legislation number 259-21 the Navajo Nation employees on the Navajo Nation Council delegate the travel policy I need this that means so a BFJA-04-20 ako need be la as late ako de be la as late do hayud in Nahadil Nishiki Don Dad Nishiki Navajo Nation employees hayud a budget the now a base of budget Kundal in Lako Ado the Quishi a base pass and Gleniki out a din Hadid Nishin Sitahu is Asaleko Adon he on his Jimmy Kodo Council Delegate Bishpas Anani Glenin that could echo Sahon hits Lado Sahot hits not toss Kate no Dagi hits Lako Ado not tossed Hayu could Nihide Yokid Ado Ashiani base of the Kate Dest do Ajit Besa this Kahishi bin Yente a quiet gate a kid the office of the controller but the no Kwaji P card section has Anje a Sahobe did Edo Nana Kwaji accounts payable Ajinan Sahot Anas in Lenko these are the unleashed office of the controller the Anishiki art Adole not tossing Lini de Yokid do a host out not toss the Yokid ako Benachet open his hashnet do Lehiki the Navajo Nation employees the P card the Holoniki Ado Council Delegate the P cards the Holoni Jo AAAD the receipts Handa ni hard sheet not any gay a not so Handa ni Adon Hitchin could set Jo could AA Ben Hitchin yet in Leco Ado Nana Koje accounts payable Ajab peak if they don't have a P card but Hanana then go a quite a hito yokeda receipts original receipts Handa ni Ado Nana for P card when long ago so the Ado la it is kid Ade Jagado Ade Hajda Rakota ya be ahwazen ada honan shiji lauda adola jifkedo ejo hot P card yokade non accounts payable jago the other hitido de nikeda jonada de nestoko adonia ho nada oskade adonia pipeta hasko jokot okot ya yata lenko don hilcheta hui na hade nishigi dort an hikodo ya response anini kliniki ikot nana deep big ya na ata John Lay Washington that the federal regulation that CFI gi to big ni John name de according hiko the Navajo Nation the Nebakaya ka so aje hanast anigi jo ya deep big ina hadule hastade a beno because the has cans only the beach dashin equini lot echin no jokot ako ado sat ata because the nas cans only target or keto 80 dibik hona hono ado nana ta don't know what not this kid only just it age dibik na hono do lesbik Dina Nestole Dibik Honi La in Tintole Nigo Podium Adasto on Hai La Ocon de Le Washington de keep it Genes Ongo as art and Leco art what had issued it Asaje Nahonanist as de Yago Asa Jen based on Leniki by Stohoki Hotel Koyi ni here Navajo Nation Navajo Nation employees do ba kot eda nan and here do besmans ani gleni dot on ha kot eda ako open natch na hashne di besmans ani gleni as art out in hina nation gleni in hiko do it asai ki si dada the kui go shit ya na ho ni hina nes il on da in ni here and at le ako shepe eta hashne dole die honst en lego de nebet hona shago lede na huis ade hatte shago go die benoda die yago ade hatte shago le adonana asna dot an le aje na os kido hatte shago le ade ina lie bahagan ataten ako kote nashtaho na lie bahawan da ho lord nashtaho die de koni lachi dis is no ako din al kidigi bik koni lat dis chokot ben hije yata tien le kodo bespa anni gleni honanat ana nation employed na hade ilneshi dot honanat large not ani dadan leni ki be p card kot ako hot out twonje nan ale do ya shon da le ko nana din hot as de yago ko asto teach as de ya na ho wana nish len lat sahat or le no da de ya go jo ente atsa kodo dasti yahiki jo nothing there's nothing this thing 40 da konen lawn high school that's your first day trip ado your last day trip ada enjoy daso ya sto koni la jokot ko hajo today ya haiki she epic hours oda story the touch the rock go di ba handani ki jo kot aj in those cases ko so if you were using a per diem rate of $59 and if you, on your first day that changes to $44.25 then on the next day when you're at your particular site for your meeting or whatnot, then it changes back to $59. And then the next day when you decide to leave, that changes back to $44 again. Navajo Nation employees kwaiki to ya ashon da le tonje na kodo besman anni gleni to honan le ko o hayuje kot ba ya do ti ko Ado Nana Dida Kodo BFJA 04-20 Adnaha da ito bang hitcha ha zi zli the department tiki aya a but that test asli ako they had the opportunity to adopt and implement new policies as department. Jakotza ako these certain departments nation that they were working on adopting and implementing their own guidelines, but they were not given that enough notice. So no, the departments didn't have enough time to generate their guidelines. And so April 1st, 2020, it came into effective. So do kot eda chokot adon hijeta hoist asle ado hajoy se ben hilta hajoj neta atkin sot ahono kohon halo anahon en halo e akot an hada jila ada ade nahnd the guidelines ade nahnd at be ak ade an hitole ni hito ni tan hito ni ta no hot ben hija hada isi ebony na banna these programs that had started their own guidelines that were given time to adopt and implement their new guidelines. The na not up on the hadol just handing out for the Hyundai dio nesto de yila Hyundai is benna aya 80 as sahi shanky bikaho aya in the whole hinanist on a tahangi reinstating BFJA 01-202 a subject on the car. Jokot out a not sauce in Linegi Kodo, Dana did Ahiti Kodon Hitaton sauce in Lane, Kot out a Kodoba Hasito Lick additionally, co-sponsor Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, but the dish us. Yeah.
So with that, we do have a motion and a second. Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any questions, comments?
Chair Henyo, this is Delegate Charles Newman.
Hold on, let me see if there's questions from Budget and Finance Committee members. Budget and Finance Committee members?
Chair Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Okay, Shanada. Delegate Amber Crotty, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I think in terms of what is being presented and the I attended, or virtually we had a Northern Agency Council meeting this last weekend. And in those conversations, they are actually asking for transparency on the delegates' travel. I know in future or in previous conversations, I've asked the Office of the Speaker to develop how delegates are traveling, because each delegate handles their own traveling portfolio. And I'm not sure if the public are clear on, like, unless we travel as a committee, I'm not privileged to know where another delegate travels. That all goes through the Office of the Speaker. And so I think there's a misconception out in the public that delegates know or keep tabs on the travel of other delegates. That simply is not the case. And matter of fact, that's an administrative issue. And so I know that I would ask, and I see that Office of the Speaker's staff are online in terms of what are those recommendations for travel transparency. I represent 2 different counties in my district, and one county is Apache County. And every year, Apache County commissioners, their travel is audited by the newspaper. So I know, I know whenever Dr. Joe Shirley decides to eat jumbo shrimp for lunch or dinner. And so I don't know in terms of how much information the people need, but I do want to recognize that they are asking for more transparency in terms of travel, especially during COVID. I think that's when the conversation is centered around that there are travel restrictions for chapter officials, but they're under executive, and that delegates are still traveling. We're under legislative, and we have our budget to travel, and we get the proper authorization. So I just wanted to raise that issue, and because I'm going to ask the sponsor if he could identify the area in the legislation that would support travel by any elected official, or in terms of this document for transparency, because I think that will balance the need or the justification when additional funds are needed when it comes to per diem or the travel policies. The second area, and I'm not sure if Delegate James is aware, when Budget and Finance was presented these policies and procedures, there was a portion that, and this is when Controller Perling Kurt was still with the nation, that she identified through a work session that the policies and procedures were due to audit findings. And so if I could get clarification in terms of if we simply rescind the policy and reinstate the prior policy, how that then is going to affect, or I would just need more clarification then on that part when it came to the audit and how areas were being addressed and how that impacted our audit. And then the third area, Chair, in terms of, and I'll state this because I coming into a position where there is little trust from the people, and whether it's because it's just in terms of the title of being a delegate, where our people feel that we live lavish lifestyles, or we are pocketing money, and they have, there's evidence to that reality. And so, but my hope is with my colleagues here on this council is, although we can't change that perception, we can embrace transparency and to see how frugal we can be as a council in speaking with our families who are like on SNAP, or maybe you know it as EBT. They're only given certain provisions for their food and for their cost of living. And when we look at it, sometimes that amounts to like $1.25 a day per person per day. And so I think I think the GSA rates are very generous. And do I go over them? Yes. Do I have to pay back? Yes. But what that has taught me is either some discipline, like bring my own food or bring my own snacks and whatnot, or try to make better decisions in terms of where we're traveling and where we're going. Because I'm also seeing this as we can mirror, if the nation is having a shortfall, then as leadership, we can mirror, what does that mean then to tighten our own belt? What does that mean then to reflect and to make sure that our people are put first? Because the financial cost of reverting or moving or going away from some of these policies is going to be an increase in our travel budgets. And I know that I was very vocal last budget season because of COVID and the amount of travel. And so I think that also could be a thing where the office of the speaker lets us know, does it make better sense for us to stay virtual and to reduce our travel to is that increasing our effectiveness? Or I understand there is times when you have to meet one-on-one, or the audio is terrible, or you have to be there, like anything at Twin Arrows. We know the audio is going to be off So it's like you have to go there. So I just wanted to note that was part of the equation in terms of if we rescind this, then travel budgets are going to increase. And so travel budgets increase, what do we decrease? And that and I'd like to get that answer. Thank you very much, Chairman Henio and sponsor Vince James for this legislation.
Thank you, Lieutenant, for your questions to the presenter. And I'll defer back to the presenter. I'll defer to Madam Chair Charleston first before I go back to Ms. Sponsor, Ms. Shinota Akado. Madam Chair Charleston.
Thank you, Chair Henio. I'm sorry, Delegate Vince James referred the presentation to me as co-sponsor, and so I was hoping to add on to what he presented regarding the need for the change. So if you'll allow me to do that, Chair Henio, in terms of the presentation that was given by Delegate James, to just add on to, as a co-sponsor, to add on to his presentation information.
No, I apologize. I realized that after so go ahead and continue on.
Thank you. So in addition to what Delegate James stated, I think what we need to understand is that this travel policy is more than affecting the delegates. It affects our Navajo Nation employees. On July 1st, I did have a meeting with criminal investigations and then also the controller's office regarding the P card, the issues that were happening within criminal investigations. During that time, I learned that there was permission that was given to criminal investigations to establish a Verizon account to allow the criminal investigators to have their own cell phone. Permission was given to them by a employee within P card, and they were told, go ahead and use your P card, establish this account, and you can pay from that P card, pay the bill. And it changed. It changed as of July or June. It changed, and so what happened was criminal investigations were held to be out of compliance with what P card section was, or what P card was telling them that they could do, which is they could establish this Verizon account and they could pay directly using their P card, their P card. But then the controller's office came back and said, no, you can't do that. As a result of that, P card went in and they took back the funds from an employee who is not making very much money. And it was a significant chunk of money from her personal paycheck, even though she was given permission by the controller's office to proceed forward to use the P card to establish this Verizon account. Since that time, our criminal investigators have been dinged consistently for usage of their P card, that they finally just decided not to use their P card. And after multiple back and forth emails of blame, it did turn pretty ugly. And so now it's affecting our criminal investigators. So this P card policy is not affecting, it's affecting more than our delegates when it comes to travel. In addition to that, we also know that there are some social workers in Western Agency and also here in Northern Agency that really depended on their P card and they're traveling. Unfortunately, they don't work more than 12 hours. Some do, some of the social workers do, but it's kind of in different shifts. And so they were told that they have to work one straight shift, 12 hours, in order to be able to use their P card. We don't pay a lot to our social workers. We don't pay a lot to our Division of Family Services. So when we're taking away that, the opportunity to use their P card, we're putting them in a situation where they have to pay out of their own pocket to do travel on behalf of the Navajo Nation. And as Budget and Finance is aware, we still require our employees to go to Window Rock to sign documents and to submit documents. So when somebody from Western Agency is having to drive into Window Rock and it takes them, 6 hours round total, possibly 8, they still can't use their P card for gas, and they can't use their P card for meals. So granted, there are ways that we can cut down with cost, but again, I do want to point out that these rules are affecting our employees currently because of the way that it's set up. And again, 12-hour days is what they're requiring when the average workday for our Navajo Nation employees are 8 hours. So I want the Budget and Finance Committee to take that into consideration. In addition to that, I did one day have a conversation with a OPVP staff about P card, and I learned that they are not held to the same expectations as Navajo Nation employees and council delegates. If you look at the budget and if you look at the legislation, it's specifically for employees and also delegates. And what I was told was that OPVP appointees are separate. And so I did send an email and I did CC the entire 24th Navajo Nation Council to get a formal response on that, but I didn't. I still have yet to receive a response on that. So in terms of being transparent, I think that it's important that if this policy is meant to save money on behalf of the Navajo Nation, then everybody should be, treated fairly when it comes to traveling. So again, it's more than just the delegates who are affected, and I'm speaking on behalf of the employees who have come forward, who have come to me and who have talked to me about how P card is affecting their job and then also affecting their finances as well. In terms of, and I did actually have this, and Delegate Crotty did allude to it, the travel transparency. I don't have a problem, with being transparent. This was actually part of my presentation. But, in terms of the travel transparency, after being on the Northern Agency Council call, I did go back to look at the legislation and then also previous legislation. There isn't anything, at least that I saw in the previous, travel policies and the current policy that do talk about travel transparency. But as stated, as delegates, we do travel. And we're in a separate branch from the executive branch. And so my understanding is this travel policy is not like specifically just for the delegates. We're not asking for an exception just for the delegates. The purpose of me signing on as a co-sponsor again is to address, what is happening within the Navajo Nation when it comes to our employees, especially in this case with criminal investigations. And again, there were back and forth emails. And at one point, I believe a controller's office came out to criminal investigations and told them that you guys are the only ones that are having problems with P cards. So, deal with it, which I didn't appreciate because I know that as delegates and then also Social Services Division of Family Services is also having issues as well with the P card. So I do want to make that known. In addition to that, the last thing that I do want to state is I used to work for the state of Texas and the state of Wyoming. And in terms of traveling, I find that our travel policy for the Navajo Nation is, I'm just going to be very blunt here, it's ridiculous. At the state, both for the state of Texas and for the state of Wyoming, they followed the per diem rates, the expectations were there, but there was a lot of flexibility when it came to the per diem rates because we did have, there were things that were taken into consideration. Right now, COVID is amongst us, and we know that inflation has gone up. I've sent pictures of restaurants that have said, our prices have gone up $2 because of COVID, but that's not taken into consideration from our P card staff. That reaching out to the state of Texas and to the state of Wyoming, former employees, because that information is supplied in the federal per diem rate with flexibility, because it's just a recommendation, they do take those things into consideration. As long as there is a justification that follows, the reason for paying more. And in a lot of cases, we are finding ourselves, getting dinged for having to pay back because we went over. I got dinged $1.24 for going over, $1.24 on a lunch. And so I think that, those things should be taken into consideration. There should be some flexibility. I don't think it's a matter of abusing. I think if we can just put this policy back in place as it was previously, then work on a policy with the controller's office, I think that, this would just be a temporary means to help assist. And again, I'm speaking on behalf of the Navajo Nation employees who are affected by this policy as well. So with that, Chair Henyo, I do want to just state that for the record. And again, I'll go ahead and leave the answers or the questions that have to be answered to Delegate James. And if he needs help, he can call upon me. Thank you. Hello, can you all hear me? Hello?
Okay, I was unmuted. I was on mute here. Okay, with that, Takela, for the addition to the presentation. And with this, Delegate Vince James, a response to the question that had been posed earlier. No, Delegate Vince James.
Okay, I didn't know I was muted. I'm sorry, Don Shia. Nana, Ado, Aden, Don Shimasane, Honorable Amber Crowdy, Twa, Kate has owned na Adin Kits Lean, Ado, Nana, Kodo, Bayan Tiki, Ya, Ashi Bayel Tio, Ya Naho Hol Sistole. Joti Digi AAD to reinstate BFJ 801 -02 8A Yako Adonana Adet Bayan Tiki Kodo reinstate in Deliago She Adon as a program meaning us as speaker office, we can put that in the implementation of our point of view of making that transition to make that adjustment in the procedures and the guidelines. But for this legislation, all we're asking is to reinstate it, and eventually we'll be working on redoing the policy, which is probably are almost done or even practically done by some of these programs to implement their procedures and guidelines. And again, this request with this legislation is just a temporary consideration regarding the policy while we develop new policies and compromise with the department and also with speakers and executive branch. It sounds like with the executive branch as well, to make that across the board equalization justification with travel policies. And so when you and it goes back to the last information as well as this new policy does not coincide with the legislative travel policies and procedures. And so when it comes down to it, when we as delegates also use this legislative travel policy, which was created and adopted back on April 28, 2000, this is not actually corresponding with the new policy as well, VFJA 04-20. So it really doesn't coincide, but that's the reason why I'm asking, let's rescind this BFJA 04-20 and reinstate the BFJA 01-02 to collaborate and put everything together. That way we can have a updated version and have an understanding through working with each of the departments, or in our case, reinstating a new travel policy. So that would be my response to Shamasana and Honorable Amber Crowdy. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Lieutenant, for that response. Back to Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Then I'll call for the question if there's no further questions or comments.
Is Delegate Begay?
Lieutenant, Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Yeah, none of the other members of the BNF committee. Delegate James Arosh Nalado, Charles Newton, Delegate. Understanding the rescinding the legislation resolutions for P Court section. I shall need to want this case ago. Today about this case ago. I guess the Jando what are the but the way it's working, the way the P Court, the way the understanding is, the way they operate with it. Okay, on what are this case on I think to go the yard. I guess to understand this, I know that it's good for accountability, but so for example, this one thing, like I said that we used to take pictures with that trying to think about it, that every time we do a purchase with P Court, shall I just start taking picture of it? You might lose it, or on the years ago, there's a lot of receipts you have. That's one thing. The second one is so the second one is some of these places, like for example Winslow. If you go to a cafe today, it's not a restaurant. These are cafes where people are people when you go over there, the receipts they give you is this a receipt, and you ask them to give you, you ask for that another receipt where your details itemized. We don't do that actually. So these are just small cafes. didn't go that down the side of that's so any down. It is where Navajo people they do that. They don't provide those. Of course, it's a kid. Other article, you have to get that on the you pay back in the least now the hat needs to go. None that the memo not just what ethical. They are pen on this that there should be something in it, that you did up at last need that's not no, so that the in it not kid hasn't link or on kaya or you just on short of the Latin when you do that these are the kind of restrictions called sometimes you think about it as delegates either so. But just because we're delegates, that's not that he just saw they're not people that anticipate and things like that. This the way it is that there's a policy you guys approved all the hashing what are they we don't know that these are something that that approve something like that. I think I quite get that. I understand that the accountability part of it, but this is something that we go through. That the whole like for me, I can travel middle of the night in the or the what they call I don't go by. This is a travel day. During that time, all day, and then you get then you still have to do your work over here, chapter meetings, and I don't know the nice down the I think that in the the other job because this time that they go through, a lot of kids on the board list and husband they go. But since that what else they go, I don't what you buy something like this. A snack then in the land like we get maybe this mixed it that travel that trail nuts that anything that snacks that but when you look at it, this is more healthier than the bonds. Another case things like that hanging it on having this in the all the bonds case little so something like that. I understand that the accountability part of it for this legislation, but could have been on this the way the P courts are operating with it against us. Whatever in this case, you kind of they don't consider a lot of things for us. We just have to pay back on ethical. It's easy for them to do that. They said that the next pay period we're going to deduct the hasni. I'm still waiting for other TAs that I submitted. It takes them about 3 months to get those. They don't. There's P court section. There's TA also the last another niche. Or another even not just the workers that the policy is good and the economy, the law, the regulation is good, but it's just the workers. How do we address that? How do we do that? Maybe we could just change back to the other. So I'm thinking about this because your legislation. So and so I'm understanding that. So being budget and finance committee, so I'm looking at it and thinking about this. This is a good legislation. Either we have to talk about it or we just go back to the others. If they don't want to consider us, if they don't want to discuss that with us. What I about this case there. So if you had Chair Henio, thank you.
Chair Henio, put me in the queue, Vice Chair Smith. Okay, we can't listen for your comments. Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor. So Vice Chair Smith, I'm gonna be going between Window Rock and Yatahe, so
if I lose signal, go ahead and take over. But I'll come back on for sure. But you have the floor now.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Shandela, quite Sanawit Ain Lado, that's a P card that the Ninigi. Shed open this case, neither. I see Nanish and Sada. Benina Aqua. Every month, fish my son receipts though, led Pitol Chato and lead reconcile. I see Nanish and Sako. I think that Agi, it's unnecessary, Shananda. Benina Aita, the transaction has gone through. Ado called the P card at this Tado. And they were on travel. Ako epenach be ahazan. And yes, we have to justify our travel to a trip report, mileage report. Ako we justify too on behalf of any expenditures. Ako did not later the old 01 that the Nenegi. Be budget and finance passed it. I think, Shananda, we need to really look into this. Late out in general, late out in general case in the many litigation. I go to finance and I say, not so sigi, and they say, okay, Mr. Smith, here now. And they just put the originals over on the side. And I say, how come you're putting your originals over on the side? So then in the COVID-19, okay, why are we bringing in the originals and they're not even taking the originals? At the door, you see, Xerox copies that Agi, you can't really read it, and then you get question on those receipts of that Agi. So I know that the old B&F legislation says. There's no receipt required regarding Chiyanji, but you need a receipt for the motel. I don't know if you're going to fly in an airline. I know there's a receipt required for other added costs. That Agi. Okay, I think this whole idea is. How are we, general funds, they, and that's what we're using. Ado Kujanana, K accounts that Agi. I think they're meshing it together. Yes, K accounts are federal dollars, but over here, general fund dollars, that's how that legislation was drafted from the 01 legislation. Okay, Shabon, this case, we need to really look into this. We're the final authority, and auto controller. Late state only. Just out down that though. Ashanda, we go back to the old one. I need kid be sala. Later controller. That's the shiggy. Dido what another do the donny. Di what ain't they, di what hand danish. Was Nanish Kate Nan. Oh, late it's going to be uniform that we can submit these things to a data. I turn my P card in because every month, opus is stuck, and I'm trying to keep on top of that. I'm opening here's the P card. I'll go ahead and use my own account on my own expense. And it takes forever too to get reimbursed. But that's okay. But I know that I'm traveling on business, and it's out of my own pocket. And I'm not using any P cards. Maybe we should just go back to that. They had that American Express card, and the traveler's responsibility was to pay that every month. Ako add that TA hajdo that receipts yahachichato, and then when you get reimbursed, then you send that money over to American Express. Because all you were allowed to do on that American Express was to buy gas, food, lodging, taxi, for business related. It wasn't for anything other than what you were traveling for. Maybe that's the answer to that, to go back to that. Joka P card, need criminal investigators, Dean Dashni, Ako, Yen, need Janaya, you got to pay these back, but don't need a call. Dobest Eda, Shananda, Kashita, Dan, Kashita, Onan, Mishikedo, and Ondo, Toyashkoda. So this legislation here, I think we really need to get the bottom line. He's still traveling. Shinda, I'm still up here page because I don't want to lose signal. So go then I'm traveling back. But that's not a complaint. It's just because how we work. It's how we have to stay in communication. Well, these are the things that we really need to look at. We're not asking for travel to be increased. For 2022. Oh, his ani, without a dal edo without a in that dado without a travel authorization and without inshantida okay without this Chair Henio, you still on board? Okay, committee members, is there any other questions for Honorable Vince James? Ashwiditza.
No, Vice Chair Smith, I can hear you.
Akushi? Okay, Chair Henio.
Okay, are there any further questions, comments? I'll defer back to Shanada. I'll get Vince James for a response.
Yat Nana Chair Henio, Ado Vice Chair Smith. Adet Bahnanin vehicle. What are a fancy case in Leco upon the 30 and need hot candy BFJA 0420 old natchet hadol sauce at Sanasa hadol no natcha hadol sauce. But na Joba not as ta Robin ta John de do oh no what the a lan halong a quatsa lane a call either not reinstating BFJAY 0102. Ya on a launch that will be just temporary while we continue to move forward and talk and discuss on establishing and the new travel policy. A quacky is a aspect the snacko. Aba yel dolis. Do aba nate ain't dolis. Each one of us as delegates, we have unique stories regarding P-card issues, P-card concerns, because we've heard it from our constituents, our employees of the Navajo Nation, our programs that we oversee as committee members, that we've all heard different kind of stories. So, we can create and move forward by establishing a new policy. Cha ado laet numbers taho akwat ao ado laet ako ebenina quaigi hitchena inch ka ako di kahato sa do banane ta do adelia John de ono wata ayila na halendo ono wata na hade nishigi nihiche eya hane ayila na halen salin ko hane sha another need but need ido the new policy hashkaze need ido nato aspana AD sanat the 100 katu the original first travel policy jo AD hot on hidden and hade nishigi employees itan stint ko adonana Kodo delegates need Glenito Honanat and his staff to hot Yitan stint ko John de Oyo Sahodo Bitahonet Zandako. So it was a good experience to adopt and move forward with this BFJA 04-20, but it's not the right policy. So in that case, let's reinstate the old one and will be on temporary base. And in the meantime, we will continue moving forward by creating a new policies per programs and creating that new policy for all of us overall.
For that response. This Budget Finance Committee, any further questions, comments?
Go ahead.
Is this Vice Chair Smith?
Okay, Chair Henyo, Budget Finance Committee members, the Bansis case, the bondage, any opesh massa unben the P card, the hotel, not hadlana needs in Vinach hadit Oko nast by yet higi actually executive John Nishigi stop bit date Oko halet out a bond of Bashley Dolnis. Nihe Aida corded by his Annie as he kissed here. Oko Didiki handed also stole a pesh bus and Latchisha Nike executive workers and Linigi quite so big at the Sotzi Eto Bendo Nish caution and Hala Dean that is so be a bada seatna and later the she hit neck travel days to Basiada at a P card date, Haja Shanda no Oko Beshmas and they not the Sanahuit Ahi Obadia Nada Ekotabi had this. We need to include that Egi Ehat Not Hasto behind Zigi Data Chanela. We really need to also include them because they're having a hard time. And we're gonna be needing them to be doing their job. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, Amber, Sakari, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Henyo, and recognizing that it's over 6 o'clock. I think in terms of, I just have some challenges from the sponsor wanting to rescind policy and just as a meantime revert to policy that's nearly 20 years old. This was the policy that you're asking us to take action on was developed back in 2002. And so I think I would ask the committee if a better approach is that we take this legislation, understand the concerns, and then work with the Office of the Controller and seeing if there's areas for modification to meet the needs of travel on Navajo Nation. I do want to ask the Office of the Controller, travel and travel expenses, because I'm looking at the resolution from 2002, and it does reference that that these requirements not only follow good business practices, but also comply with the IRS requirement for deductible expenditures, which must be ordinary, necessary, and reasonable to the conduct of business. And so this is where I don't agree in terms of where we travel and then we pick up a snack and expect the people to pay for that. I think we have to be very clear when we're talking about business travel and what does that mean, and what is the expectation in terms of leadership when they travel. So I'd like to ask the controller in terms of where does the IRS play a part in this? And I once was asked by a delegate if they could deduct their mileage in their IRS, and I let them know, to my understanding, you can, but you cannot like double dips. You can't request mileage from the Navajo Nation and then put that same mileage on your federal tax return. And so I want to have a deeper conversation, Chairman Henyo, in terms of how this travel, because on this 2002 resolution, it does state travel and related costs represent the third largest budget category behind payroll and data management. And so if it's the third, was the third largest cost back in 2002, I just want to see if that's echoed back in the 2020 resolution, and then as a committee, how we want to deal with the challenges for the cost. And we've seen that with fixed cost. We've seen that with fleet, travel advances, everything that we're discussing right now, and how does that relate to having good policies and procedures. And if there's executive staff that are not having to comply with this policy, then we need to ask the Office of the Controller and the P card section, what are the exceptions and where do we find that in the legislation so that everyone is using the same rules. And if we need modification for those entities that work beyond 8 hours, but not 12, then what does that look like? Chairman Henny, if I could have the Office of the Controller provide some insight, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that request, and also for your comments and questions here. With that, Ms. Elizabeth Begay, are you still with us on this call? Office Controller, is there somebody from the Nomination Office of the Controller still on this call?
Mr. Chair, this is Robert Willie.
Mr. Willie, thank you for responding. Were you able to hear the questions?
I heard the question about the IRS and whether you can report it on there or if you can claim it on your travel. So that was one of the questions that I had gotten. The other question that I kind of heard, but there's a vacuum cleaner, they're cleaning the building here, was that it was the third highest cost of that particular year. I didn't catch the full question on that one. So let me close the door here and hold on, please. Okay, so if I could have the questions repeated, I'd really appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. Willie, thank you for still being on the line with us this evening. So the question was that, do you have the controller's input as far as this legislation is concerned regarding rescinding the current the policy that's in place and reverting back to the 2002 policy, and so therefore the request was to have the controller's input and P-card section's input on what needs to be fixed and enhanced, so where everybody comes out okay with this. And that was one. And then the third highest cost, and the third highest cost is of the Navajo Nation budget. It's payroll, data management, and then travel. So that was the third highest cost that you heard. And so with that, I guess just getting the input of how we could get the controller's office to have an input as far as enhancing the current policy that we have, and see where the shortfalls are and where employees are affected, and how they can be fixed. I believe that was very clear on the question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the clarification. May I speak now then?
Sure, Mr. Willie, go ahead.
Okay, as far as the policy, I agree with Delegate Crotty that if we're going to revert back to a policy that's 20 years old, there may be some problems with that. It would be good if we could get all the issues written up and have a meeting between the parties and go over each issue and find some resolve. And then if we need to resolve it through policy, then so be it. But it would be good to go through every one of these scenarios in which was described. I know one of the issues that was described sounded like it was an operational card and not a travel card. So things such as that would be nice to know, so that way we can identify areas of the policy in which we need to re-examine and go over. And certainly you brought to light that there are some programs such as that social services that only goes out certain hours of the day. And of course, they're not going to make the 12 hours. But then going back to fiduciary responsibility and such as was spoken, meals, like if you actually come to work here at the office, the Navajo Nation doesn't pay for your meal. You actually go and have lunch on your own and pay for that on your own. So things of that nature need to be thought out, and understandably, both sides will need to understand how the policy was created. And the Navajo Nation is paying for all these travel costs, so that would need to be taken into consideration also. It sounded like most of the policies that were described during the presentation were P card related. So maybe it's isolated just to the P card, but then some of the delegates brought up the travel authorization. So each one of these scenarios would be good to start to examine to see where the breakdown is, and then go forward and look at the policy. So that would be my recommendation. If you revert back to an old policy, there might be some items that may not fit, but you're still tied to that because you rescinded the new policy. Also, I know during Ms. Kirk's reign that the one of the federal agencies wanted the policy. That was the reason why we had the work session and had to pass new policies to get them that actual policy in writing. So I had to go back to find out which agency that particular one was. Also, per diem rates, I believe, were set forth by the IRS and the federal government too. So that's kind of what we follow. So those are my thoughts, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee and presenters. So I'll let you mull that over, and if you have any more questions, I'd be happy to entertain those. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Willie, for that response. And with that, back to committee, Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chairman,
this is you have the floor.
Yeah, so Vice Chair also had mentioned for more discussion. I would like to ask in terms of is for the committee, I think we need more discussion to tease out what areas we need to isolate and then amend, and instead of just reverting it all back to a 20-year-old resolution that there was some audit issues or programs needed the listing of our travel policies for their own audit issues. Chair, can you give us some guidance, or if I could make a motion, if we could table this to the next Budget and Finance meeting and have a discussion on those specific areas that were raised by the sponsor and the co-sponsor and the Office of the Controller, then identify those areas, and then we work together on recommendations so that we can create a travel policy that's balanced, but also then is flexible enough to meet some of these unique challenges that the sponsor and co-sponsor raised. So I'd like to ask for that, Chair, since we're going to be meeting again on January. Is it January 11th, or I'll just say the next Budget and Finance meeting? Thank you, Chair.
January.
For that comment, and there is a motion and a second already established for this legislation, and the only alternative that the committee would have right now is to, if they wish to have more discussions, is to table this legislation and then move it for up to a period of time where it's up to the next committee meeting, which is January 11th, I believe. I heard Peggy say. So that would be one of the alternatives.
Sorry.
January 4th, okay. January 4th would be the next one. The next, which would be like about 2 weeks away from here. And so, but the other part I'm concerned about is, I think I'll ask Office of Legislative Counsel, Mr. Pahi or Mrs. Barboff, is legislations that have a 2-1 at the end of the number. At the new year, when it comes in, all these legislations, do they expire because of the time, or what happens to legislation? Like, let's say this legislation is tabled. Does it expire because of a new year, or does it continue on? That's the question I have for Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Laureline Tupahi with Office of Legislative Counsel. The 2-1 denotes the calendar year in which the legislation was first dropped. This is the 24th council, and it will continue to be the 24th council even as we go into 2022. So the legislation is not going to expire. We'll just continue moving through the process. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you. I just remember hearing or seeing this as a part of a concern from the last council that way, but I clearly understand now. So back to the committee, as far as legislation 259-21 is concerned.
Chair Henio.
Peggy?
Can I speak?
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. What Laureline stated is in Title II and 164A1. And it says the last day for consideration of resolutions shall be December 31st of the year immediately preceding the swearing in of a new council. So you're good for another year, since this is the third year of your term.
Yes, Peggy, we did hear that from Legislative Council. So just back to Budget Finance Committee members. Any further questions, comments? If there's no further questions, comments, or anything, we'll call for the question. If there's no other questions.
This is Delegate James.
Who's speaking?
Yeah, this is Delegate James.
Oh, Shananda. I'll defer back to you for a response.
She had Chair Henio. I'll go ahead and give some time to another co-sponsor, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, to respond. Shanala, Eugenia.
Chair Henio, is that okay?
Oh, Shanala, you have the floor.
Yeah, Chair Henio, and thank you for this discussion, Budget and Finance Committee members, my colleagues. I think what I do want to point out is that the legislation right now is reverting back to a policy that, you're right, Delegate Crotty, that is aged. However, my understanding is that there has been a new legislation that's supposed to be dropped to address the policy and procedure changes. However, I think that there is a hiccup or something that's going on, and it hasn't been, I guess, drafted yet. And I know that in previous, as controller, or I'm sorry, as Mr. Willie stated, you know, the request has been to sit down with the departments and then kind of get a clear understanding of what really is going on. I had sat in a couple of meetings with PCARD and then also with criminal investigations. I'm currently working to try to get a meeting going with Division of Family Services for the social workers. But I can tell you in previous meetings, it hasn't gone well. If anything, the response has been, you know, that council passed the law, they made the law, and that's what we're holding everybody to accountable. And if council wants to change the law, it's up to them. And so that has been the response I know that criminal investigators have been receiving from PCARD. And like I said previously, you know, there's been some back and forth email and then also meetings that have been held, you know, to try to alleviate some of these issues. So in a lot of ways, I feel like there has been a request to negotiate in the way that PCARD is deciding some of these issues, but PCARD is not agreeing to the negotiation. And then most importantly, what we've learned is that each PCARD reconciler is making up their own rules. And when I did ask Controller Begay, you know, what is your internal policy? What is the policy that all of the reconcilers have to follow when it comes to PCARD? She said that there's none. And she said, you know, they basically interpret the policy and procedures the way that they want to, which was really troublesome to me. And I think that as delegates, you know, we have experienced that. But again, you know, this PCARD policy is more than just the delegates. It's the employees who are affected. And we know that with criminal investigators, you know, they're on call 24/7. And so if they're in the office for 8 hours and they go home and they respond to a call, and they're on, you know, on site for 5 or 6 hours, you know, they can't use their PCARD. And so, you know, that's happening now with criminal investigators. Same thing is happening now with our social service, our social workers, when they're on call 24/7 as well. And so, you know, every reconciler is basically making up their own interpretation when it comes to policy and procedure. And so, you know, it has been challenging. And I know that internally, I have attended the PCARD policy meeting with our LDAs and PCARD. I did attend 2 meetings where there were some rules that were established based on the interpretation of the policy and the procedure. But the issue that I keep running into is, you know, how do you expect us to follow the rules when the rules aren't written? And in this internal decisions that are being made. In addition to that, what I also find troublesome with both policies is that there is not an appeal process that's in place where a person can appeal. As Delegate Elmer Begay stated, you know, or Delegate Raymond Smith stated, you know, they're quick to deduct our paycheck, but they take forever paying back. And they don't offer the opportunity for our employees to, you know, to provide a justification, which to me, you know, is really unreasonable, and that's part of that negotiating. Prior to this current policy and procedure, we all had the opportunity to justify some of our costs, to say, you know, that there was something going on, you know, that that changed the way that the pricing was. As delegates, we know firsthand that when we travel, especially when we travel to the city, if there's an event going on, the price of hotels go up. I was in Phoenix 2 weeks ago, and there was a game, and normally, you know, I try to stay close to wherever I'm going to have my meeting at, but there was no hotels that were available because of that game that was happening. There was some kind of tournament or some kind of game that was going on, and so it required me to have to stay outside of Phoenix, and it was still at a, you know, it was like $20 more than what the per diem rate, you know, allowed. But there was other events that were happening at that same time as well. So again, you know, previously I stated, you know, working for the state of Texas and working for the state of Wyoming, that justification, you know, would have been enough for them to say, okay, there was something going on, you know, the prices did increase, so, you know, we're going to okay it for, you know, an additional $20. Now, I can understand if somebody came back and said, oh, well, you know, I spent an additional $300 on travel or on hotel stay, and you know, that to me would not really be a good justification. But sometimes things happen, and you know, employees and you know, we're allowed to justify those costs and what is affecting those costs at, you know, at that moment. So in terms of the meetings that have been scheduled, I can attest to the LDA meeting that I did attend with PCARD. I listened in, you know, I was part of that meeting. I can attest to the criminal investigations meeting that did occur, and also, you know, what happened. And in both meetings, they weren't able to resolve the issue because PCARD was not willing to negotiate. So I understand, you know, that we should, you know, have this conversation, and we should, you know, we should be consulting PCARD, but our social workers and our criminal investigators are being affected right now. And as anybody knows, during the holiday season, crime does go up. Families are affected. And the reason why I co-sponsored this legislation is because I know that, you know, we're not paying them enough right now. And we're expecting them to pay out of their own pocket gas, or to pay out of their own pocket, you know, for meals when they're answering the calls at midnight. If it, you know, if somebody wants to amend it to say that delegates are not included in this and that we want to go back to the drawing table, I'm okay with that. I'm just more concerned about the employees and what this PCARD policy is currently doing to them, and how the PCARD, you know, division is not working with, you know, two specifically divisions and departments. And you know, granted, I haven't, you know, put any information out there to ask if other employees are affected by this. But you know, in terms of criminal investigations, they do report to Law and Order Committee, and they have made it known to the committee that these are some of the issues that they're currently facing. And then I also was in attendance in a meeting that our finance team within the Speaker's office had with PCARD, and again, you know, there was no compromise with PCARD. It was basically, you know, this is the way I interpret the policy and the procedure, and this is how the rules are going to apply, you know, for me, and this is how I want to see things. I was CC'd in an email where PCARD rejected a delegate's PCARD packet because it was scanned upside down. And so the PCARD, you know, denied the delegate's PCARD packet because they didn't have the software to flip it back the other way, but it was submitted. And so as a result of that, you know, it turned into, I guess, I didn't see the PCARD packet itself, but the email I did see. And it was, the PCARD packet was denied because the receipts were upside down. So those types of things, you know, are happening right now. And again, there have been meetings that have occurred with PCARD, but they're not yielding. And so how do you work with a division or department when they're not willing to work with you? And as delegates, we know that happens all the time. But I am asking that, budget and finance that, if this is passed tonight, that things will go back, but it will motivate council and budget and finance and controller's office to work together to put something together where there is a compromise. And so I'm hoping that, again, taking that into consideration of what's happening with our employees, and even our employees within our own speaker's office and our Office of Legislative Service, they are also being affected by this as well. And we know that we don't pay our employees very well. And so, it's hard to ask them to take on this kind of burden, especially when you see, employees deducted $600, $800 for things that they got permission to do. And for me, that is really the big issue, is the fact that permission was given to do something, and then somebody else decided that, no, I don't want to give permission, and so I'm going to deduct, $600, $800. For somebody making $9 an hour, that's a whole paycheck. For somebody, making $9 an hour who's a single mother, that's an entire paycheck that doesn't go to their children or to their rent. And I just can't stand by and say that we're trying to address this when it's not being addressed. And again, that was really the purpose of me signing on, co-sponsoring this legislation, is because I think prior to this new legislation, we could submit justifications. There was that leeway to have conversations and to say, I lost this receipt, and so I'm asking that that I'm justifying this receipt. Some of them, some receipts do go missing. I can understand, if it's a bar and grill, yes, I think that those should be deducted. But stopping at McDonald's in Winter Rock and you lose a $3 receipt or a $6 receipt, we all know that alcohol is not being served at McDonald's in Winter Rock or any McDonald's on the Navajo Nation. So I think in those cases we can justify, we can say, I was at Winter Rock McDonald's, this is what I purchased, I lost my receipt. And I think that those things should be taken into consideration, but right now it's not. So I do want to point that out at this time and say again that that the decision that's being made is going to be a decision that's going to affect our Navajo Nation employees as well. Thank you.
She motioned to table. How come she didn't get recognized? No, she just said there was already a motion in a second. But I don't know what was going on. Did you see my text? Yes. I need to get home. Get tired of sitting in one place. I know. I've got.
With this and the Budget and Finance Committee, please mute your phone. We could hear your comments regarding this meeting right now, and we could hear everything you're saying. So this, back to the committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Henry, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shananda. Thank you for this legislation. However, I don't think it's ready to go forward. We're only doing it for the legislative side, and I keep hearing executive side. So I motion to table this basically because we need to have the executive side also included on this dialogue to look at their needs and to ensure that we also include them on behalf of this legislation with the controller, with a legislation that would help not only the council, but also the executive side. I keep hearing the executive side. So I motion to table this. Shanada. Thank you.
Like Gashina Shanada, Vice Chair Smith. Shanada, Budget and Finance Committee. If there is a wish to table a legislation, please make it clear to me as a chair that you wish to table it. That way I could recognize that tabling motion, and that way we don't have any further comments or questions. So with this, Vice Chair Smith, a motion to table. I recognize that motion to table. Is there a second? Before I recognize a second, Vice Chair Smith, how long do you wish to table this legislation?
At least 45 days, Shenandoah. That way, the holidays are here, and also February's got 2 holidays, I think, and no, January has a holiday. There are 2. That's New Year's and also President's Day, Gita. So 45 days would be ample time to look at this, get controller, and get the executive side to also look at the P card issues that we're experiencing. Shenandoah, thank you.
Thank you, Sheena. So that motion to table by Vice Chair Smith for 45 days. Is there a second? Is there a second going once?
Second, Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, second. So we do have a motion and a second to table legislation 259-21. With that, no debate. So with this, Ramona, if you'd lead us on roll call vote to table.
Chairman, roll call vote for the tabling legislation. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green too.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Carty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Carty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Carty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member not voting, and Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Motion, tabling motion, as a due pass of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. Therefore, this legislation is tabled for 45 days, in which time there'll be some work to be completed. With this, let's move forward. This is the last legislation on new business. And so with that, staff, thank you for hanging with us this long, 7 o'clock, almost 7 o'clock right now. So we are at the end of our agenda, close of business. Then motion to adjourn.
Motion, Joe, adjourn. Okay.
Motion to adjourn by Shenandoah Delegate Elmer P. Begay, second by Shenandoah Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. With that, as party comments for this evening. Then I'll call for a roll call vote to adjourn. Ramona?
Chairman, roll call vote for the adjournment. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Carty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Carty. Vote green. Thank you. Be safe.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Carty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member not voting, and Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Okay, with that, we do have a vote 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
We're hereby adjourned at 6:54 p.m. Thank you, Shananta, for a wonderful 2021 and all the meetings we've had. Have a good Christmas, a good New Year, and we'll see everybody next year.
Jimmy, did you hear that?
Yes, I'm not going to sleep.